How's it going? What's going on? It's a beautiful Tuesday. Feeling good today, you know? Feeling hopeful. Like we can run amok and make some things happen. I don't know. We're going to need that type of optimism today. I believe we're picking things up in a pretty trepidatious situation. But here we are. It's good to see you guys. Yo, what up, Tex? The oil man. This may be too much, Larone. I was just watching you renting VHS. And you're also on Bear Island. Oh my gosh. Tex, that means a lot. I don't know if you got to see, but we actually have a really cool name for our video store that I'm very proud of, Tex. And I just want you to know that you are more than welcome to come rent your local scary movies during the Halloween season, or maybe you're looking to rent some really cool summer blockbusters like Jaws or Terminator. This would be the perfect time. I actually really enjoy the VHS game. Tex is referring to Retro Rewind. It's one of the coolest thing ever. It's a game where you run amok and you own a video store, and somehow we inherited a video store right in the middle of a bustling area, and it was insane. I'm telling you. And if you're interested in seeing such a cool thing like that, you know where you can go. You can go to Larone Jabroni on the YouTube. And that's where it is, baby. Every Sunday we release a random game, and this is what Tex is talking about. There's fireworks all over the place. We're running scary movies, and we're decorating a store. There's member berries and nostalgia all over the place. And it's the greatest time. It's a beautiful juxtaposition to the insano mode stuff we do here with the surviving and running amok. And it's amazing. Thank you, Tex. I saw Indeed. I was 30 minutes into gameplay. Any other name would have been wrong. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I wasn't sure if it was right to bring Dave's over there, but then I wasn't sure if it would be right to do anything else, Tex. And it's good to see you, Tex. I reckon I might need some of that oil money over here because, I tell you, things are a little tight down at Dave's Cave Video Store. We rent VHS movies for about $3. And we usually never have more than a couple $100, so I'm definitely gonna need all that oil money. Yo, what's up, Kev? The man! How's it going, Kev? I don't know if you just got done with a giant marathon, but I imagine you did, and it's good to see you, Kev. So if you do end up passing out, it's probably because you were on a 24-hour something or other. Yo, what up, Versetti? Well, would you look at the time? Holy. Good morning, Larone. How's it going? It's great to see you, Versetti. You and Bean have been killing it. And it's crazy to see that Bean is actually set up in Timberwolf Mountain of all places. I could see that she's going straight in and unscared of the situation. 6 hours. Nice, Kev. I'm going to get this Larone Jabroni out of here, and we're just hanging out. It's great to see you, Kev, the man. We're chilling, and we're just kind of getting settled into a beautiful Tuesday morning here. We're going to try to be responsible and do we got some making up to do over here. We got some serious stuff we're trying to accomplish, and the odds of us making it are pretty slim. But we're going to try, I'll tell you that. I had a pretty good weekend, and I'm pretty fired up about eventually telling you guys about some of the other stuff I'm up to. But here we are, ready to storm the steeds. it's time, you know what I mean? It's time to get it going. So, I sit back and try to reflect upon 2 words specifically that describe what this is ahead of us. Some people would say that this is bright. And I think other people that maybe didn't even know that it was bright would also say that it's short. And I'm pretty sure that they are accurate when they say that it's short and bright. Is it the short bright? No. Wait a second. It's something else. It's not the short bright. I think it's got different words to describe what kind of game it is. No, it's not the short bright. Because it's a long dark, baby. It's the best game ever. I know you thought it was a short bright, but it's a long dark, baby. And here we are. And it's a crazy game where you're outside in the Canadian wilderness and the weather changes. When there's a northern lights like that, don't get caught in the colorful beauty because the animals are haunted and they're going to come after you like crazy. It's going to get wild. And in addition to that, the weather's tough. The limited resources are limited, and it's wild. So we're gonna have to do everything we can to stay alive in this, not the short bright, the long dark, man. That's what it is. We got it. Yo, what up, Reagan? I believe that this is not the short bright. It is actually the long dark. Thank you, America. It's good to see you, Reagan. We're just getting started. I'm just over here running amok, and I just figured out that it's not the short bright. It's actually the long dark, baby. And we're sitting here by the fireplace, roasting our chestnuts before the big hunt, baby. Today we got a lot ahead of us. We're trying something that's way too difficult and way too crazy. But I believe one of these times we're going to be able to do it. I'm telling you. We're trying to do everything we can, and we're trying to storm the steeds. That's because we're doing this thing. We're doing the 21, and it's been kicking our butt. This is the hardest way to play this game in the history of mankind. You have to live for 21 days. You have to shoot the bow 21 times, and you got to hit every one of those shots. You can't rebuild your health at all except for to find birch bark, that pot of liquid gold that helps you get 5 HP over 2 hours per cup. And in addition to that, you can't fix any of your clothes. Well, you can, but if you do and you fail, holy, the whole run is over. So in addition to those major bullet points there, of course, the weather's set to the hardest, the animals are, and there is absolutely the least amount of loot and vegetation around the island. So everything is set to insano mode. This is as crazy as it gets. There's a point system as well, and we're going to be trying to go after one specific animal on that list. See this thing right here named Bear? I sure would love to get after this guy, man. We're going to try to use the John Candy pincushion strat. It's been our strat since the beginning, and most of the runs, we move a little bit forward here. We're actually being able to... Last time we got about 15 shots in these bears before we fell by a jerk wolf in a cave. Each lesson, I'm trying to tell you guys so you don't repeat the same issues. We've had stoves on an outdoor fires that didn't stop the wolves. It's always a wolf, I will tell you that. We're going to try to do everything we can to storm the steeds, go after the bear, shoot him in the butt. That's part of the pincushion strat. And that also gives us the ability to farm more shots in specific bears. We're looking for middle-class cul-de-sac bears. Guys who work in maybe, offices and things like that, kind of white-collar jobs. Middle-class bears that live in cul-de-sacs. And we're going for the pincushion butt shot. We're trying to get not the critical neck shot or in the face or any of those places where it does more damage. And we're trying to actually shoot them in the hindquarters so that we can farm accuracy. I think it's a good strat. and it does a good job of getting accurate shots in there. But even with this strategy, it's tough. Say the toughest part is just straight up surviving and traveling and doing it in an expeditious fashion. So, we're going to try to storm these steeds and make it happen, but God knows what's going to show up in front of us. Last time saw us getting our absolute butt kicked. So, what we did was we tried to make a bow, and we actually ran into some problems. Here's the thing. After a big dramatic loss like we did when we lost, I think his name was Butterfly Will, he went up and he fluttered up to the Great Bear Island in the sky. And after his fading into long dark, I found that this new guy has had a tough time. He had a tough time having the full effort behind him. And I think because of that, I was pushing forward too hard and dripping this guy's HP, as will be evident when we go in there and look and see what kind of circumstance we're starting off in today. We got our butt kicked last time, and I think we were on Heartbeat Alley, just kind of stumbling around on thin ice looking for fish at the end of last time. So we're pretty much picking up in a situation where we got like 5 HP, and we got no other... I don't know what we're doing. We're just kind of like living here. We plan on doing a forge. We already got all of our maple cut and all that, but just surviving is going to be difficult for this guy. So, all that being said, this is the best game in history, and you guys are the best, and I'm just going to try to settle down because I usually get too excited about starting this game and hanging out with my friends. So I'm just going to chill out, man, and try to play it cool, bro. And then we're going to get in there and storm the steeds and make the biggest comeback story you've ever heard of. This guy's probably not going to get his health back until he finishes a forge and gets all the way over to the ravine. So it's going to require us to kind of travel a little bit around the maps and do a bunch of different stuff to get over to where the health is. So if we kind of look at the connections of where we're trying to go, we'll kind of figure out exactly what we need to do pretty quickly. So when I pull up the maps here, this is what we got. We're in Desolation Point right here, and we have about 5 HP. To get that health, we have to travel through the Old Island Connector, Crumbling Highway, get to Coastal Highway, pick up our curables. Then we go through the Glorious Ravine, and that is where all the health happens. So we have to kind of go across a couple towns before we get there, but we should get back into good HP range if we can get over to the ravine. That's a big if. We have a big obstacle ahead of us with the low HP and low calorie forge. So we're just going to do everything we can to chill out and do what Mario Lopez would want us to do, which is sit backwards in chairs, win the wrestling meet, and maybe in this instance, win the challenge. What do you think about that? This summer, they actually won the challenge. Trophy page keeps track of live animal hits only. Did you draw that map yourself? Larone, we should put that right on the fridge. Thank you, Kev. I did not, but I appreciate you treating me like Ringo, who just wrote a song for the Beatles. R.I.P. Butterfly Will, fly high, brother. Said he, yo, Richard. And live at normal time for me, not at 10 p.m. We found another cul-de-sac cave in Timberwolf Mountain the other day on the far east, southeast side of the Timberwolf Mountain map. Wow. Okay, well, we're going to need to talk about that, Versetti. I'll pull up the map. The one I know about in Timberwolf Mountain is, of course, the Echo Ravine one. It's kind of on the east side over there, and it's the only cul-de-sac one I'm aware of in Timberwolf Mountain, Verset. But it's good to see you, Richard, and I'm glad you are alive. Larone, for how many dollars will you do a little dancey dance? Well, I'm not a clown. I'm not a clown, Richard. You are a clown. It's good to see you, Richard. I'm glad you're still alive. One man, one challenge, one destiny. Holy! It's near Echo Ravine. Yeah, it's a little south of it. Wow, I didn't even know that there was another bear in the southeast corner. We'll have to pull up the map and check that one out in a second, Rossetti. Is accuracy just hit, not animal? Hit an animal. I'm not sure. Kev says something about the page. I'm guessing that's the stat sheet page we're talking about. Larone, I tried cat dog challenge. It failed. Only dog food, cougar, and wolf meat. Holy. Well, you keep going, Kev. As long as you differentiate between rocks and bears, you'll be solid. Never forget. But celebrating dancing is the way to go. What's up, Rich? It's good to see you. And I'm glad that you're dancing around all those Latvian gangsta bullets that they're shooting at you. Our boy Richard is a car dealer for the Latvian mafia. And it's great to see you, Richard. Well, here we are. We're going to try to do everything we can. Apparently, Long Dark 2 is going to be P versus P. You go to Skin Bourse and someone takes you out and then teabags. You know, there's something that's telling me, Kev. I don't know if that's it. I'm always dancing. When Bean was playing, there was a bear relatively close by, but it would take some luring. I don't know if it might get closer naturally. Cave is by the east wing of the plane. That was the marker we used. Okay. So, our boy Versetti's talking about a bear over here. We obviously know about this Echo Ravine bear we just mentioned. We have... This is usually where we come in here from Pleasant Valley, and then we kind of come around here and end up sitting at the hut right there. Then we usually go eastward towards this bear, the Echo Ravine bear, and that's the one I'm thinking Versetti is thinking it is, because I don't see any more bears down by the forest cave or anything. And the next bear spawn is kind of all the way up here. Up in this vicinity. So it's likely that Versetti is talking about the one we know about here in the cul-de-sac cave already, the Echo Ravine bear. So that's one of our final trips after doing a lot of Pleasant Valley hunting for him. There are 4 cul-de-sac opportunities in Pleasant Valley, and we usually go by each one of those. Last time I think we got 1 out of 4 there and ended up getting 7 shots in the Pleasant Valley bear and then 6 right here in this Echo Ravine bear right here. So if this forest cave guy is the one you're talking about, I think it was probably the Echo Ravine bear and he just went over this way somehow, or maybe y'all pulled him. I don't see his feet prints that go much further than this right here. But this is all very technical. We're playing the long dark. So let's get into it. The Echo Ravine bear will walk all the way up to the door of Ash Canyon in that Timberwolf Mountain Canyon. That's probably it. It does have the cul-de-sac style, but might not be manageable with bear spawns. Are you guys ready to get crazy and get wild? Because I'm definitely ready. We're coming in. This is probably one of the worst conditions we've ever left ourselves. We were definitely on Heartbeat Alley pretty much right up until the end there. We might even be starting on Heartbeat Alley. God help us. Let's get into it. Playing the long dark. Okay. His name is Will Smallfoot. Probably in some sort of recognition for one of the greatest movies ever, Land Before Time. This is Littlefoot Will over here. We have 12% condition. I don't know when Heartbeat Alley starts. I think it's around 10%. We're starting 4 days into this thing, and we're looking to do a forge. We're at the Whale Factory over here, and we're going to be living calorie to calorie. It's going to be tough just getting through this forge right here and living. Last time we didn't even think we were going to live, but we're going to get in there. make sure we don't stay unpaused too much because we know that we're losing vitals at every moment. So let's get in there, and we're kind of just jumping right into the deep end, and I need a lot of support. It's good to see you guys. Let's do it. Okay, so no heartbeat. Here's what we got. We did pick up this green windbreaker on the water, and it kind of made us look more official. Now we look like a guy with maybe like a gambling problem or something, and it's better than what we were looking like before, that's for sure. So, let's go over to the stat sheet. We detailed that we've lived for about 4 days. Let's see if we've gotten a can opener. I can't even recall. Can openers found 1. Not bad. So we do have a can opener. That's pretty cool. We, of course, have not hunted it all yet, so no bow shots of the 21 required taken yet. And we're trying to get those numbers up to 21 with no misses by the end of this. We're going to check out our responsible notes so that we have a nice anchor to get ourselves going. And here's what our skills are. Cooking's on the way up, almost at 2, and fire starting already rolled over. We're going to want to keep this archery low so that we can farm shots into bear's hindquarters, doing the John Candy strat, making it happen. So we've checked out what we got. We, of course, are eating a little bit of bear and wolf here, so we'll just eat 1 steak to make sure we stave off the wolves, no problem. And here's our can opener. Look how nice it is, 76%. We do have a thermos, pretty cool. And our food situation is where it gets really tricky. I do believe we have some fish right outside the door, and that'll be our only food for the whole forge. Without a cooking pot over here, we're not going to be making any porridge. So, now let's go and check out our notes so that we have some sort of idea as to what's going on. Okay, Will 8. Littlefoot Will. You guys are legit city, and that's very true. We will never forget the fallen Mackenzies. Plural. I don't know what that one is. I had a long day, and we lost a great hero, and I was probably distraught. Loophole 3. You know, what can we say? It's Loophole 3. It's a hacksaw, so that was pretty good. And I was just pushing a little bit too much, and that's what led to our low HP. You gotta love your Will or Astrid, or their HP will go. It's pure cause and effect. So we must love Littlefoot. Logsword Blue Trailer has the guts and the saplings. We know where that is. That's where the magic happens. And then Neighbors by Quincy is where we're going to get a few of our items we left to not be encumbered on the walk. Okay, now here's...
I feel so tired.
So what's tough is that you can't check your responsible notes without being unpaused here. So we are dripping vitals over here and he's complaining a little bit. Okay, Mario Lopez for president. We have an election coming up in a little while, and it's very important that you guys vote for Mario. Mario wants you to know that he's running, and if he does, he's going to be in the Oval Office, but he won't be sitting orthodox in his chair. He'll be sitting backwards. Think about it. Get your act together. I definitely need to do that. I faded into the long dark last time and almost did it twice. Pretty par for the course, but one of these times you would hope that I change it up a little bit and maybe get better. Is that something? Maybe. Fish outside door of Whale Factory. That's the fish. We actually remembered that. That's pretty responsible. Get more calories for Forge Session. Maybe find a Ravage by Kate's Quiet Clearing, and we can look for some more fish on the beach. Giga Chads Unite. Zach for president. Holy crap, we got multiple Saved by the Bell stars running for president right now. I think they're going to be co-president, not running against each other. I don't know what I'm talking about. This Will Littlefoot is already into me for 50 large. Do not let him into the executive game. Oh my gosh, heavy drama. Larone, I'm not the best person to give ideas to another person, but I think Mecha Chameleon with viewers would be fun. It's the game where you're on a map and color yourself into the environment. Well, thank you for that suggestion, Richard. Will Littlefoot. Yo, what up, Skillet? We are sizzling in the morning. How are you, Skillet? Woke up to Larone. That's it, buddy. We're here in the morning. And, whatever your day entails, maybe you have a day off. Maybe you have to go to work. I'm not sure. But I can tell you that I'm very grateful to be here with you. And thank you for sizzling in. Skillet, it's great you're here. I need breakfast for everybody. I'm thinking hash browns. I'm thinking bacon, maybe some eggs. You can cook them any way you want. I would also maybe like some flapjacks if you can bust out the waffle iron. Any of those would be great. Richie on the spot. He came to Twitch. Oh, Richard's all over the place. Holy crap. I'm going to turn these 2 eggs into 200. That's it, Skillet. Yo, what up, Cubit? How goes the bear hunt? Well, it's gone good so far, considering we haven't shot our bow yet, Cubit. This is usually when it's all just lip service, and I could succeed. So it's going great. We're 0 for 0 accuracy. Wow, listen to Kev over here. He's getting a bowl of that upgraded porridge with honey and canned peaches. Pinnacle peaches, if you will. Holy. Well, it's nice to have you here for breakfast, Kev. We're all just having a beautiful time, chilling out. And really what else I think we're going to do is we're all going to be responsible. And I'm going to get some sound, external help to keep me level-headed here, because we have low HP and every move counts for us. So let's think about getting these fish, maybe getting some rest, and figuring out about how we're going to get to the ravine with more calories and finish this forge up. We should have a responsible amount of steel. We got 14 scrap. That's 1,000,000 arrowheads we can make. We can make 22 arrowheads out of that. That's nuts. So what I think we should do is get a big fat rest for the forge, and then we'll go traveling when it's warmer to go get some more extra fish. And we should have about maybe 1 or 2 fish right outside the door right there. Larone, I missed something. What is our goal? I'll tell you, Richard. We have one specific goal. The goal is crazy, and it's the hardest challenge that's ever been made. There it is. Yo, what up, Sonda? Drink tea or die, baby. I'm going to have to figure out how to say drink tea or die in your native language, but I hope you understand it has become a kind of a catchphrase of ours here, Sonda, and it's all because of you. It's good to see you, Sonda. We're just hanging out. Hopefully no stinky stealth wolves today. You know, Cubit, I think we learned a lot. Here's what I'm going to tell you guys. We all love going out onto the island here. If you guys do pump fake a wolf from inside a cave, there's something about a cave that messes with the pathing and aggression of animals, where when they kind of leave the threshold of it and walk outside, they might re-aggro on you right away. It works to your benefit sometimes, like it does for our John Candy strat. That's how we're able to keep the bear from running away after we bust him up from inside his own home. Because when we shoot him in the butt and he walks out the cave, he doesn't sprint off like he does if we hunt him outside in the wilderness. That was a big problem. We weren't getting enough shots on bears. Here's the other side of it, though. The wolves are the same in most of the caves, it looks like. And if I pump fake inside a cave and then he kind of walks right out the exit of it, he'll re-engage onto me. So I didn't even have time to get a fire lit after the pump fake. He came back, he was after me. So just like outdoor stoves not giving you immunity from wolves, caves might re-aggro him real quickly. So just be careful, because if you try to light a fire after pump faking him, he'll have time to attack you. It's just something to think about. It's good to see you, Sonda. 17:30 time. Well, I don't know what that means, but that's it. So, holy Larone, be careful. Don't become one with the long dark. It's too late. Holy. All right, I'm unpaused over here being a jabroni. We've already lost all kinds of vitals just kind of running our mouth. Classic. It's a good thing we didn't get started on Mario Lopez. Then we'll be here for a while. I have 17:32. Okay, so that means for you guys, it's like 5 in the evening. Got you. For us here, it's about 10 in the morning, and that's why we're talking breakfast. And I think it's really cool that we unite. Dinner time in one part of the world, breakfast time in the other, skillet in one place, Dave's Cave half-off appetizers in the others. What else could you need? You guys are the best. You really cold enough to get to long dark cosplay every time? Well, Kev, that's the key. When you live in an igloo and your neighbors are penguins, it just works out that way. $17:30 time, real time. Yeah, that's the real time. Breakfast dinner. You're the best, Rossetti. We're going to be responsible, and we're going to get by without a lot. My dinner was coffee and Snickers, but enough energy for Larone's stream. That's pretty energy focused right there, Richard. I am going to hope that you get some nice vegetables and protein. You're going to have to be strong and vital if you're going to be dealing cards. We can't have any muscle spasms and then you throw an ace over and you have a misdeal situation. You imagine how upset one of those Latvian gangsters is going to be if you deal a card and it flips over and it's an ace and he thought he was going to get that ace? We gotta have nice vitals in real life. Snickers are pretty great. They're definitely one of the staple candy bars. They got it all. I haven't had one in a long time. And I love me some Big Moose Kicks. So we're just resting as much as we can, traveling at the warm part of the day, bringing our fish and more fish over to the Riken, and it's on. I'll cut some fruit, yes. I'll have some self-grown apples. Wow, Richard. You know, we have a lot of green thumbs in the mix, and I appreciate that. A lot of folks making their own vegetables and food and stuff. Okay, so here we are. So as soon as I start walking around, I remember this is the best game ever. You know, you're around, you just have to scrounge for stuff. Look at this desolate whale factory. What used to be a bustling break room for the workers of Great Bear Island is now a destitute place. One more hour. Gonna try to wait for that wind to die so we can maybe get a fish on the way to the Reich. That coho salmon out there is pretty much all we got. When we go to the food, it is empty sauce over there. It's a cool hobby. Yeah, it is, Richard. I would love to grow myself some tomatoes or peppers and start putting some fresh stuff in my dinner. That's gonna be a move for another time. But I'm looking forward to it. All right, let's go check on the weather. All right, we're stink walking. We're going to Narnia. Trying to get rid of that wolf over there. See if we can stink walk by him. There's no place I'd rather be. Look at him over there. Alright, it's warming up out here. There's just one down arrow. Looks like we got a guy over here. We probably searched this last time, but we'll kind of just walk down the coast on the way to the whale factory here and see if we can get any extra fish. We're grabbing feathers to eventually attach to our simple arrow shafts so that we can make arrows and eventually hunt bear. So basically, here's what you do in this challenge. You start out, the weather's crazy, and you go and make yourself a bow so that you can defend yourself and do some hunting. It's one big sprint to make your defensive weapon. Then after that, it's on. The hunt begins. But it's not really too much of a relaxing situation because you only have 21 days to do it. So you must stay moving forward and being responsible at every turn. Here we go. Ooh, yeah, I'm the fish. I'm the other fish.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
All right, that was huge. We have 3 fish now for the big forge. I'm going to see what this is down here. Looks like reclaimed wood, and then we're going right back there to the Riken. We can afford no drip. We definitely can't be out in the cold. Okay, to the Riken. Let's hope that these 3 fish will get us there. Why? There's fish under you every time you leave the building. Is it some kind of strat? It is, Richard. It's called the responsible strat. It's called, at the end of last time, get fish so that you can start off not dripping HP in any way and set yourself up for success. We're still trying to evolve that plan, by the way. Detailed... Oh! Reishi mushrooms! So this is the best game ever. It doesn't really have to reinvent the wheel. It's just about surviving in a very grounded circumstance. There's no wizards. There's no potions. It's just real stuff and real seriousness, you know? I don't know what I'm talking about. To be fair, the environment of Long Dark is beautiful in its own way. It really reminds me of an old game on a phone I played like 10 years ago.
Too much stuff to carry.
Yeah. Alright, so let's think about it. Probably get a fire going, boil some water, cook up the fish, and have the fish all cooked for the big forge. I probably want to get maybe 1 or 2 more hours sleep too before the whole thing is said and done. Let's hope the weather maintains just long enough for us to do an outdoor cooking sesh with our big fish pile. Gotta start being more responsible. And I do think it would be wise to check on our match situation. Anytime you're at the beginning of a run like we are, matches are pretty serious. Not bad. About 23 or 4. Pretty exciting. You know what, Larone? I think I will buy this game. I hope it's on sale, though. Richard, I got the best news in the world for you. The Steam Summer Sale, baby! You got about a couple more days, Richard. Now is the time. If you got any, a few chips flipped at you by the gangsters, that's all it takes. You can get that thing for a solid price right now, and I recommend it more than anything. I'm telling you, Richard, we have gotten our money's worth times 1,000,000,000,000 out of this game. It is the best. Sleep 10 hours or die. You're in on it now, Sonda. Amazing. I hope you eventually learn that we can't rebuild health during our sleep, though. Since we're on a harder difficulty, the only way to get health back is birch tea. So, I'll find a way to communicate that to you. We're on the road where you cannot rebuild your health. You must get birch or you will die on the road to no health regeneration. There might be a necromancer on the island. That is yet to be confirmed. That's true. We do a lot of stuff with those trailers. Except glimmer, fog, wizards, and magic case potions. All circling around trailer magic is most of the magic in this game. Alright, we probably won't be able to get this full next hour in, but we'll do it. And we're going to get full rest before the forge so we don't get tired during it. It's a pretty long process. There it is. Okay, so since we're doing an outdoor fire, we will risk weather coming and blowing the fire out. It gives us an extra burner, since the forge in there is just a 1 burner. More fish at once. Check the temperature here, make sure we stabilize this bad boy. Look at this chunker here, 4.75. Okay. So it's a beautiful night for an aurora. Look at the lighthouse over there. Our boy Versetti loves the lighthouses. And when it becomes an aurora, it becomes even more majestical. Listen, man. Have you ever seen the aurora next to the lighthouse, man? It becomes colorful and beautiful out here. You can see there's no light pollution at all here on Great Bear Island. You can see every bit of the stars in the galaxies. We talked about Snickers earlier, but what about the Milky Way? Holy. Dairy alert. Okay, craft up some teas. Lighthouse looking so beautiful. Prepared reishi mushrooms. All right, we're just kind of planning and preparing, getting our situation settled out. Close to doing a double fire to expand the time. Looks like this Davy's getting down there, 67%. Whoa! It was just green for a second over there. It was killing it. Look at that. All right, we're doing our responsibilities and getting ready for the big forge. We got a bunch of recycled cans. Running river oats we can't cook. We did get an emergency stem, I believe, from the lighthouse. No? We used it last time. Ah! Forgot about that. Where'd you get that hat? I want it, Larone. Well, it can be delivered to your house in no time, Richard. You just keep on searching. Probably just put purple toque, and you'll find it pretty quick. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, it's good to see you, bud. These are my favorite moments where we get to reflect and look at the beauty of the game, and we're all connected by the unifying grace of Great Bear. Things, the odds are against us here. Our health is just wildly terrible right now, but it's not stopping us from fighting for this will. Just like every other will, we want to give them their chance to succeed and storm the steeds. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. Can you see the letters on this okay? I don't know, maybe they can help you, Skillet. The will to survive. That's it, Versetti. Alright, I'm just thinking about our next couple moves here. We're gonna travel westward through Desolation, across the town to get to Coastal. We're going to go all the way through Coastal, up at the northwest exit, and get to the ravine. Go through the Bear Creek campground, get some cattail dreams, maybe a couple more birch saplings, and just prepare ourselves for the hunt. We want to have a solid 9 or 10 arrows when we begin the hunt to make sure we can farm those shots into the bear once we get the first one. And we pretty much see a bear right when we get into Pleasant Valley, and it's on the second we get into that freezing tundra of a region. So we basically go into it knowing that it goes from 0 to 60 the second that bow is created. Let's see how many torches we got. We got 4 torches, very responsible. Oh, wow. The Riken is illuminated by the crazy aurora. Oh, extra lump. I don't know what it is, but I very much love these Tuesdays and Fridays. Actually, I think I know what it is. You guys are awesome and this game is awesome.
Did it?
Problem figured out. Alright, we usually like to throw 8 lumps on to get to a minimum of 150 degrees before we can actually start forging here. We'll probably do a set of arrowheads so that we can water bowl at the same time. There it is. And here we go. The forge begins. Alright, now we'll do the improvised knife, which will take 3 hours. We always like to do that one when we have all of our vitals accounted for. Definitely don't want to lose the well-fed or anything. We got 7 hours left on the forge. It's time for the bow-making knife to be crafted. Boom. And now we have it, baby. Boom! Improvised knife. An improvised knife made of scrap metal. That's it. And then we just go 1 hour at a time on these arrowheads, responsibly accounting for our vitals, making sure we don't take a drip here. This is what it's all about. Oh. Alright, looks like we're going with a couple more lumps here to get this thing done. Right now we're sitting with 8 arrowheads. We're getting up to a nice number. Alright, let's think about it. We got 10 arrowheads. I think I want to make like 12 just to be sure. Just to give ourselves a little bit extra. And what happens is if you do use your arrows and shoot them into bears, they'll eventually break. But you do get back the arrowhead. So that's a bonus. You get a feather or something and an arrowhead back. Let's do one more. Well, considering all the adversity against us, that was pretty smooth. You fade into the long dark often enough, you get pretty used to these early game situations here, like forging. Okay. So, this is actually working out timing-wise pretty solid. Let's leave this thing in here and drop our fish outside. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm going to drop a little bit of weight here and leave this scrap metal here at the Riken. The reason we're going to hang on to that heavy hammer is that I've had decent success getting the wolves off of me. And since all the sliders are set to kick your butt, we got to get those wolves off us fast or we're going to lose every bit of HP. Like if we got in a wolf attack right now, it would be over the second it started. We're hoping that if we have about 90% or something at some point, that we'll be able to bust them off us with a heavy hammer. It's good to see you guys, man. We're storming the steeds big time. 6 days, 3 hours, and 53 minutes. Need some serious birch bark. You're exactly right, Cubit. Yo, what's up, Sweet Potato Melito? How's it going? We're doing it. We're just resting up so that we're strong for the big travel. And we're going to get some serious birch bark. The most serious. We'll be traveling during the evening time. We slept a little bit longer than we would like into the warm part of the day. So let's do our traveling immediately. All right, beautiful. No stink lines. It's on. The ravine on the way to Mystery Lake might have plenty of birch bark. You hit it on the head, Cubit. That's part of the plan. That really is salvation for us in so many ways. This is what we do, man. We make arrows. Oh! Okay, we're heading into wolf territory with no wolf torch to fend them off. Yeah, we got the Hollywood Moose here, Cubit. Look at him over there. We dealt with him last time. Or should I say, he dealt with us. Holy. We didn't get broken ribs, though. Alright, beware of wolves. We're going to use the wall to pump fake if we need to. Once we get the swirl in the top center of the screen, we know where our wind is blocked and we can pump fake from there. If you're in the wind, your torch will blow out and the wolf will attack. It looks like we got 1 down arrow when we block the wind and 3 when we're not. So when you travel during the warm part of the day like this, blocking the wind will actually make a big improvement to your ability to sustain outdoors. All right, here comes our first big threat. So use the windshield here, and we don't move, and do the pump fake while we're blocked. And now it'll blow out the second we go over here. Now we got issues. Here we go. Trusty brand down, but we'll live to tell the tale. Heavy Hammer's by far the best for ending wolf struggles ASAP. It has a 2 times higher chance than the next closest weapon at ending the struggle. Do you think that it ends the struggle even faster than the Cougar knife? I've heard a lot out there, Versetti, that one's actually the best.
There's a couple of packages of garbage bags here. If on your way out, you wouldn't mind taking one, filling it up, and leaving it where you fill it, that certainly would be appreciated.
That's good advice. Look, we've all made a mess here, and it's on us. It isn't on the facilities here at the venue. It is on us hippies to clean up after ourselves. And I think that muffled announcement, while everybody was already gone, is going to get the job done. There's some garbage bags if you guys wouldn't mind working for the place you paid for a ticket for. That would be good. Classic hippie logic. Listen, man. Some of them were gone, but most of them were gone, man. Nice. Okay, here's our saplings, baby. Look at that. Our maple is cured. I don't even know how that's possible, given the fact that it's only been 6 days, but we got it early, baby. So we're ready to go. I think it's possible because we've been sticking around here just trying to live for a little bit longer than usual. Okay, so we definitely don't have any more calories on us either, except for that one Rishi tea we can make. We're gonna grab every lump now since we're not coming back through here. Lump acquisitions. So each one of these lovely lady lumps is gonna save our lump during the big hunt in Pleasant Valley. Every lump counts. No lump left behind. I do hope that you guys had a fantastic weekend. Monday is behind us. Oh. And it's time to storm the steeds of the week. Summer's here. We're getting into the heart of it. So, because there's no mending fail, sometimes having a backup set of shoes isn't a bad idea. I thought about bringing them. Here's to hoping we'll find ourselves just more shoes along the way. Which maps have you been to so far apart from DP? Well, we spent a little bit of time, Cubit, over in Coastal. That's where we got our heavy hammer and a few of the saplings we got. We got our cured guts in the blue trailer at the log sort. We just kind of passed through. Or when the foot fetish bear attacks again. Yeah, pretty much. There's a lot of things. And since we're on this crazy challenge, Cubit, our clothes deteriorate rapidly. You'll hear them ripping off you as you're walking around, and even if you go out in a blizzard, they fall apart even more. The good thing is we got a big fat rest before we left, so we won't have to do too much sleeping, just temperature stabilization.
Feels like night is coming.
This one here is for reishi mushroom tea and a quick pop-up temperature-wise so that we can travel without taking any sort of drip, because we really can't afford it.
Well, that didn't work.
75% chance. What do you say, Raph? But if the goal is to just end the struggle ASAP to avoid taking damage, hammer's by far the best. Beautiful. That's why we're keeping that big heavy hammer on us, just in case we get jumped by another wolf. There's a chance, you know?
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great, man. All right, we got 2 up arrows on the fire. And if we can get to about 5 p.m., right around there on the temperature part, that's when we can kick it up with the tea. See, it pushes that temperature vital way up. Let's do it. All right, our attempts at being responsible continue. Larone, tell me, as a new streamer, how do you feel after the streams? Are you tired? Are you motivated? How do you feel? I can tell you, Richard, the one feeling I have the most is gratitude. I'm grateful that we all love this game and that I get to spend time with friends when I play it. And then after that, I would say I feel excited. So I think one of the other feelings is excitement. So sometimes if I go too late, I'll stay up for a couple hours because I'll be all fired up. So I'll stay up and see what everybody else is up to for a little bit. I get excited. I get excited before and after, apparently. right, we're going through wolf areas. Then it's unlimited energy if you can get excited before and after. Yeah, it's like we drank a coffee and ate a Snickers. Found an energy glitch in real life. Yeah. I think that's it, Richard. We have figured out how to do it. Plus, we do drink Big Moose Kicks as well. I'll probably get one later. And Richard, since you're new to the game, Big Moose Kicks is the brand of coffee in this game. So I drink it in real life as well while playing. Holy. But this time... Coastal Highway. Okay, we're going to our neighbor's house at Quincy's, picking up the flour and stuff we left, and we're gonna stay moving, baby. It's a nice, warm traveling part of the day. If the weather allows, it's time to keep grooving and moving. We also want to look for feathers along the side of the road here at the Ravaged. Calories are pretty serious, too. I see a shadow in the distance in that direction, and that is a kind of scary shadow that might mean a Timberwolf. Let's see if we can use these deer as a meat shield from the old Minnesota Timberwolf pack that might be in that corner. So we're going weather over Ravaged right now. We're going to stay moving because the weather's allowing us to travel. Might score a few reishi mushrooms over here. We will mine the bear. Is the best. Waterfront cottages. All right, let's try to go as the crow flies across the ice. Another 10-point buck. It's a big deer day. Eagle Eye Larone sees a pixel that could be a Timby. Amazing. Thank you, Pack and Play. Thank you for coming in with those compliments this Tuesday. I appreciate that. You know what my motto is? The more Pack and Play commentary, the better. Good morning, Larone chat. Hope you're having a great day. I sure am, Pack. And it's gotten even better since you packed in the action. And now we're playing around. I think that's the bear over there. Next to the neighbor's house. More eagle eye spotting. This is crazy. Once thought I found a dead bear on the ice here. Went over and then heard the snoring. Holy. He was taking a snooze. I was just roasted earlier, Cubit. I once thought I saw a bear, but it was a rock in a cave. And I was scared to walk up to a rock because I thought it was going to eat me, steal my shoes. Oh! I thought that was a deer. Okay, we got plenty of up arrows. We're going to do this quick. We got nothing to craft except, of course, rosehip teas, which we're going to be saving for rosehip empanadas once we get to cooking level 3. And those are, of course, the greatest food in the whole game. Rosehip empanadas give you the ability to stay up all night and also get calories. It reduces fatigue. So you eat one of these bad boys and get 3 per batch, and then it helps you stay up throughout the night. Let's say you're super sleepy and your guy is unable to carry stuff. You eat one of these empanadas and your carrying capacity actually increases. Bang, bang, you're faster. It's the food, it's the hunter's food of choice. Also, the food of choice if you're trying to get stuff done in a short amount of time. If you're on like a long 1,000-day run or something, rosehip pies apply a little bit less because you got a long marathon ahead of you. Ours is more of a track event maybe, and it's only 21 days. So we're gonna need rosehip empanadas to be flowing through the skillet. What up, Fanaz? The Valheim Viking Pro. It is good to see you, Fanaz. You have been killing it, by the way. It's great to see you. Even with your crew just giving you the onslaught of all those bad guys and antagonists when you play. You duck and dodge. Killing it, Fanaz. So that's the thing that is displayed on your Twitch. It's rosehip pies. You figured it out, Richard. I have a problem, and I've reached like stage 3 or 4 in my recovery, where I started admitting it, but it doesn't stop me from saying thank you for those rose hips. Thank you, Fanaz and Pack, for those rose hips. It's good to see you. All right, this thing is gonna blow out. Let's get to the neighbor's house. Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much for those rose hips. I might even be able to make a batch with all those ones. I saw rose hips on an Alone season. Oh man, they told me to watch that one, Fanaz, because it's pretty close to this one. I watched a little bit of the first season and I thought it was a pretty good show. There was this one cop who was in way over his head and he was like crying because the real life bears were coming after him. That was exactly how I would react in real life. I would have none of the courage that Will shows in this game, and I'd be the cop calling the boat to come get me on the first day. You know, I signed up to survive, not to be somebody's dinner. That show's pretty good. Okay, there's our little pile. Let's drop the curables. And then we're going to take a little sleep here to wait for that wind to die down. So we're living meal to meal at this point. This season is in the Canadian Arctic. Holy. This summer, things get a little colder. All right, since calories are so low, I don't want to bojangle around too much. I just want to sleep and get going so that we can go get those cattails from Bear Creek Campground area.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Nope. You're picking it up and you say that. Okay. Now let's do an inventory here. We got 3 saplings and 1 maple. I think this will make a total of 9 arrows once they're broken down. I think you get 3 arrow shafts per birch. So we at least want 1 more birch to make sure. We'll find out when we get to the log sword if we have that. If not, we're going to be scouting for that 1 more birch so we can eventually make. 9 will be good to start with, though. It seems like it's going to be tricky trying to do a second forge in this short time. Also, I feel slow and encumbered right now. This is tricky. This is tricky.
Something behind.
All right, to the log sort. I see the bear huffing and puffing. It's a late night out for him. He was probably on an all-night bender over at Dave's Cave. I can't blame him. You know, the prices down there are so affordable. He's walking home from Mystery Lake. There's no driving on Great Bear. That's why the bartender never cuts you off, because he knows you'll be safe. Although, there are some sketchy rocks. You might fall and hurt yourself. Just be careful, okay? Let's continue. Dancing roast hips for you. Thank you, Richard. They're dancing. Dave's Cave just opened up a new wing that has movie rentals. Pretty cool. Thank you, Pack and Play. I think it is pretty cool. I actually really love that video store. We were talking about it earlier. Tex said he spent some time over there and was checking it out. I was spilling slushies all over the desk, renting out scary movies, handing out flyers to people. And of course, we named the store Dave's Cave because, you know, what else would it be? Okay, Larone, I'll do my car school for driver's license. See you later, alligator. My apologies, Mr. Larone, the president. I'll see you, Richard. You be safe. I'm pretty new to TLD. There is no tutorial in survival or story mode. There's mixed reviews on the story mode, but I think it's a good place to start. Survival is unforgiving and every death is a lesson for the next will. Well said. That's it, Pack. We actually haven't even tried the story mode yet. We've been doing the every death is a lesson thing just in survival. We've already accrued 900 hours in our time, and we're closing in on the big 1K. Just completely being negligent over and again. But maybe just a tad bit negligent the next time. Maybe. Alright, let's continue. We're going up to this trailer right over here. It's just going to be kind of staying mobile. Our calories are down to about 7 o'clock. Those things get to the bottom and our well-fed is gone. And that takes away with it, of course, 5 kilograms of carrying capacity, which is a very important thing to have. So we might just have to do a 1 quick hour warm-up inside the trailer and then back out on the road.
Feel my feet.
The rabbits frolic. I'm going to check for burdock root behind this thing.
I need to drop something.
Wow, do you see all these bunk beds? These were actually empty bunk beds up until the point when we moved them. And then it got a little more magical in here. All right, we got plenty of more cured birch. We're going to be good to go on arrows the whole time. And those guts are almost ready too. Though we've been pretty negligent, we're actually doing okay on our curable speed. All right, let's extinguish this and go to sleep for an hour. Yo, what up, Watchman? Hi, guys, I brought you hips. Seems like I made to the Whimsy Land. You did, my friend. It's great to see you, Watchman. I hope that you and Jackie Earl Haley have been having a good time. It's time to storm the steeds, Watchman. All right, we're going for 2 hours just to make sure we have enough temperature. Now let's go get ourselves some calories. All right, it's going to be a little bit of a stink walk. We got 96% here in our guts. Stink walk at night in the dangerous wilderness.
I might have to drop some gear.
Three down arrows right now, no joking about. Since we didn't get the loophole with the fire striker, I feel bad just lighting matches all over town. I'll light them if my life's on the line, and it's getting close right now. I'm risking it. Any little smudge I see, I think's a wolf. Our temperature is plummeting. Gonna be a spot fire probably on the way. The tooth! Alright, it's not the most lump conservation move, but we're starting a fire. We cannot take the drip. Ah! We just lost 3 HP? Help me! How's day going and how is the game punishing you? Well, it just punished us for 3 HP because it's super cold out here, Watchman. Fortunately, we're still in the warm coastal highway. We're gonna try... Oh.
It worked.
Back. That's very uncharacteristically roasty of you. Now, I'm going to hope that maybe it's just because you drank roasted coffee this morning. Maybe you're feeling a little roasty. But, you know, we're ushering in a new era of support. There's been too much roasting going on around these parts. Sick of it. All right, let's do this. All right, we're trying to get back to our birch, baby. We're going to the ravine. Just trying to heat you up. Yeah, well, there's been enough people around here heating me up these days, Pac. You're my supporter. Heartbeat.
so hungry in my life.
Truly was unlucky that you didn't have any tinder. Yeah, probably bad planning too, right? We're gonna try to make some responsible tinder. Now's probably a good time. We got 37 sticks. Let's listen to Pack. Alright. So I hope you guys love the ambiance. It's kind of like we're at a permanent ultrasound here. Speaking of ultrasound, I saw some screenshots from the story mode, and there was like a picture of Will and Astrid, and then there was a kid in the middle. So I think what we learned was that there's an heir to the Mackenzie throne somewhere out there. How cool is that? Really want to check in that fishing hut for calories. Come on, random maple syrup or granola bar.
Where's the good stuff?
That's not the good stuff. Always got my hand on the holster, so I know you guys practice the art of ninjutsu. Got any stray cattail dreams around here?
Can't feel my hands.
Oh my gosh. They're trying to stop you, Skillet. Well, not for long. Do you think you're going to stop us? Not a chance. Just when you thought they were going to stop us, we said, don't even think about it. Here we go, ready?
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh! 50 miles an hour is the appropriate mileage we have to go, or this bus is gonna blow. Holy! If you see Sandra, there's one thing you have to tell her. She's gonna be driving the bus, and she can't slow it down. Please tell Sandra not to slow down the bus. Please. Yeah, I don't know. Bezos takes umbrage sometimes, and he just randomly picks his spots. We have thwarted him in some ways, though. We're making improvements and strides, and eventually we're going to get to the bottom of him trying to stop Keanu. But what we know now is 50 miles an hour. We can't go less than that. If we do, it'll blow. Was that the kid with the tail or something? Is that the kid with the tail or something, huh? Not even 49.9? No, that's the thing. For a while there, I was wrong. But I'm pretty sure now it's 50 miles an hour, Big Skillet. Because if we go that slow, it'll blow. Oh, you're talking about the kid, Will's kid. I got you, Rossetti. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the story, but I highly doubt it. Interesting. I'm working on my way through episode 5. I'll do a deep dive on Will and Astrid lore. Yeah, I apologize if that was a spoiler for you, Pac. I just saw someone playing it, and I saw the picture that they held up, and it looked like there was a kid in between. So what if there's a Will Jr. carrying on the pilot name, you know? Ruffy stole it. I went back and watched the tape. Okay, so here's the situation. We have a great plan ahead of us, and things are going really good. I think we're going to take a quick Bezos. I'm going to get some calories in my belly and make our responsible plan, and we'll detail that by taking a look at the map real quick. It could be that, Skillet. I'm not sure. I don't really know anything about the story except I've seen images of it. All right, quick Bezos, and we're going to continue. That would make sense to have like a melodramatic storyline there. Maybe that's why Astrid is so grumpy and mean towards Will. Maybe she takes out her issues on him from the kid situation. Who knows? All right, I'll be right back. How's it going? We're going to try to get our act together here. We have a lot going on. Calories are serious. I'm having a really good time, though. I will say that. This game rules. Golly. We need something that we left behind. Alright, get to the next door one. Only 21 more shots.
Anything right about now.
Alright, well-fed's in jeopardy. Our shelves are shrinking. One and 0.4. So here's the tricky situation. We have calories and temperature. If I go out there, we'll basically fade into the long dark. We're getting to the point where well-fed might be something we have to reacquire over these 21 days. We'll sleep and see how far we can get. We'll obviously take a drip from hunger too when that gets to the bottom. Nitty gritty. I of course could expend some rose hips to keep that well-fed as well too. It costs 24 rose hips to do 1 tea, and then you get about 100 calories. We're real close to Cattail City if we could just get to that river. It's a matter of being able to survive getting over there. So we have to sleep, and calories are low. Let's try it. This might be well-fed RIP soon. That one hurt. 15 trusty brand.
Too much stuff to carry.
Put that darn torch away. Okay. Now with our small amount of calories, we got to get to the river and eat that cattail immediately. We have, one big shot at getting to the river before our temperature drops, and we're probably going to have 3 down arrows no matter what. It's the middle of the night and it's cold. We're going to run into a bear and a wolf maybe along the way too. So let's hope there's no wind and we can pump fake them properly. Try to avoid sprinting. That'll give us big time down on our calories. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose it, gang. I think we might also be stink walking until these guts finish curing. Yeah, it's It's not looking good, Skillet. RIP well-fed coming up. Ah! All right, we got 3 days till we get it back. That's all there is to it. At this point, we're just trying to live. That's it. All right, we're losing 1 HP per hour right now.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Get to the river! You guys are multiplying! The cured guts are attracting the local wildlife.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
I think we all deal with this, but these guys are jabronis, and they always run the way I'm going, and then they have amnesia and forget about the pump fake I just administered towards them moments earlier. All right, we're taking a drip. Let's get it lit. Yeah, it's getting tense, Cubit.
Come on.
There was a Will Jr. That's all I'm gonna say.
Fire's life out here.
All right, double lump. Get it immediately warm enough. HP is bad news. I don't know why, but throwing stones at wolves gives me joy. Does each torch add warmth? That's the thing, Skillet. I'm starting to think it might put a few Celsius next to us, and I usually, when I'm taking a drip, try to add a few torches around me to make sure my environment is warming up as quick as possible. Because you do get 2 Celsius when you hold a lit torch, and I'm pretty sure next to your feet it does too. So the tech is still being meshed out exactly. That's a scientific term, of course. I'm thinking about doing the unheard of and wasting my rose hips. This is crazy right now. Heading into the morning hours. Still cold as crap out here. We gotta get cattails to get off the drip. Just making sure I have my curables before we leave town. Beautiful. Let's go get cattail dreams. Sick of it. One rose hip tea could save you. Let me get some of those hips. Thank you, Cupid and Skillet. That's the attitude. Alright, now we're off the drip. Now it's about making sure the temperature never goes low. Spot fire when we get to about 9 o'clock on the temperature. Preventative drip circumstances. Hand on the holster. We do have a ravage coming up. We gotta get to the rabbit cabin. That's an indoor location for us. Go! We ain't even gonna make it there. Torch Bear gives you 2 Celsius. Lantern gives you 3. What's up, Bean? How's it going, Bean? We're taking the drip. Go! 75% chance. 3 out of 4, baby.
To rest.
Oh my.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Two HP, gang. I did hear nature calling a deer if we want to get a big surplus of food. Is this Misery? This is like harder than Misery Skillet, actually. This is every slider in a custom sandbox mode put to the hardest possible everything. Weather, animals, resources. It's even crazier. It's getting wild out here. Come on, man, take it easy. I can't keep this guy from spazzing, man. I'm crouched. Ah! Let's go get that deer. You guys hear that wolf? Where is he? I might not have enough fatigue for this. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Alright, I'm not gonna even get crazy here. I sure would love to pull the torch. But if I go next to that fire, I might stumble in. Oh no, we're taking a drip from hunger. We gotta get a cattail. Oh no, we're gonna lose both HP. This cattail.
I'm so tired, I can just lay down right here.
We have an hour to get to the rabbit cabin.
Can't feel my feet.
Why? Light it!
So cold.
Just light it, bro! Well, I suppose we faded into the long dark. I want to be pretty optimistic here. I think we did okay considering how things ended last time. But it's never an exciting occasion when a will goes to heaven. This was a great one. This was Littlefoot Will. He had a little bit of a Native American name, also a name similar to the dinosaur from Land Before Time. He tried his darndest. This guy never really was given a fair shot, though. He was given to me with skill issues on a time when I was already sad about another will. So I wasn't giving him the full energy I could have, you know? It was tough. Tough scenes. Obviously, what took me out here was just brute forcing a lot, negligence, and being irresponsible. Nature called on Will this time. Injuries after falling. So here's the question. Why couldn't I light a darn fire on that snow? It probably wasn't going to change anything. My HP was dripping as soon as that temperature stopped. It was so slow getting to that rabbit cabin, too, and visibility was low, making it even worse. I think the one mistake was trying to go for that ravaged deer. I think I got too greedy there. Should have just kept getting cattails and getting to the rabbit thing. That was my one little mistake today, with 1,000 mistakes last time and maybe leading up to it. Either way, this is a time of celebration of life. So let's be serious. You all look beautiful today in your black dresses and your black suits. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here to celebrate the loss of our 8th or 9th attempt at this challenge. This is the hardest challenge ever, and this is the one challenge Littlefoot Will would have wanted to accomplish. He's going to have to watch us from above and give us sage advice through the spiritual realm. He's a great man, and he persevered. He knew how to get fish off the beach. He just really had the odds against him the whole time, you know? Here's the situation. We need to have a moment of silence for a great man. Thank you. We died, Tex. Massive injuries from falling. Holy. We lived a week. It's a little shorter than usual. Again, we were just on tilt last time. We were pushing too hard and taking the drip. We did find a can opener. That's pretty exciting. We got ourselves a nice can opener here. We were opening those cans. Boy, I tell you. Unfortunately, though, in a hunting tournament, we shot no bow shots. Not great. Over here, our cooking skill was on the way to 2. We had the fire starting. Archery was at the starting point. We had some responsible notes, and we gave it our all, you know? This was our 8th attempt at this challenge. We're going into our 9th. We're going to have to do it. Perseverance Mills will be renamed Perseverance Will. Tex, that's amazing. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's the love and support that I need. Thank you, Tex. He would have loved that. All right. We're saying goodnight to a hero here. Will 8. Littlefoot Will. Thank you. Wild Will. Holy, I like that, Watchman. Thank you, Tex, for those hips. Find solace in that. When Will fades into the long dark, he is welcome and greeted by the wills that came before him. Oh, nice, Bean. I like that. Yikes. Oh, Bezos is over here stopping pack and play. The stuff he allows, and then this innocuous comment was blocked. You guys will see it here. Bezos had a problem with the butt, but he's okay with all the other nonsense that goes on. Will. This Will had the stubborn hard-headedness of those before. Will was delirious from exhaustion and hunger, and yet he still pushed onward. Always onward to hit a bear in the butt 21 times in only 21 days. Need to build up some early birch barks, I think. Bigfoot Will's gonna be the one. Yeah. This is serious, man. I'm a bit sad that we did fade into the long dark there. But what I know Littlefoot Will would have wanted is for us to recover. Come back stronger. And storm the steeds. So we're going to copy the custom code here for the 21 tournament and try to get back into the game, you know? The plan is simple. And we must adhere to it. We're doing the 21. Gotta storm the steeds. 9 lives, Will. Aretha, guide us on this new pilgrimage. That's it. How about next run you reach Ravine and get back to Forge and DP? Well, it's probably too much backtracking, Watchman. The real situation is I can get to the Ravine after the Forge with like 90 HP normally. I just can't be negligent and push too hard to speed run everything. As you saw, we had our bow ready to go, but it was even done too early. So if I'm dripping HP to get that bow crafted, and I didn't even get to Mystery Lake to make it happen yet. So I just need to be a little more patient and responsible, I think, and take it easy. We're going to try to live for 21 days. Shoot the bow 21 times. Never miss a shot. We can't rebuild any health through anything but birch bark, and no mending fails. Big time like the big time. We start in DP. That's the place we love. We go in DP all around the town and we get our way over to the whale factory. There's about 2 spots we usually start in when we spawn here in DP. We're going right here in this little cubby, and then making our way all the way eastward towards this big place, or we start next to the Lonely Lighthouse and make our way eastward to the Hibernia. Then we ascertain our loot pool and storm the steeds, of course. Thank you for those hips, Pack. Thank you very much for those hips. All right, let's do it. What do you say? Okay, we go to new, custom, and then we put the 21 challenge custom code in there, baby, and we get it going. And you can see all the sliders are crazy. Look at the struggle bonus for the animals. When they attack you, they do the most damage, and you get the least bonus from fighting them off. Everything is crazy. The animals can smell you from 8 years away. When you have stink lines, that's even crazier. Just wildlife spawns all over the place. The worst gear. It's crazy. All right, we're going to DP, baby. We love DP because it's small, it's easy to get across, and we're very familiar with it. Bigfoot Wild. All right, that's it. Will 9, the Wild Bigfoot. Wild Bigfoot, maybe? How long can you survive? Well, last time it was a week. A solid 7 days, and we're going to make that move forward. What's up, Skabura? I lost a second run at the first bear. Yeah, it's tough, Skabura. It's good to see you, my friend. I hope that you've been doing very well and that you're enjoying all of the football and you're having a great time. And it's amazing to have a legend like yourself in the mix. How's it going, Skabura? Skabura is one of the only other brave pros who's actually tried this challenge. It's pretty daunting, and a lot of the guys out there are likely intimidated by the tough rules set. But not Skabura. He is the Terminator, and he knows that it's sketchy and insane, and he's going straight for it. It's tough. We're just starting a new one over here, Skabura. We just faded into the long dark after 7 days. If there will be a next run, how about turn him into feral, Will? I think that's appropriate, Watchman. By that point, he will be pretty feral. It'll be the 10th attempt at this crazy thing. Insane. All right, here we go. We start off in a blizzard. Sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Okay, we're taking the trip. Now it's a party.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, 50 miles miles an hour. Please, if you see Sandra, there's a mile per hour we have to go to keep this bus safe. It's 50, and if we go below that, it'll blow. That's it, Skillet. Please tell Sandra it can't slow down. I'm telling you, because it'll blow. I love the sad music for the speed references. We always grab a couple sticks to make sure we can make some tinder. A little faster than the cardboard boxes they have there at the Riken. Affliction, frostbite, risk! Alright, we got a mega torch here. Alright, there's the slope we usually come down when we go the road-wise. Pretty soon here we're going to hit that diagonal to get to the whale factory. Right here at this slope is when we go diagonal. So then we kind of look this direction, and then we use our ears to get us to the whale factory. You'll hear those oil drums. There they go. Affliction, frostbite, risk! Go, Will! Okay, now, this is when we discuss our strat. We have a couple strats we have to implement here. There's a situation called Christmas morning strat. And what we don't want is to see the dreaded storm lantern. That's the worst of all the loot pools. The one where you get the storm lantern in the whale factory. Somehow we have escaped that one for a while now. If we see the storm lantern this time, it'll be, it's been a while since we have, so it's not like we've been getting it all the time, but we do not want the storm lantern. It means we're on kind of one of the unfortunate loot pools, and we're not going to get an early hacksaw or a fire striker. So, we're going to look to the right. First obstacle is no storm lantern, and then we'll discuss the second obstacle. We do not want to see the storm lantern. If we do, we're going to implement Christmas morning strat, which is a strat where you say, "Oh, thanks, Raph, for this storm lantern, or this bedroll you just gave me. This is great." You be grateful for it because it is a gift, but you were hoping for the PlayStation. So the PlayStation for us is finding a hacksaw in Hibernia so that we can get our fire striker in the abandoned mine right next to Hibernia. That's the best loot pool, of course. Let's see if we have a storm lantern. Whoa, thanks, Raph. You gave us a goofy storm lantern loot pool. This is awesome. Wow, man. We're gonna light up this whale factory with this. And it's way better than getting an early maple in a hunting tournament where there's no time. Ah! Yeah, we were due. Yo, what up, QC? How's it going, bud? There will be light. Oh my gosh. We just got the worst situation.
What's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stinks? That's right, it stinks!
Oh! Alright, we gotta do the visual one. They try to keep us down again, but they won't.
What's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stinks? That's right, it stinks!
Oh! Alright, God knows what we're going to do on this storm lantern loot pool. I get it so seldom that I really don't know what's going on. I think we're going to have to pull it up here. We got an Excel sheet, and we'll find out exactly where we're going to get our hacksaw. But we know it's not going to be Desolation Point. So this is when you might be wise to adapt to the beachcombing strat. That's one that Skabura's been utilizing. Forgot about our mega torch. Take the day off, boys. I gave him the storm lantern, eh? That's our raft. Last time I left my diaper in your care, dude. I hope you did not lose him. Holy crap.
That did it.
All right, so we're going to have to make the best of all this situation. We did find random trusty brand. We're kind of in uncharted territories here in this storm lantern loot pool. So usually what we like to do is go and get our starter gear. And I've been leaving behind this safe. I need to really make sure I get to that too. Let's start by finding our pry bar. We do usually get a pry bar here in the whale factory. And so we'll open up those exclusive lockers with that bad boy. And then we'll go get our coffee and things from the rafters. Can't believe we got the lantern. That's the craziest. This is one of the downsides to having such great empathy for our protagonist. We never want to re-roll this guy. But he lost his kid, guys. We got to give him a chance to live here. No worries, Larone. You will find 2 maple like I did on the beach. I'm thinking about it, Skabura. I have no clue where I'm going to get the hacksaw on this one. Oh, trusty brand. We're going to pull up the loot pool here in a second and figure that out. It's probably somewhere not too bad in coastal, like maybe Quincy's or something. I'll tell you what my biggest problem, Skabura, is with the beach is the randomness of it. I'm worried I'm going to fritter around on the beach with valuable time where I could be going and getting a guaranteed maple from one of the spawn locations. So, here we are again, back at the whale factory. And this...
I think I can use
well,
this.
we are getting a lot of trusty brand. Okay, we're doing Skabura's cool hotshot path to get over to the secret loot.
This stuff will come in handy.
Yeah, it sure will. Yeah, that's why you can find my dead body on the beach for so many restarts. Yeah. Well, don't worry, Skabura. We're giving him a shot. We're letting him live. All right, back to opening cans. As primitive as ever. If only this was a lighting tournament. Yeah. The crazy thing is there's 50% that we get a hacksaw.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, 50 miles an hour is how fast we have to go. This bus might have a problem if we go below that mile per hour. If you see Sandra, you tell her one thing. 50 miles an hour this bus needs to go, or it'll blow. It's good to see you, Neo, the man. I hope that you guys love that new rainy day Keanu giving the thumbs up. That's the one when we know the appropriate mile per hour, and we got it right. Keanu finally approves, and he says, yeah, man, That's it, 50 miles an hour. It's good to see you, Neo. How's it going down there in the bayou? Yeah, I hope you been eating all that slap your mama. Speaking of which, that slap your mama is beautiful. I put it on my chicken last night, and I really do love the pepper first aspect of it. It slaps my chicken in just the right way. I throw a dash of ginger and then a little bit of slap your mama, and bang. I got a taste of Louisiana in every bite. It's amazing. I learned that one from Athenon. Yeah, Athenon's the man, Skabura. I appreciate that we all learn from each other. Most of the time, you guys teach me stuff, and I probably haven't taught you anything. But either way, I appreciate the tips. Yeah, I have no clue if I'm going to do the beachcomb situation or not, but we are going to pull up the loop pools in no time. Let me think about that. All right. So we got 4 loop pools here we're going to be checking out. On these Excel sheets, you can go over to Desolation Point, and then we'll be looking for... This is loop pool 1 right here. That's the best one, where you get a Fire Striker and a Hacksaw immediately. Hacksaw, of course, being this line of stuff. Fire Striker on this one. So this one gives you probably a bedroll in Scruffy's Cave. This is number 2 here. And I think this is the loop pool we're on. The dreaded loop pool 2. Probably the rarest of all the loop pools. Where you get Scruffy's Cave for the bedroll. And Hibernia Processing for the Storm Lantern and the Pry Bar. Looks like there's a guaranteed Hacksaw we're going to get at Quincy's Quonset. So it's likely if we just go over to Coastal, we'll be able to get it right away. And then the hammer's at the usual spots here. All the usual spots to check for the hammer. So, it's basically now Beachcomb versus go for that. And I think we're going to go old-fashioned like we usually do. Until I become a beachcombing pro and I really get the odds down, I think the odds are like 2% to 4%. And then you have to add to it the fact that we're on the toughest challenge in history, so the sliders are set to kick your butt. Loop Pool 2, first responsible note incoming. What's it? Bigfoot something? Bigfoot. Wild? I think he's wild too. Bigfoot Wild Will. Loop Pool 2. Storm Lantern for Christmas. Holy. All right. 1. Mario Lopez sits in the chair in a really cool way. All right. Well, one thing that is very unique to us, I know very few. Yo, what up, Yinzers? How's it going, my friend? The Pennsylvania Prince, the man, the penguin, the pirate. How's it going, Yinzers? Great work on Sunday, by the way. We all had a great time at the beach. It was another successful Sunday beach party for us. The copper tone was being spread on. The weather was nice. And the waves were not too choppy that we weren't allowed to go in the ocean. But they were definitely, yeah, that was coming. You better believe. But it was good enough for us to go in, and we were still able to body surf on a lot of those waves.
I'm also gonna need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too, okay?
That's it! Thank you for those hips. We're just hanging out, Yinzers. We're being positive. We've had a few issues. And we're just trying to chill. Yeah, we did enjoy it. It's very nice. If any of you guys don't know, our boy Yinzers goes into the office most Sundays. It seems to be right around Fridays when they usually try to corner him around closing time and ask him to come in on Sundays. He's working to get to be the one who asks other people to come in on Sundays, but for now, he's doing a really dignified job of coming in during the weekend so that we can all hit the beach ball around and play. We play that game with Velcro and a tennis ball where you put it to your hand and throw it to the next guy? That's a big beach game. What about ocean football? That's another good one. All right, we always like to drink our sodas because they're heavy and you can't make them into teas. So we drink those before water. All right, let's get in the safe, baby. We got a storm lantern. Is there going to be any mercy? Thank you, QC. $29. $29.43. $29.44. Oh, thank you, Neo. You got Yinzers in the mix. Thank you for zipping and zapping. Ah! Thank you, Neo. Ah, I blew it on the safe. $29.43. $29.43.32. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Neo. You're the man, Neo. I wouldn't get surprised if you would find there's another trusty. Yeah, we're hoping for Mackinac. Also, since there's no mending on this tournament, we definitely want to find work boots or Mackinacs that are high percentage.
Could end up being useful.
Something's going on. Just said mythic. This is an ultra rare mythic train. What is going on? Epic loot! Matrix has y'all. We need help, Neo, please. I don't know why things are getting mythic around here, but it's pretty exciting. I think Bezos is finding new ways to get us worked up. Those hedges are going to be huge. Maybe Bezos is taking mercy on us. Maybe he's seeing all the mean stuff Raph is doing to us, and he's actually growing a heart. Like the cowardly lion from The Wizard of Oz. Raph grew a heart. He realized he needed to. Okay, get ready for Whimsy. It's going to be a quick one, but still, whimsy nonetheless. This is just a normal trailer with a bunch of dusty bunk beds in it, guys. There's nothing exciting about it. That's what's very evident. This is just a boring old trailer in Desolation Point, huh? But wait. What if we open it by going lower than the handle? Would it take us to a different trailer? Just grabbing a little bit of loot here. Sometimes you get extra jeans and beans. Maybe a few pieces of wood. Pretty exciting, huh? What's up, Mayo the man? How's it going, Mayo? I'll say you guys are the best, by the way. If you guys see Sandra, make sure she doesn't go below 50 miles an hour, or that bus will have problems. And the LA Expressway is going to be blown to smithereens. I have a feeling this will be worse loot. Well, I have that feeling too, Watchmen. We're on the worst one. The rarest, too. I think the reason that it's the rarest is because Raph knows you're really getting stuck with a bad lot right here. This is the Storm Lantern loot pool. The worst of the worst. Even worse than the loot pool 4 with the bedroll. You're asking yourself, how could it get worse? That one basically starts you with no maple for 8 years. Well, guess what? This one is even worse. You can't even do cheeky sleeps. So it's a beautiful morning here in Great Bear. We're going to be optimistic about our opportunities in front of us. We're starting fresh, baby. This is Bigfoot. Wild Will. Okay, we have 2 saplings here we, of course, cannot cut down because you can't use a storm lantern to cut them down. Ah! But it's cool, and it's a spot you can find them. We're going to get inside. We're taking the drip right now. But I just always like to show you guys where those birches are, just in case you're trying to get some early bow action going. Well, here's one thing they can't say about this Storm Lantern loot pool. It is a lighting tournament because they give you a ton of Trusty brand. Yo, what's up, Waba? How's it going? Thank you for those rose hips. We're doing things big. We're getting all the matches, apparently. We're not getting a maple, but look at our Trusty brand. We almost have 50 Trusty brand. This is crazy. Oh, I got to make sure I get all these lumps since we're not coming back through this cave on the way back. Okay, so sometimes if you're on one of the great loot pools, you're either going to find the hacksaw on this shelf here, or you'll find the fire striker in there. That is, I think, loot pool 1, and it's the most optimal for super nerds like myself who love to run and go get the bow made as fast as possible. But instead for us, we're gonna take our lumps, if you will, and we're going to get our hacksaw guaranteed from Quincy's Quonset. At least we don't have to travel. It'll be acquiring the hammer and the hacksaw and then cutting a maple. We'll do a little bit of maple scouting as well. See if we can identify one right when we get into Coastal around that little bend there that we can chop down and make into a glorious bow 6 days later. As you can tell, we're getting a million lumps here. Desolation Point is the land of the lumps. Probably the greatest pound-for-pound lump location is the Cinder Hills Mine between Coastal Highway and Pleasant Valley. You could end up leaving that place with like 40 lumps. All right, let's get out there. Okay, so that warm coffee pretty much did nothing to our temperature vital. What in the world? I feel robbed.
I'm freezing.
I think it went from not being warm in the moment we drank it or something. Shenanigans. Cinder Hill's mine is number 1. Yep. Okay. Mario Lopez getting in on the mix. Now we're having a good time. All right, responsible Tinder. So, sewing kit will help us make a Davy Crockett hat or two, along with some improvised hand wraps. I think what we need to do now is go look at our outfit and see what we're working with. Usually it's like 3 to 4 Celsius warmth bonus. Oh my, look at this guy. This guy looks like he got all his clothes from maybe a secondhand store, went over to maybe Goodwill. We got ourselves Bigfoot Crazy Will. I don't even remember his name again. It's Bigfoot Wild Will. Wild Will, the Bigfoot man. And his Bigfoot are protruding out of these 93% Sadie Hawkins shoes. 1 set of regular sport socks, underpants, and jeans to go with this duct-taped plaid shirt that's 26%. Might as well be like that, Will. Yeah, we didn't get warmth bonus from that cup of coffee. It just went to cold right in the time between looking at it, seeing it's warm, and drinking at it. That was wild. So there might be some maple locations here. There's a couple right next to us at the church over there, then up this hill. My guess is we're going to find one in the glorious coastal highway. But I'm probably wise to do a little bit of scouting for the maple here, just in case. All right, let's go up and around. We're going to get some bonus rose hips as well. More like he took those clothes from the trash can of the secondhand store. Yeah, the ones they wouldn't even put out. They said, man, these are too used up. This shirt has duct tape on it. No one will buy it. Uh-oh, I see Bigfoot Will coming. Put off the discount rack. Hey, guys, I lost all my money in the plane crash. Can I have that ragged plaid shirt over there? 50 cents. Okay, this is where you might see one of the maple spawns right here. This was kind of like a backup check for me to see if there was one right here for us, just in case we didn't get the other one. Now we're going to look towards Kate's Quiet Clearing when we're leaving town, see if we can see one of those 2 spots. I've been aiming to scout the one that's up on the shelf up there from the road if possible. I believe we got the storm lantern on this one. All right, there's a quick maple scout, and we're going down that little crevice. Yeah, it's tough to see. You can see one in that little area there, the one in the upper area too. We're going to keep moving here. We're kind of risking it, having not identified one yet. Maple risks. Got his t-shirt for 1 cent. Affordable. Goodwill. Will. Holy. Listen, man. with white stains on it because he was thinking it's a natural color camouflage. So you can see that you get a little bit of a buff there on your temperature vita when you drink a warm tea or super beans or something. That's what we were aiming to do with that coffee, and it just went cold right when we drank it. So we didn't get the buff and had to do a fire. All right, now I need to think, too. Normally when I get the bedroll, I'll do a Forge and Forlorn Muskeg. But I think because we're getting the hammer pretty close, we can do our Forge here in DP like we like. So we'll just continue, knowing that we're coming back. The reason I was thinking about that, sometimes I'll leave stuff on the way to cut the maple, knowing that later I'm a little less against the clock. Once the maple's cut and resting somewhere, and the 6-day clock has started. Those 6 days will keep you just waiting around, and valuable hunting time will go out the window. We're going to be leaving a few of these lumps, knowing that we are coming back here for the Forge. I'm saying a lot of nerdy stuff. Well, you see... All right, I'm going to grab this extra crowbar here. We break down for scrap metal. The sprint for the maple. So we mentioned an alternative plan, which is going around the beaches of Desolation and looking for your maple there. Then what you do is just throw it inside and it begins curing. The one tough part about that is that you do have to travel to get your hammer, or you won't be able to do the forge. And they don't ever put a hammer at the same town as a forge. Usually you have to travel outside of the town to go get it. And that's definitely the case in DP. So since we have to go to Coastal anyway, we'll grab our hacksaw, get a traditional maple cut, and go back to DP at the Riken for our forge. Let's do it. Would love to eventually make some rabbit skin mittens if we hear nature call around us enough. One rabbit. All right, we're stink walking. Hand on the holster. I got past day 100 on my Loper. Finally up to day 1000. All Alright, prepare for ninja wolves here. Hand on the holster. Serious business. It's possible to find the hammer near a forge on Stalker and lower difficulties, but not on Loper or above. Nice, Bean. I didn't know that. No problem, bud. Okay, we'll continue. First maple check coming up here when we pass this rock formation.
Can't feel my hands.
We'll be just kind of going up here and taking a look to the left. Can the wolves go past that rock you have to crouch under? I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever seen them on the other side of it. Usually they kind of lose interest by the time you get to that crouch part, which is nice. We're pretty vulnerable over there. All right, first maple check. We're going to look right to the left here. Come on. Oh, nice. We got the double maple. Okay. So, now we know that the hacksaw is guaranteed at Quincy's, so we can kind of bank on that. Carlton bank on that. So now I probably should just be looking for places. I think we should go to Misanthropes and Jackrabbit, going looking for our hammer, knowing that we're going to go to Quincy's on kind of the clockwise circle around Coastal. So, let's go to the islands, do some beach combing, avoid the timber wolves, get our hammer, scrap metal, Quincy's for the hacksaw, and then cut those maples there and leave them like in the basement when we go to our forge or something, and just cure things along the way. Okay, it's time to heat up. Let's go next to this Ravage.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Accelerate to keep the drip off. Health over everything. Let's get more responsible this time. I'm gonna hold this torch till we get at least an up arrow. Boom. Ah. Prepared reishi mushrooms. We're thawing the deer. I'd get the saw, then cut them, and down with the rabbit guts. I'm glad you brought up the rabbits. Because that now I can mess with that while this guy's thawing out. Let's do it, huh? We can do this here and then micro the 0.1s for the rest of the way. Ah, I did it wrong. I was supposed to go 0.5. Ah! There was one crow feather above the deer. All right, Watchman. Thank you for watching out. No feather left behind. So the reason you'll hear anybody talk about micro harvesting is because sometimes in these little sprints that we're involved in, like the 21, getting cooking 3 will help you stay up, fight off fatigue with those roast empanadas or peach pies. Then you can kind of maximize your time with the small calendar that you have. Reishi mushrooms. So, when you cut steaks into smaller increments of size, rather than going 0.5, we went 0.2, and we can stay doing 0.2 as long as we don't disengage from the deer. The reason that matters is each steak gives you 1 XP, and it helps you get closer to that cooking skill going up. So, a 1 kilogram steak or a 0.1 kilogram steak gives you the same amount of XP. You can cut a deer into 10 or 1 steak if you get a odd remainder on the meat that's available. It's a very crazy thing, man. It didn't make sense for me for a while. I'm taking a drip from thirst. Listen, man. If you cut the deer into small pieces, man, you can get better skills, man. Alright, we got nice weather. We want to stay moving. So we have gut options and a hide option as well here from this Ravage. I don't know if I'll have time to be making any deer clothes. Anytime you make animal clothes in this thing, though, they come out as 99% and probably help you. I think we should get this guy out of here when we have 40 minutes. So we'll bring him inside with us to one of the island houses. Besides, weather doesn't change so sudden. Normally it does, Watchmen. I think on our first day at least will be the best weather possible. It usually gets colder and crazier after the first week or so. So at least Rav has a little bit of a conscience. Gives you a second to get your bearings. Alright, let's go to the beach and go to Misanthropes. Man, this game's so good. Alright, if you see timber wolves, I think Ravagloves is a wise move if there's a time opportunity. It's definitely a wise move. Oh my gosh! QC! We're trying to make those rabbit gloves if nature calls in front of us. So we'll get the hides ready and cure them up. And if enough nature happens around us, you know, we're spending a lot of time in nature. It should happen. Did you get the deer guts? I sure did not, Neo. I'm actually foregoing those deer guts for the Ravage next to the blue trailer. Taking a bit of a flyer on it. Giving that it might not show up or spawn. We're kind of living on the edge a little bit here, Neo. It's almost like we're driving a bus down the freeway and having to keep it at an appropriate speed. Nature's very neat. Listen, man. Oh yeah, we're on the tube, baby. Yeah, we're gonna hit the basement on the way back. What you guys are seeing is kind of an anomaly. A loot anomaly, where we're actually leaving half the loot for the second time we go to DP trying to get as much speed towards cutting the maple as possible. That tree up on the rock is an aspen. You can tell by the way that it is. Oh, here we go. We got tree knowledge. Listen, man. Do you even know what kind of tree that is, man? That's an aspen, man. Man, look at this gal. She got buried under the snow. Okay. Quick. Oh, Watchman, you're ruthless. The island's doing stuff to you. All right, we're going to Misanthropes up here. We're going to loot through our neighbors' cabinets like we love to do. We're going to be quick about it so we can travel over to Jackrabbit, that direction. It's on.
Is it food or...
This is one of our favorite pastimes here on Great Bear Island. Rummaging through our neighbors' cabinets. We usually take liberties. Sometimes we find cooked food that isn't even spoiled yet, and we still act like it's ours. Knowing that the neighbor couldn't have been here less than 3 days ago. Martial law here. Will's a bit of a wild man.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
All right, let's go rummage through his clothes drawers now. Liberty Bibberty. Herbal tea. With all those matches, he is more likely girls with the matches from that story.
There's got to be something useful in here.
Worn jeans. All right, we're going to throw those worn jeans on the inside layer and put the good ones on the out. Can you imagine wearing 2 sets of jeans? Oh, double underpants, baby. Now we got some RNG kicking. We always throw the good ones on the outer layer. We're getting warm, baby. All right, let's do it. Misery's a different beast versus... Yo, what up, Fishman? Fishman, are you by any chance the Fishman from Twitch? Or are you a new Fishman? Holy, this summer, the fish have multiplied. Is it one fish? No. There's more. It was a Disney story about a girl who sells matches to afford daily trees. Oh! I don't even know what's going on here, Watchman. But you are the movie man, so I can't question it. You are part of that movie everybody loves about gritty and dark superheroes. We talked about it with the big blue nude guy running around. The Watchman. Watch. I'm a random person. Oh, well, it's nice to see you, Fishman. Thank you for swimming on in on this stream. I'm a salmon myself, and usually I have bear after me. We're going through a hard challenge over here. We need all the help we can get. This is crazy. All right, I think I'm also going to tear up our neighbor's curtains a little bit here, just in case we find a sewing kit. Probably too cold to do traveling right now. We have gotten about 700 matches, though. Look at all that. You know what? Let's get rid of at least a stink line. So we're still doing the big sprint to cut the maple. We have located the maple. We just got to get to it. I'm over 200 days on my Loper run and still haven't found a second pair of underpants. We're living the dream over here, Bean. Look at us. We're still at 4 Celsius warmth bonus, but we got double on the legs. We got warm stumps. Probably going to the fishing hut to light up our teas. Alright, eyes peeled. You don't have a can opener, though. Well, Neo, until we find one, we can't be mentioning that. Because if the streets find out about that, you know, they're going to look down on us. Yo, does that man even have a can opener? You say he doesn't? Oh my gosh. Like wearing fake Jordans or something.
Never lower your eyes to an enemy.
That's it. If Master Tatsu can bestow that knowledge, we need to listen to it. He's right. I mentioned this before. Master Tatsu just kind of shows up. He'd never been in any of the movies or shows before, but he's the one rare example of a guy who shows up in a sequel, kind of unannounced, just as a random guy, but he actually did good, and I bought it. He was Master Shredder's kind of right-hand man. He was violent, as you can see by his lessons there. Kicking people in the face. I bet Zach has one. What doesn't Zach have? He's the ultimate Giga Chad. He's got great blonde hair, a cool cell phone, an eccentrically decorated bedroom, and a beautiful girlfriend.
All right.
Zach Morris is a good man. Alright, temperature stabilized at 8 Celsius. Would love to pump it up to 2 up arrows if possible. There we go. Don't forget about Mr. Belding, the principal. Mr. Belding was the best. He was kind of a guy who was like a father figure for a lot of those people from unorthodox homes, non-traditional homes maybe. He seemed like he was invested in the job, although he had to put up with a lot of, you know, larger-than-life personalities like AC and Zach, and of course Screech. I don't know if you guys know this, but Screech was actually a couple years younger than the crew, and he had to lie to get the job. But he did, and he kicked butt, of course. Screech was a kind of a lovesick puppy nerd who was after Lisa Turtle. Lisa Turtle was kind of vapid, but much like all of the people from the Saved by the Bell crew, they had a good heart, you know? Can you make a timber out of this paper? Sure, Watchman. Let's do it. Let's be responsible instead of talking about Saved by the Bell memory lanes. I probably need about a little bit more time, and we also need time to wait for that wind to go away so we can get from, we're just going to go on the beach right there and then go up that hill and get in the house there. Hopefully our hammer will be there. I'm really waiting for the wind to break. There it is. Now, I know a lot of you guys are saying, hey, you just drank an herbal tea. You should drink that before you sleep. You'll get more health back. Well, on this ridiculous challenge, there is no regeneration of health at sleep time. The only way you can get that health back, so since we're at 90, we're going to have to drink 2 cups of birch tea to get ourselves back up to 100. If you ever see those really cool looking kind of white and blue trees, you look below and you might see some bark. Can you make a head wrap on the next stop? Yes, Watchman, I definitely will. And I appreciate you looking out for all these responsible moves. Thank you, my friend. We did find our sewing kit in that fishing hut. All right, first birch sap, baby, the beach. Old Man Beard. I want this to be this one run. I'm with you, Watch. We got this. This one run is the run. Run, spot, run. Forrest Gump runs a lot. All right, I'm going to grab this third beard here. We'll just get ahead of the game and be responsible. Man, it's beautiful out tonight. Coastal highways never look so crystal clear in the evening time. Holy. I'm getting lost in the stars. All right, we're checking our first hammer spot. It's going to be to the left here, sitting next to the side door of Jackrabbit Island. Are you ready for the hammer? Ah! Simple tools. All right, let's rummage.
Might be able to use this stuff.
Gourmet broth. Holy. Oh! All right, these are some nice traveling calories we're accruing here. Let's do it. Make sure you always check in those ajar cabinets as well, because sometimes you might see something groovy hidden back there, man. Looks like we got some old mill flour. Yes! Old mill flour.
Get off of me!
It is on the hips. And that's exactly right, because we're thinking steps ahead here. Old mill flour, of course, leads to roasted empanadas, which acquire hips.
That'll come in handy.
So we'll probably end up making double Davy Crockett's and replacing this kind of derelict on a dirt bike scarf he has there. You know who would have liked that scarf? Felon Will. He would have worn it with his driving gloves. I remember Felon Will. Turned his life around, that guy. Alright, I might drink this Rishi and get going. I gotta start collecting scrap metal too for our eventual forge. Right now we're sitting with 2. Don't have a hacksaw, can't break it down if I wanted to. I'm gonna leave behind the toaster, given the fact that we're gonna be so slow if I keep carrying around all this scrap. Alright, let's push. Alright, we seek the heavy hammer. Next stop, the fishing cabinets. How about play safe and take some break? This is the run, Watchman. I'm with you, buddy. We need to be responsible. All right, so if you're ever hard up for some saplings or different places, these islands provide you with a birch opportunity coming up right in front of us, and then a maple right behind that. So you can even get random saplings here on these little secret islands. Pretty cool. Yo, what up, Ninja? Mate, I'll revisit it sometimes. Rossetti had a stroke while typing, then erased the evidence. Oh! I think broth is underrated. Yeah, broth is a pretty cool find. I think it gives you a lot of calories. So this is where you might find an extra birch sapling on this little area right here. And then this one right here is
Close my eye.
where the maple will be. And you're not going to believe it, but the maple is in town. The maple is here. Just checking on my frostbite. We're good to go there. Here's the maple spot. So if you're interested, you can cut this bad boy down right here. And he's kind of a forgotten maple. We seek the hammer, baby. Let's do it. Love that you can put broth in the thermos. Yeah, there's a couple soups too. I think tomato soup might go in the thermos. I'm kind of keen to go get our thermos from the Riken. What kind of thermos do you guys think it'll be? It's usually an 80s movie related thermos. One time we had an arachnophobia thermos. That was really cool. Starring John Goodman and Jeff Daniels. 1990 movie. Fishing camp. All right, second hammer opportunity right here next to this workbench. You'll see it kind of in this area or right underneath. We got skunked again. Skunked.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
I think the thermos you find will raise the BARR bar. The Roseanne joke for you folks out there. All right, the usual situation here. We still need to cut that maple, so we're kind of in the big sprint. We'll get some clothes here for warmth. Probably take an hour or so nap. And we got enough trusty brand that we can relight this torch without feeling too bad. So it's going to be too dark for us to do any crafting unless an Aurora shows up. Let's tear up our neighbor's curtains. Kind of wish I kept this thing lit, but guess what? Rav gave us a storm lantern. So we can light up this last couple cabinets here and see inside. Yeah. Woo. Look at us go. You know, I'm making jokes, but we just saved a trusty brand with this goofball thing. Nuts and stuff.
Later.
Let's imagine just what I always wanted, a storm lantern. Well, guess what, Pack and Play? You keep going to that whale factory. I always use a lantern. Yeah, they're pretty good, Skillet. I'm just giving it a hard time here because I'm becoming like a nerd who thinks he knows what's going on, and, you know, I'm just acting cool, really. I'm getting too big for my britches. Oh! Leather shoes, 90%. Man, back up Sadie Hawkins, huh? Alright, so without our hacksaw, all these little lamps and things we usually make scrap into for our forge, we're not busting down. So we're kind of adding a lot of goofball weight to our situation.
If I can drop any of this gear.
And the 5 water is going to have to go. Some of this toilet water will be left behind. Oh man, look, we have the pick of the litter here. We're going with 41% banged up dog food. We're partying. What a treat. The other scarf for the temporary heat buff. Okay. Couple more hours. Morning will come. Improvise head wrap when the sun rises. We take off across this place. We're going to be about a day behind on the bow now, since it took us about a day to get all this stuff, and we're still waiting to go get this thing and cure it. So it'll probably be day 7 on the calendar, minimum, when our bow is made. Maybe day 8 it's looking like. Then we'll have the rest of that 21-day calendar from there. That'll give us about 13 days remaining to do the rest of the hunting. 21 shots in about 13 days. You can drop and let it cure while taking power naps. Yeah. Watchman. I'd always recommend picking it up and giving it another shot. They're always adding cool new things. Nice. I think Bean's over here talking about the cool game that we love to play. What difficulty did you try when you played, and how many days did you survive? Yeah, Bean's becoming quite a pro, Ninja. You wouldn't believe. All right, let's make an improvised head wrap. All right, now we replace whichever is the worst of the scarves. I think we'll drop this one here and throw this Davy on. Look at this derelict. All right, we're going to make our hand wraps now. And this will keep us from getting frostbite now that our extremities are being addressed. Now this one here, I think we could replace as well. Let's see if we have enough cloth here. Now the good thing is, when you do this different stuff, Watchmen, it's not though, because if the condition's low, over time, that thing will disappear before the other one because there's no mending on this. Otherwise, we'll DQ. All right, so that's what we got now. 7 Celsius, just like that. No big deal. And he's looking a little tougher, too. I feel like, you know, when he has those hand wraps, I feel like his shoulders look a little stronger. All these chocolate bars are building him up. Banged up dog food. He's ready to go. Okay. Now it's time. Lumberjack Will? Are we ready? Let's go get, or we'll check on the weather first, make sure it's good out there.
I'm gonna have to leave something
All right.
behind.
It's cold in the morning, 3 down arrows, but it's clear. Let's go to Quincy's and keep looking for our hammer. Let's do it. The head and hand wraps definitely make him look more intense and less depressed. Yeah, he's on the rise. This is his moment. Okay, so we have a few more hammer spots. The blue trailer up here is definitely one of the hammer spots we're going to check. If it's not there, we go right up the hill to the other trailer, and it's likely to be there. There's no guarantees. But we're eliminating all the opportunities going to each spot, methodically checking for the hammer. Still gotta go and cut that maple next to the transition to crumbling highway. Yeah, we were just telling people earlier, Ninja, about this game. Our boy Richard was thinking about getting it, and we said now is the time. If you go in there, whatever form of currency that you have in your location, it won't be many of those currencies. For our Canadian brethren, it's loonies and toonies. For us, it's bucks. But you're not going to have to spend too much bucks. Probably just as much as you would spend on dinner tonight. You could be storming the wilderness. Will said, no longer will I fear everything and run. Now it's time to face everything and rise. I love it. That's it. You need to be positive and serious.
My fingers feel numb.
Yeah, his fingers feel numb.
That
All right,
should help warm things
minus
up.
25. We're going 1 lump and 13 sticks. Let's get the tea lit. Hammer time! Alright, we're jiggling the broth and the peaches. Let's get these beans smashed open, baby. Okay, if this Will said that, this is the coolest Will I've ever seen. Well, I don't think he said it. I think Bean said it. So Bean is the coolest. But that's cool, too. He's friends with Bean. What about that? So beautiful morning on our second day here on Great Bear Island. We did a lot for one day. We started in the middle of the wilderness and ran into the whale factory. We acted like we were happy to get this storm lantern for Christmas. And I don't think Raph could tell. I think he thinks he got a good gift by giving us this storm lantern, so that's good. Once we get our hacksaw, we're going to break down all these heavy, ridiculous toasters and things we're carrying around. Scrap numbers are kind of weak sauce. Look how heavy this is. 5 kilograms. It's absurd. Dusty pork and beans. All right, heating mechanism ingested. It's time to roll to our hammer. We're trying to be responsible. If you can see the drip here, it's not that bad. Watchman, you're being ridiculous. All right, the trailer's right up here. We're getting there. Moments from now. Coming right up. Yeah, he is trying to give us a head start. And he got us a storm lantern. Yeah. Hammer time. Just when you thought we didn't have a hammer, we got to the log sort. And included in the magic was the appearance of a heavy hammer. Yes!
Thank goodness.
Guys, put a nail in the wall, and then we bang it, and then we hang a picture, baby. Burdock root. Alright, now's where we're kind of living a little on the edge with our cured guts. Not too much, though, because we do know that deer will be intact by the time we get back to it. See if we got our ravaged. Alright, so we got skunked on the ravage. We're gonna have to get the guts from the deer on the way back. The reason it's not a time penalty for us is because the guts take 4 days to cure. The one cool thing about that is it'll cure in the time that the maple's cut, and the maple's not going to be cut till we transition back to crumbling, so we know that the guts won't be the holdup. That's why maple is top of the things. Classic bang and hang technique. Did you like that technique, Rossetti? I feel like we got that one down. With 3 broken fingers. Oh my. Look at this guy on top of this trailer up here. You know, I'm feeling like we need a little whimsy in this place. See a lot of folks out there that don't think things are going to get magical around here.
You might have to drop some gear.
They'd be mistaken. Because I'm thinking that this chunky fella or gal here on this top bunk needs some company. I think it's lonely here in this blue trailer. And I think it'd be nice if we moved a little company onto the bottom bunk of this bunk. What do you say we move this bed with blue outline mode? Oh! Magic. Now, we're going to move this. There might be a plastic thing that shows up on the second to bottom shelf here. Now, I know, it's crazy, but get ready. Here it comes. Oh my. There's never anything in there, but it's still exciting. All right, now we got to slow walk our way back over to Quincy's. We're going to grab our hacksaw, break down all this ridiculous scrap metal we have, break a few toasters from the neighbors' houses, go to the forge, make some stuff happen, grab our guts and maple when we're transitioning over, throw them in the basement, get them on the way back after the forge. Bang, boom, Mario Lopez style. Here we go. I swear this doesn't work for me. I'm not allowed to take part of the magic. It works for Rossetti, but not me. I'll bet you we're putting the beds back in the same spot, Bean. You got to move the beds to a new location, even if it's just 1 pixel forward or backwards. And then they will show. And everybody will be impressed. You'll be accused like Skillet is over here of being a hacker. He says I'm a hacker for doing this. I'll tell you that I just know the whimsy of trailers. It doesn't work at vanilla version. Oh, it's a DLC thing? Maybe that's it, Bean. Maybe you don't have the DLC.
Someone's got to go.
All right, let's do it. Wizard. I probably should be going up that little area next to the one-way mine to grab those teas. We're gonna grab some Mishi. We have the DLCs. Okay, then just move those beds a little bit forward when you move them in blue outline mode, and the people will show. Oh yes, they will show. Rose hips. All right, I'm grabbing the Rishi. Let's move. It gets wild in the far territories. Magic trailers and Narnia trailers. Wow. Yeah, pack and play. I've been doing a very disciplined job of trying to kind of stretch out the beginning phase of this game for as long as I can. So I've been playing it now for maybe like 6 or 7 months. And there's so much of it I haven't even seen. All those great far territories. I've been to Sundered Pass one time, and once I got there, I didn't spend too much time there. So there's all those outdoor or outer area territories that I haven't checked out, and there's just so much fun stuff. Eventually down the line, we'll do a long run and set ourselves up there. You know, there's so much to do in this game, and I feel like there's ways you could even stretch that out more too. That's what we've been trying, because this game rules, and I really enjoy and I think I'll be playing for a little bit. The Long Dark is awesome. All right, we're going to Quincy's in the neighbor's house. This is what it's all about. Spending Tuesday on Great Bear. I do hope you guys are having a great day. I would say I'm having a pretty awesome one. I do miss that last will a little bit, but I'm hoping that this guy's going to be responsible. He's got about 90 HP right now. I think we can get over to the ravine and save a couple cups of tea for future HP. Wouldn't that be something? You should also check out non-DLC regions you haven't really explored much, like Bleak Inlet and Timberwolf Mountain. You're right, Bean. This challenge right here is actually pushing us towards Timberwolf Mountain. We're going for that Echo Ravine Bear after the Pleasant Valley ones. And if we talk about the future a little bit, we have to talk about cul-de-sac bears. What exactly are we going to do after the Echo Ravine Bear? I think maybe we have to go back through Pleasant and go either to the Broken Railroad guy or Desolation Point guy for the fact that they live in the cul-de-sac ones, and we can go after those bears. If you guys know of any that are closer, maybe in Forlorn Muskeg, anywhere else, dude, I want to see the score list with the points awarded. Well, I'll tell you what, Scabora, I think that you're right, and I appreciate that extremely abrasive way to ask for it. But I will definitely post it on the YouTube on the post page so that they're there anytime you'd like to see it, and you can have the code and the what's it called, the point list and everything. I'll put it up on there. Just give me 1 second.
Need to find some place to escape this.
You're the Larone. That's it, Scabura.
Drop it.
I am the Larone. All right, let's do this. We're going over to posts. Okay, so the cropping won't have all the off-limit stuff in the code. I guess I just have to have rules and points or something like that. It's going to be a weird shape there. But it's up. And it's posted, baby. And now I share. That's where the post is. And then for you, my friend, I'll even pull it up right now. Bang. This is the 21 challenge. You got to live for 21 days, shoot the bow a minimum of 21 times. Accuracy, can't miss. Health regen, only way to do it is birch bark. So do not let the drip happen, that's for sure. No mending fails. So when you create an improvised head wrap, you never fail on that. So like crafting, you'll always be okay to do. So making animal clothes or improvised head wraps. But it gets really tricky. They are not, Scabura. Just like some of the challenges and tournaments have passed, we don't want those easy rabbits early in the game where you're going to be running around with rabbit hats and mittens like it's something to do. We've been trying to make nature call for us, Scabura, so that we can go and acquire those things. Alright. We got to get serious here. We got to continue doing what we're doing here and focus, and we have a lot of responsible things to do. We can't lose track of the seriousness, you know. Broken Railroad has a really cool hunting lodge, 3 stories. It sure does, Rossetti. You know what else it has? It has a cul-de-sac bear. Dude, I hire wolves for those dirty works. Oh, Skabur's working for the enemy. Unacceptable. That's not a very Terminator thing, you know. I'm a friend. You're Terminator 2, that version, and I'm John Connor, you know. We're pals. I teach you how to talk slang. No problem, Skabura. You're the man. Just went out and picked about a dozen cherry tomatoes to snack on. Nice, Melito. The wolves that I killed, they were actors. Holy. Listen, man. There's actually something going on, man. And I'm telling you, you wouldn't realize it, but it's happening. All right, we're going to do a quick Bezos. We're going to sit here and come up with a good plan. We're just going to be chilling, so you won't miss any action. And we're going to have a serious, responsible plan. Let's think about this. Here's what we got. We are in Coastal Highway. Son of a gun. So you can have a wolf kill a rabbit, then scare the wolf away. Mm-hmm. Here's what we got on this crazy conspiracy map situation. We're in Coastal Highway right now. We're about to go get our hacksaw. And then we're going to cut a maple right before we get to the old island connector down here, which is Crumbling Highway. We're going to put both the cured guts, or I'm sorry, just guts and maple in the basement over here at the old island place. It's going to cure while we go do our forge. Then, after we do our forge here at DP at the haunted pirate ship thing, Riken, we're going to get a thermos there. Still waiting to find out what kind of thermos that is. If you guys have any input on that, I would love to know. 80s movies are preferred, but it's pretty much, it just has to feel right more than anything. So after we get our thermos from there, do a successful forge, we're going to go back through here, get our smelly guts and our maple, which should be about a day or two cured. And then we're going to go back through Coastal, go up to the northwest exit, where the Bear Creek Campgrounds is, where we died last time, unceremoniously. We're going to grab Cattail Dreams along the way, make sure that we have food in our belly, and that we're well rested for our trip through the ravine because we have no bedroll. Unless we stop over in Scraffy's Cave here, which isn't great. I'm not sure if I'm interested in that. We don't have a bedroll. We might do that, might not, probably won't. Then we'll get Birch here, go to Mystery Lake where we're going to end up making our bow. We're going to settle it down there, basically in the front area, and just...
Only a couple of jabronis come out here without skates on. You keep using this word jabroni, and it's awesome.
Thank you, Watchman. That's the plan, pretty much. We're going to make the bow at Mystery Lake, and then we go hunting. We go through the winding river and end up at Pleasant Valley, where we seek 4 specific bears who live in a certain cave type that makes it good for us to do the John Candy strat, pincushion strat. We're looking for those bears, and if RNG's on our side, more than one will show up this time. If we could get 3 of those bears to show up, we might actually be able to finally do something serious. Who knows? But I know I'm fired up about it. If... All right, you know what, Watchman? Your pessimism is not it. Broken Railroad has a really cool hunting lodge and 3 stories. Yeah, you hit Timberwolf on Butterfly Will, and you were planning on going to Black Rock. Awesome stuff. Yeah, that was way out of our comfort zone, I'm telling you. Popcorn is popping in chat. Coming in with the sitcom catchphrase about yourself. Boy, it's been a wild day today, Popcorn. A lot of characters. Crazy stuff, man. We're just doing a Bezos break right now, Popcorn. Just chilling, trying to get ready for the big journey where we're going to go do a forge, grab a hacksaw, break down some toasters, hoping for maybe a cooking pot or skillet, maybe get things going. We know we're going to get our skillet for the Mystery Lake camp office. It's going to be like with this hacksaw you found in the processing plant. Okay, are we ready to storm Steeds? Haven't played Long Dark for a little while, actually. Ah.
I think I can use
Good
this.
morning, afternoon. Watching you on the one screen and playing on the other. Efficient TLD consumption. What's up, Bacon? Oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe it, Bacon. But we have your companion here. Our boy Big Skillet is ready to get some country breakfast going for the whole gang. There it is. Sizzling on in, baby. Let's throw that bacon in the skillet, and boy, the smell will emanate through the house like nobody's business. Ragged sports socks. And popcorn for the movie. It's crazy. Yeah, we'll bring this thing here. I see a dusty floor potato in the sink.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
All right, I'm gonna grab this big toaster here. It's gonna get even more ridiculous carrying capacity wise. Let's just hope we don't get jacked up between here and Quincy's. That's where we get our hacksaw and we can break down all these toasters. Just one big encumbered walk over the blind spot hill. All right, serious business.
Heavy.
I waste a match over my life. That's one of my new mottos on these crazy wolf can detect you from a mile away. They also usually go after you when you're kind of a bit of a mark and you got a bunch of heavy toasters in your bag. They know. They can smell your slowness. They'll come for you. All right, let's go get our hacksaw. What do you say? Going straight for it.
Excellent.
Can't take spare matches into the next life anyway. That's it. So match conservation is a smart move right up until you save matches that could have, maybe prevented your life from fading. That's the way I look at it. Trusty brand versus will, That's what the trusty brand would want anyways.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Well. All right, it's time to unencumber ourselves by breaking all these things down now. Ketchup chips. Also, dying with a stim in the inventory is less than optimal. Yeah. Kind of feels bad, right? Speaking of stims, on our way back to the whale factory, we'll probably stop by the old lighthouse and grab ourselves a stim. They can smell your slowness, have me howling while making my breakfast. Nice, Reagan. Man, it's been great to have you in the mix, Reg. An OG of OGs.
I could use this.
Yeah, it's way better when you're here, Reagan. You make it beautiful. Every one of the lumps truly embodies the great vibes of the cave of Dave. That's it, Skillet. We're partying.
Could end up being useful.
Reagan witnessed me at my most ridiculous. If you think I'm ridiculous now, should have seen me last Christmas. Boy. I was drunk on toilet water and wide-eyed. Oh, Big Moose Kicks, baby. You know, I could fancy a big cup of Big Moose Kicks right now. I tell you what, Bobby. We might as well bring the barrel up front and get some Big Moose Kicks fired up while we're busting down these toasters. Look at us over here. Shaking from fear of rocks. It truly was a sight to behold. And now look at us. Still an absolute jabroni. Boy, how things haven't evolved or changed.
Turned out pretty well.
Alright, cedar firewood. Alright, open it up
Do anything for a drink right
and
now.
cook it up. We sure could use a can opener. We can start impressing some folks with that. But right now, we're smashing everything open. Change is overrated. Well, that's good, because what is probably not changing around here is me getting any better or ever finishing this thing. It's tough, man.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
All right, we're going to break those things down, buddy, right now. We got the soups. Nan believes in you. Has me jealous. She's, of course, talking about Nancy Reagan. And she is, of course, Ronald Reagan. Prepared 15 minutes on these. Let's do that. Uh-oh. Feel a little soft-locked right now. Not liking it. What's going on, Ref? Have you seen Obsession yet? I have not seen Obsession, Reagan, but I have an obsession with figuring out this glitch, because otherwise I'm kaput. Alright, advice. Glitch advice. Anybody out there? I can't leave these screens. I'm clicking everything. Yeah. Nothing else works except closing game. Alt F4 and hope not too long since last save. Yeah. So the only tough thing is, and the other ones and some of the other high nerd level challenges and things, if you ran into stuff like that, they would be like, that's it, everything's off. You know, it's up to us here if we allow this to be cool, since it was a glitch, right? As part of the official run, if you actually make it happen. I'm thinking, obviously, for us, I would love to have it be okay, because this is ridiculous, right? And I think common sense would say, this is obviously, in ways, unavoidable. This is crazy, right? Aretha kicking that glitch's button in the background. Okay. A lot whole day because of this glitch. This glitch is a real pain in the butt. I think it's fair. Yeah, that's what we're going with so far. Similar thing happened to me the other day. Stepped away from the dogs. What is a glitch? It's hard to explain, Bacon. We were just over there brewing up some Big Moose kicks, and we got a recycled can glitch that kind of just soft-locked us in this infinite loop of cooking the coffee or doing something by the fire. It'll probably be since we last moved the bed to get the ketchup chips that we saved. The toilet water was too powerful. The cougar roars. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're walking into the bedroom here. That's where we dropped the barrel. So literally, all we did was cook a cup of coffee there between the situation, you know? That's it.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I didn't cheat. I'm telling you guys. I don't have cuties. I had that when I was trying to place something on the place and it glitched. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm going to try to cook coffee again, if you would believe.
What'd you do?
I blew it. All right, I'm going to replicate pretty much the exact same thing here. 2 recycled cans and a bunch of coffee.
I'd eat snow if
We'll find out what goes down. This coffee is getting a little whimsical. The whimsy is biting back. Toaster time. So you go into blue outline mode, and then you go into your backpack, and that's how you drop these things. Here is the circle of desk lamps. All right, we're drinking coffee to get off the drip on our fatigue and thirst at this point. Reishi mushrooms. Cutting down all these lamps will get us the nice scrap numbers we need for the big forge. Right now, we could make 4 arrowheads, or more than that, maybe. My math is a little off right now. It's always off, but even more after the coffee incident. It blew my mind, man. All right, let's check the numbers. 7. So 3 of those go towards the improvised knife. That leaves the remaining 4, and you get 2 arrowheads per that, so we have an 8 amount of scrap. Hopefully we'll get another one that'll bop us up to 10. About 10 or 12 is usually the amount we're looking for this one. We'll probably break down our neighbor's toaster over there, too. We have one more house in our neighbor's. We're T-rich this run. That's it, Cupid. Look at this haul right here. We're loving it. And we can stay off of being tired by drinking all those teas all the time. Watchman. Alright. Let's go to our neighbor's house. The Riken has locker doors to break down if you have a hacksaw. It sure does. Alright, it gets so quiet when you leave the teas.
Something's making me feel tired.
The nice, balmy, warm evening. We'll probably do what we usually do and shed some weight at our neighbor's house. Yo, what up, NL? Thank you for derping in here this Tuesday. It is great to see you, NL. How are you? I hope you're having a derp-tastic Tuesday. NL is one of the coolest. She always makes things a little bit more derpy around here. And we could always use a little derp down at Dave's Cave. See you, NL. I want to keep you safe. Can't blame for taking it really slow while possible.
This stuff will come in handy.
Nice. Dave's Derp Cave. That's it. We're derping around. Oh! Holy! We got the broth, baby.
Too heavy.
Nobody's laughing, Reagan. It's not funny. All right, we got a toaster here. We're going to break it down.
I need to find food.
Yeah, me too. Let's do it. Oh, did you say it's dark in here? However, could we illuminate this place without wasting one of our trusty brands? Well, just when you thought it was too dark at our neighbor's house, it got a little stormy in here. Holy. Illuminating our neighbor's house so we can loot all his cabinets. Trusty brand intact. Standard fare
Can always use
crackers.
more food.
He always spazzes out when you try to turn it off, too. He slams it around. Brothy will! The soup will. At the beginning there, he was definitely spending some time at soup kitchens. Alright, here we go. Get a few more calories. Some toilet water. Plan for maybe dropping some stuff off at the neighbor's house weight-wise. And then we'll be doing traveling. I'm work lurking. What day are we on? Let's go check it out. We've lived for one day. We're kind of at the end of the second day right now. We're doing a big sprint to go forge and also get the maple cut. And we're heading to Mapletown in just a few moments. We're going to go unencumber ourselves here, either at Quincy's or the neighbors. Leave stuff there, make a note about it. Get rid of some of the weight because we're going to be coming back with lumps and all kinds of stuff. Hand on the holster. It's coming. I hear him. Yeah, got it. Quincy's Quonset. Okay. Let's drop off some stuff here at the front and make a little note about it. I wish I could share my season
Wonder if I can drop
with
any of this
salt
gear.
and black and pepper crackers. Holy. All right, simple tools. Bunch of flour too, right? Yep. Some oil. We sure do have a lot of food this time. Well, we're not leaving behind a ton of gear here. Let's just make a note about it. Yeah, it's basically just that much weight. Maybe a couple lumps. How about that? Okay. I believe we should rest, or we're just going coffee and forging forward, which I might do since we don't have the maple cut. All right, we're getting wild. We're pushing right now. Responsible push, so we don't have an issue with health like last time. Stumbling over to the ravine for our life.
Turned out pretty well.
Maple syrup. I'm pushing it with these calories. The stingy black pepper taste afterward. New chocolate bar. We got so much food, it's not even showing up on the radio right now. 28% sardines. And a stale chocolate bar. We're eating big. How about a stale granola bar to follow it up? All right, we're pushing. This is when sometimes you make little mistakes trying to get ahead of everything and brute force through. We're going to be watching that drip, make sure we take preemptive naps and get this forge done rapidly and quickly. Right now, our scrap numbers are at 10. So 3 of those are going to go. Is that it? No, it's like 8 maybe. I think 3 go towards the knife. 5 go towards the arrowhead, so a total of 10 right now. Or 8. I don't know what I'm talking about, man. Listen, man. Emilio! You forgot to mention in that note Mario Lopez for president. How could I do such a thing, Watchman? I need to amend that the second I get there. Gotta watch that drip. That's it, Yinzers. How's it going, Duncan? How are you, my friend? We're just going to do our forge. Trying to get it done. We'll have Iron Stomach to mix all that food. Yeah, he does. He usually likes to eat 3 Sprites and stale beef jerky before bed without brushing his teeth. The Mighty Duck Man himself. You know, I believe this ragtag group of hockey players plus 1 good player can really change things around. We're going to go against the hotshot team with all the money and resources and a cool coach with slick back hair. And they have black jerseys on. And what we have is Goldberg and Keenan and Kel. Don't sleep on the knuckle puck. We're doomed! What's up, Metal? How's it going, my friend? How are you, Metal? Metal? I wish you came in a little bit later, but I'm happy that you're here no matter what. The reason I say that is because it's on day 2. And if you can imagine, my backpack doesn't have everything I wish it had in it right now. Neither does the stat sheet. It's good to see you, Metal. Alright, so we could get some... There's still time, man. Yeah, that's true. You just feel vulnerable without it in a lot of ways. I've smashed open so many cans of things I don't even know what to do with myself. It's very primitive. Waterfront cottages. All right, we have 2 missions here. Maple and guts from the deer. Listen, man, we'll make it, man. I'm telling you. You just gotta believe in the power of love, man. Wow, man, I never thought about it like that. You just need to stop thinking, man, and listen, man. He's right. You know. He's right. Brothy Will on the run. Trying to go get some maple and guts. One snow step at a time.
That did it.
Alright, let's throw a lump on. Alright, it's gonna take half an hour each. Let's get something warmed up. Hopefully the wind is on our side. I only meant the hockey team was doomed. Will, however, has a bright future. Will you be surprised about that up-and-coming Mighty Ducks squad? Their coach, Emilio, really has those young lads inspired. He's got them playing well. The flying V is a decent technique. Impenetrable. All right, Maple time. No cheekies on this loophole. That's exactly right. Just when you thought loophole 4 was the worst one, we got the Storm Lantern. Yeah. And boy, we've been rummaging through people's houses without having to waste a trusty brand like nobody's business. We're real grateful for that Storm Lantern. It was a great gift. Whoa, a Storm Lantern. Thanks, Raph. Yeah, the worst one.
Something's making me feel really tired.
All right, we're staying off the fatigue drip here and keeping a warm bonus as well with that coffee. Time to get our maple, baby. I'm sorry you guys have to be apart. But tell the story of your brother. He will become a hunting bow. I don't know what's going on. Guys in your pools. Listen, man. Commuter's Lament. I wish I had a pool in this heat right now. Well, you just keep wishing. And maybe one day, Melito, a pool will appear. Might be an above ground pool. But it's still nice. You can dip in there like a hippo. That's what I'd be doing right now. Just hippo style. I've always been a fan of the pool. Only pool anyone needs. Yeah, what's the pool world like in Canada? Do you guys know the wonder of the pool? Does the ice cream truck show up when there's break? And all kinds of good times? I remember the pool fondly when I was a lad. I would go to a friend's house, and that friend had a membership to like a local derelict pool. Very exclusive membership, but it was like a Dave's Cave type pool. But it was still a pool. Would eat diagonally cut peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and life was simple. Sharks and minnows. Go to the deep end. There was a diving board. Remember that? Diving boards before they were deemed too dangerous. So we would line up and go into the deep end of the pool. And I would still always wonder, is there a shark? Oh! Mario Lopez moment. Okay. That was intense. Got a little crazy back there, didn't it? Basement. 2 guts and maple. I think there was something about Mario Lopez also being the president. Mario Lopez for president. Zach is cool as well. Okay. So we're just kind of continuing to push through. Yo, what up, Jet? How's it going? Thank you for flying on in here, Jet. How's it going? I was almost just mauled by a wolf a moment ago. You need to fly me out on the rescue copter. Your friend. All right, we're going for underpants and wool socks.
That'll come in handy.
I sure will. Sock upgrade. Look at this guy, man. He's been working out. Okay, I'm still a bit scared from the wolf incident, so I'm just standing here for a second. Was that the same pool that Jamie Nelson drowned in? This is an It's Always Sunny reference. I'm not mocking an actual drown. Nice, Versetti. I appreciate that caveat. I don't know if I would have remembered Jamie Nelson, but that is a deep cut from It's Always Sunny. That's nice. I do know about Dooley from that show, and the Mick Boyles, of course, and Gail the Snail. Who could forget that? Will is talking to maple saplings now. You weren't supposed to see that, Rossetti. That was a moment of Just very brief delusion. Everything else has been totally normal. Ravine has no nasties, but this map is full of them. This is like the anti-ravine map. Nice job staying calm. Thank you, Metal. That was intense. Adult Swim. Nice word association, Yinzers. That's Sunday stuff right there. They don't have ice cream trucks, they ride mooses. Oh man, Watchman. It's hot as hell here. There are pools. Okay. I think I'm going to be able to maybe take it easy now. That was a bit of a dirt moment out there. Let's continue. Now that we don't stink as much, maybe we won't draw their ire. So far, nature... Wait. What was that about? Oh, nature called again. Let's do it. There he is. Freaking out.
Can't feel my feet.
Okay, who brought the dog?
Sanders, they're trying to keep you down, but I said, you know what? Don't even think about holding us down. You can't. You simply can't. And just when they thought we weren't going to see it,
Okay, who brought the dog?
love how he runs away. Gets me every time. It's that stinky rabbit. How's it going, Sanders? It's good to see you. You know, I'm acting like a chicken over here, and of course, Colonel Sanders. So it's good that you showed up. I have a lot of wolves around me right now. This is like the family reunion on Forlorn Muskeg Pond. Alligator tooth and snake skin spirit. Take this spirit out of this pool. Good to see you, Sanders. All right, taking the drip. Gotta watch that drip. Tactical sprint inside to reduce the 20% drip. Working and lurking, tuning in for the excitement. Thank you, Sanders. I appreciate that positivity. We're gonna get most of these lumps on the way back, and what we'll take with us will just be the ones we need for the big forge. Oh. Just when you thought we were going to be stuck in the cave without a way to see, something came into play. Not enough torches, you say? Could be stuck in that cave. Or will we? Raph to the rescue! We're doing it, Metal.
You could just lay down and have a little sleep right here.
All right, we're on the drip for fatigue, so we're plowing through with big moose kicks. We finally have a little bit of a rest now that our maple's curing. That's it. Man, this cave is so illuminated by this storm lantern, I tell you. It's as if it's daytime in here. Quite impressive. All right, we come out on the other side. We're just making our way straight to the Riken. We'll probably hit the lighthouse on the way to get the stem. Hit the beach for maybe a fish, if we feel like it. We're not even that short up for calories. Just be nice to conserve some, you know? Just be responsible. Sounds a bit windy outside. Hopefully not the moose or bear. Start a fire, heat up some teas and soups and things. Why is this ape on oxygen? He's on doorstep. Pray for Mojo. That's Mojo the monkey. Yeah, pretty par for the course. Even when it's not a blizzard, we'll get these big winds most of the time. It just makes traveling something to really tangle with. Can't really tell the direction of the wind yet, too. That's been an obstacle.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
All right, trusty brand. 60%, flipping the coin. DTOD. See if we got any more coffee. Nope. It's down to it now. Now it gets serious. We gotta get straight to the lighthouse and sleep. We're gonna be taking a drip. Very responsible fire. Thank you, Meadow. Yeah, normally I would use this as a heating mechanism rather than eat it as au gratin potatoes. Maybe that's the wise move. We have a lot of heating mechanisms right now. We're pretty healthy on most things. Let's pull torches.
My energy is just disappearing.
Yeah, I understand, buddy. We're taking a 1 HP drip per hour until we get to that lighthouse and rest. I'm not sure I'd want to live in a place called Desolation Point. It's a bit on the nose. Holy, Lurbia comes in with some Allen's Cave talk over there. You know, I don't think I could bring myself to live in a place like Desolation Point. You know, even the name leaves a little bit to be desired. I would rather make reservations to live in a fancy place like Mountain Town. A very sophisticated town. Oh, cooking too, baby. Cooking too. 10% calories from any cooked food item. You're getting better. Thank you, Rav. All right, let's get out of here. Heating it up. Hello, Larone. What about Bleak Inlet? Yeah, that one might be too obvious for Lurbia as well. It's too on the nose, maybe. Or Mystery Lake. It has cabins. Ooh. And it does have Allen's Cave, of course. That's probably the fanciest place. But let's not forget that other cave that's there. The greatest cave, in our opinion. Oh. I was here like 4 hours ago, so I want to know what's happening. Well, here's what's going on, Richard. I was talking about swimming pools, and I almost got attacked by a wolf. We're going to go do a forge. Mario Lopez might be the nation's next president here in America. And other than that, there's been no can opener we found. We have found a pretty decent amount of matches. But we're storming the steeds, Richard. Our health is kind of decent. And we're keeping it going. We're going over to the lighthouse. Come on down. Rent a movie about Oprah and never pay late fees at Dave's Cave. Love it, Duncan. That's inside baseball right there that only an Alone Jabroni would know about. That's what I'm talking about. Baba, swimming pools, and wolf fits together. The wolf swims in the summer. I see him out there, honey. He's doggy pedaling. Oh, nature called. There's a lot going on. I think I have 2 nature calls around me. This is a deer over here. Just crazy. Alright. We'll get that tomorrow. We got a bow yet. Yeah, it's too soon. It's like day 3. This bus can only go so fast, you know? Don't even ask me about those fees again. Holy crap. Yeah, that's the type of attitude I get from some of those customers. We're talking about, of course, Dave's Cave, the video store, over on Larone Jabroni. When I give them the grace and I don't ask for the late fee, they jerk themselves around. They go, yeah, well, you shouldn't have asked me in the first place. After I don't make them pay for bringing back those movies late. I think it's kind of taking advantage of old Dave, if you ask me. Average retail customer experience. Desperation Bay is another from episode 5. I'm not living there either. Lurby is very serious about where he's going to live. Although it has an amazing lighthouse. Yeah, our boy Versetti loves lighthouses. Emotional support flare. Yeah, I don't even remember if I have one. I'm going to go over to this rock formation and light a regular torch if we don't have one. I don't think I do. I'm going to check for a flare. I don't think I have one. I'm going to check right now. Things are getting crazy out here. Nature's calling all over every corner. I think there's even another nature calls next to us with another rabbit, which would get close to the amount we're looking for. I'm taking a negligent trip here. All this nature's got me a little off track. Gotta get inside and get to sleep. We're taking a trip here. Maple syrup. No flare. I want to get that last rabbit. I don't know if I'm warm enough to go out there. Let's see if we can scout it. right, I'm getting too risky. Back to the fire. We're gonna be responsible. Happy Tuesday! Oh my gosh! Can you believe that it's been this long before Aretha? I know, Empress. That's what's been going on today. I've been getting roasted. It's been a bunch of it's not it. It's time to party, baby. Neglect and my girl. This is the time when we party, baby. It's Frisky's party mix, and she loves it. It's beachside crunch. Flavors of ocean whitefish, shrimp, crab. Guessed it. There's one more ingredient in there. You guys might not be able to assume what it is, but let me tell you, it's in there. I don't know if you know it. I just gave Sophia some too. Nice ginger treats. The last ingredient is tuna. Hey, Aretha! I'm sorry it took so long, but it's time. Hey, sweetheart. I'm coming back. Coming back. Watch out. Watch out. Why aren't you moving? Thank you, Empress. It's very good to see you, Empress. You were killing it in the Enshrouded world, and it was very beautiful there. You guys were doing really good, and I really did appreciate that form you had when you were chopping trees. She was using all arms and no legs, but somehow still doing it. Thank you for those hips back. Unbelievable. We just had a little party. Or Aretha. How's the surviving going? It's going great, Empress. We just took a little bit of a drip there. There's a lot of nature calling around us, and we're kind of stuck out in a blizzard. The hope is that the weather will change and we'll be able to go to the lighthouse. If not, we drink a tea and we go. We're cooking up some delicious rabbit right now. And we're going to get the pelts out when we have a little bit more time. Got to get off that drip. Hold torches, drink a tea, to the lighthouse. There we go. All right, we're stink walking, but I don't think there's going to be too many wolves between here and there. Yeah, there's some nature calling around here, Brissette. I'm gonna go check and see how many pelts we need for those mittens. I think it's 4. We have 1 already doing some curing, and we got 2 in our satchel. We are at the lighthouse. I'm gonna check for some rose hips. The fire may even survive. The fire will survive. Got rose hips. Alright, I'm gonna put the rabbits on the front door and we're gonna go get rest and get off this drip. We'll see what the damage was. It looks like we took about 5 to 10 HP loss today. A few more birch tea, we'll be right as rain. This guy might eat these unless I drop him from my inventory. No drop is decoy for us. Woo, trusty brand, baby. Look at this trusty brand surplus we've run into here on the Storm Lantern Loot Pool. What a world. That's it.
Could end up being useful.
100%, baby. Holy. This is he's fighting for like a can of soup. He's living on the Hobo Highway. Yeah, this is Boxcar Willie coming at you. He's a emaciated 120 pounds and he's fighting for soup tonight. All right. I've been skipping. He's been skipping arm day, though, it seems. Well, let me tell you, Empress. Apparently, most of his Hobo Highway activities have just led him to doing push-ups, bench presses, and clearly ab workouts. You know, no big deal. Man is ripped. He's skinny ripped, you know? No food ripped. Emergency stim time, baby! Boom!
Use this.
For emergencies. Use as a last resort if the Hollywood Moose comes for you. He does carry around 5 kilograms of toilet water, though. Does he now? At least we shed some. We got about 2.5. I usually aim for about 2 to 3 kilograms of water. You can pretty much make it anywhere, so you don't need too much. You can even boil snow in a cave. Come on down. One time a health inspector was going to go to Dave's cave, but I don't think he ever made it there. I think there was a little bit of a detour along the way. All right, let's get some rest. Drink some of that toilet water. Scarf down some of this other crazy stuff we have to eat. Sketchy sardines. Crackers. All right, let's do it. Off the drip, baby. I probably should have slept before I looted this place while taking a drip. Those are the moves that I just gotta keep ridding myself of. You know, those little tiny moments of negligence. 2 days and 41 minutes. And our condition is 74. Ooh. All right. Now, why did we have no calories last run, but eliminated here, but unlimited here? Get it together, Raph. Well, I think that they balanced each loot pool out for different things. And I'd say the one with the Storm Lantern is all about light. So maybe this will be the one we win. It was all about light and success and everything. Because he's given us about 1,000 matches. And the Storm Lantern has come in a couple times, actually. He looks like one of those old bare-knuckle fisticuff fighters from 1809. I think that's what I was thinking of, Reset. You know, Boxcar Willie. He's lost like 4 times as many fights as he's won because he's usually starving when he fights. He gets knocked out pretty easily because there's not a lot of calories in his belly, Bob. The short and light pool. The future looks bright and stormy. You guys are killing it. All right, resting big for the big Riken Forge. We did end up having enough calories for the Forge last time, but what really set us back was just having like 5 HP to start off with. And the boy faded into the dark. Sad. He died on Rabbit Hill. Speaking of rabbits. Let's do it. All right, we'll also check on these rabbit clothes and see exactly what it requires to make these mittens. 4 pelts and 2 guts. We're 1 pelt short. The guts are going to be smelly as we walk all over town with them. Yeah, it's probably worth it, though. Time of day. Ooh, it's the warm part of the day. All right, we're doing rabbit games. All right, Grandpa Simpson. So I heard a crazy sound when I went outside. Was that just a flag whipping around in the wind or something? Trip me out. Listen, man, I'm hearing stuff, man. Yeah. Make sure to get Hollywood Moose's signature. You know I will. It's going to be a long line, though. Flag spooks me all the time in this game. Yeah, I'm scared of everything. I'm running from Kansas soup at this point. All right, let me go check on the weather. Got a ravaged alert. We stop for calories with the temperature this volatile. No, temperature over calories right now with our big, huge satchel full of everything. Heavy decisions. Avoid broken ribs challenge. Yeah. See if we can spot that son of a gun. Every time I go back here, I forget about him, and then he shows up and grunts at us and causes a ruckus. Hollywood Moose alert. Mine never leaves his favorite rock there. I think he's here, Empress. I didn't see him on the bridge posing for his new headshots. So we're going to duck walk past his big rock and hope that it's enough of a disguise for him not to detect us. We're doing the duck walk strat. Where's that diva moose? He's supposed to be here, eh? That's Raph leading the henchmen. His henchmen Boris and Scruffy, and sometimes Vlad. I bet this is Lumpy from Happy Tree Friends. I actually think that's Bullwinkle right there, Watchmen. It's an American cartoon from back in the 1960s. It was kind of random. Archie and Bullwinkle, iconic. And there was some pretty crazy stuff I used to watch back in the day. Some like cartoons and things made by hippies. So they would be creative and out there. I always thought Jim Davis from Garfield was a bit of a hippie. And that was one of my favorite cartoons. Alright, I'm making a scene out here. I need to get serious. Squirrel! Flying squirrel!
Can't feel my hands.
Alright, drip time. The Maple Brothers are back.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Raph. Alphabetical man over here. Yes, it was my second guess. I've seen this show. Yeah, it's pretty trippy, Watchmen. It's old school.
Come on. Fire's life out here.
Oops. Minutes. Let's sort out this hat situation here. Bingo. The Long Dark needs squirrels. Well, we're putting together a list here, Cubit, and it's very important. They would steal all the Rose hips. That might actually not be a bad mechanic, you know. Raph's looking to thwart the most serious cave of them all, and he's coming for our hips now. Holy. But stuff like that, I would love to even have as part of the sliders. You know, we could have a super intricate slider settings thing before we start a map that can be very customized. That'd be awesome. You guys are coming up with some good ideas. Squirrels stealing the Rose hips. I don't want any squirrel stealing my Rose hip. But I think creative mechanics like the wolf coming after you when you're more damaged, stuff like that's cool. I'm looking for one last fish before we get home. To the Riken, of course. Our temporary home. Got ravaged. Squirrel farming, huh? Nice, just basic cloth. It's almost as good as a storm lantern for Christmas. Backwards hat guy. This guy loves Sprite. Nope. Oh, here we go. We're gonna make our first cup of birch, baby. To go with our birch sapling. And our fish. Hey man, I know things have been tough today, but it's gonna be all right. You just keep on loving Will, and it's gonna be the light run.
Stuff to carry.
Alright, that wasn't the best fish pep talk ever, but any fish pep talk is better than none. You can start purposely wasting matches just for the fun of it. Now, Versetti, that might be crazy. And if we started doing that, and so many folks around here that believe in the trusty brand, that would be crazy. Okay, that was very fishy, Larone. Sure was. Treason! Yeah, see, I knew it would start something. It's a controversial topic. Wasting matches, you know? Even when they're in great supply, they must be respected and revered. Look at this troving group of wolves over here. They're coming for our fish. Alright, I'm going to do a Grandpa Simpson on purpose to get rid of the wolves and probably leave our stuff out there. Nope. Okay. Now we're going to throw down the pelt and the gut and the sap, baby. Alright, we can't forget that. Everybody remember those important items there. So I'm pretty bad at remembering stuff like that. Just yoinking these hips, boss. Oh my gosh, they're stealing! So. Oh, reclaim wood. Now I'm gonna maybe get our thermos. And now's the time when the actual name of what's on the side of the thermos must be solidified. We're about to pick it up, and there's no more time to think. What is our thermos today? Seriously important stuff. Okay. Let's go get some stuff here. And oh, you can't see inside the Riken? You don't want to waste a trusty brand? Trying to be conservative? Storm lantern time. A T1000 / color of purple thermos. Holy crap. Collaborating in what seems to be the craziest union in history, John Cameron and Oprah have teamed up to cross-promote their up-and-coming movies, Color of Purple and Terminator 2. And here it is. Our Oprah / John Cameron thermos. Thank you, guys. All right, let's go get some dog food. And then we're probably going to do a fish cook, a sleep, and a big old forge, baby. And Long Dark is the best, man. I even love just running around making the bow. Took my dog food. It was a tragedy. Being greedy, of course, because I have plenty of calories, but still. There's something like the bits and gravy. Low-grade meat. Just reminds me of the forge, you know? It was the tragedy. They took my dog food. Alright, guys, I'm starting to lose a little bit. How about taking those painkillers? Watchmen. Alright, I'm risking it for the biscuit out here with this outdoor fire, trying to maximize things. The forge only allows you to cook one thing on the top of it. We're going to be able to cook maybe some water and a fish out here. How could they make Will less pain in the butt type? Maybe they team up to defeat the villain Purple. I don't know what they have against that color, but I'm just brainstorming ideas. That's how the writing process begins, after all. I want to see Oprah from The Color of Purple fight the Terminator now. Well, I think in this one they're teaming up, Rossetti. It seems like it's a cross-promotional thing.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Cedar firewood. Temperatures trying to climb up. Might have to add a few sticks if it'll get over the top. We're always looking at the feels like number there.
Dusk.
All right, let's get our hide. I'd watch that crossover, but I never pay a late fee, so don't even ask me about it. Well, don't you worry. If you come on down to Dave's Cave, they might not even ask you for it. Don't just return it a day late and know that you're getting grace from that video store owner. Dave's Cave might even have it playing while if you stay a while. That's true. That movie would definitely end up on the discount rack, and those are usually the type of movies that Dave looks for movie night down at Dave's Cave. Come on down. We should have a movie night. We talked about watching The Edge, which is kind of related to what we love here with The Long Dark. Obviously, copyright refrains me from showing the movie on the screen. We'd all have to have our own copies of a ridiculously obscure 1997 action movie. We'll figure it out. All right, throw down our curables, baby. Okay. Responsible rest, so we're fully rested for the big forge. I do have a copy of The Edge in preparation for that day. Versetti, that's why you're amazing. You are fantastic. We're going to have that day. The movie is named The Edge, and it stars Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin, and there's a giant bear. And I'm pretty sure one of the chapters of The Long Dark Story is like a shot-for-shot remake of this movie. There's a giant bear with cool haircut, probably, and there's a spear, and all kinds of stuff happening. Very similar to the stuff Will went through as the protagonist of the story mode here in Wintermute. So, if you're thinking about getting ready for a movie night at Dave's Cave, it's likely that The Edge from '97 is going to be the first movie we watch. So, maybe prepare to rent it or find a way to watch it, and we're going to experience the wonder of The Edge. I've never seen it before. It's going to be schlocky and terrible and ridiculous, probably. I'm looking forward to it. Never seen it. Hopefully AB gets eaten. Oh! Not a fan of the old despot AB, huh? I do like the bear's haircut. It's not as exciting as The Color of Purple 2, Terminator 2, TOO. Wow, that's a pretty good title for it. See if I can get this. This summer, The Color of Purple 2, Terminator 2, the also 2. Nice, Reset. All right, we're fully rested. Oh, you want to save a match to get downstairs? You're probably lighting the thing anyways, but I'm just trying to flex with this storm lantern over here, man. Look how illuminated this Riken is. Pretty cool stuff. All right, here we go. The big forge. Begins. So as always, we throw a minimum of 8 lumps on there to get that temperature up to 160. Since each lump is 20, we can basically just multiply the 20s times 5 for 100 and then 3 more for the 60.
Well, that didn't work.
It's got to be a minimum of 150 before you can start forging. Vital so strong, strong like moose. Thank you, my friend. It's a little different than last time when we were heartbeat forging with a fish to our name. The moldy coho salmon of advice.
All right.
All right, those 8 lumps have been added. Alright, so what I'm trying is I'm actually hanging on to some of these canned foods till we get a can opener with hopes that I'm going to open them and lose less food when I open them. Since we don't have to worry about cooking 3 being important until we get our skillet, it's not as pressing of an issue yet. Because of our surplus of things like broth and all kinds of goodies. Broth Willie. Crackers. Syrup. And a tin of sardines. Alright, now is our moment. This is when it gets a little forgy in here. Alright. We got our vitals nice and responsible and ready to do the big 3-hour one. So now when we do improvised knife, it's going to take 3 hours. And you'll see the vitals just get crazy. So you got to prepare so you can keep that well fed. That we don't even have yet. I don't think it's been 3 days. Holy. There it is! We just rolled over the well-fed. We're forging before day 3, baby. Forging ahead and storming the steeds. Nice instincts. Thank you. Alright, rest of them will be arrowheads. We can make a total of 10 right now with our scrap. Probably 3 more hours. I'm noticing we seem to do a lot better on these socks for Christmas loot pools. Sometimes all you need is to change it up a little bit. Add a little spice, you know, date night. Take your spouse on a night on the town out to Dave's cave, you know, mix things up. Honey, we haven't been to Dave's in a while. You know, I think we could use a little spark. And then the next day, they're sitting there drinking Big Moose Kicks in the morning. And they're saying, boy, I'm a little tired, but I had a great time last night. That sure was just the change we needed. Those watered down drinks kind of hydrated us too, so I don't have as much of a headache today. Let's do it. We're in the warm part of the day now. I think it might be smart to go out there and actually try to travel now rather than resting, just given that fact. We're going to be stink walking. Hopefully there's good weather out there, but if it's not too windy, we go during the warm time and get to someplace further along the line. I would say a decently successful forge. 12 arrowheads, pretty solid. And the improvised knife. Those greasy onion rings gave me the sheets. Neo, you can't, there's no way that's true. You've been eating there for so long, by now your stomach is basically, you know, like a tank. There's no chance. You know, I really think it was something else. I think you were somewhere else, drinking some bad energy drinks or something, and it messed your stomach up. That's probably what it was. That's what it was. Ah! All right, Grandpa Simpson. You ate at Allen's. That's it, Melito. You had the catch of the day, but it was yesterday's catch of the day, Neo. I'm sorry. We've seen that cave you hang out in, and we save the fresh catch of the day for more sophisticated customers. You may know Kung Fu, but we don't accept violence. What is with this guy? I'm trying to despawn him with Grandpa Simpson. It's not working. eyes! I'd never! He still heard me. He's a wily bear. He's kind of onto us. I love our thermos, by the way. The crossover, Color of Purple, and Terminator 2 collaboration. I don't know if we mentioned it, but the reason Color of Purple is so important to us is because at our fictional VHS store that we own in Retro Rewind, one of our new releases was actually The Color of Purple. And in that game, they have kind of knockoff versions of very famous movies, like copyright versions of them, but you definitely know which one it is. And the whole game is just nostalgia left and right. You might say it's a thing of the past with video stores, but I'm telling you guys, movies were way different back in the day. They were made for art's sake and not as much business and, you know, like political mixed in with business. Same applies to video games. That might be true. Art in general. Director Ron Howard. Which one did Ronnie direct? Color of Purple? That's wild. Never saw that one coming. I did see Slater go to Allen's. Oh, come on, Neo. When will this rebellious stage end? Oh, we have our ravaged deer over here. Do we stop and do a micro harvest spam? Is that crazy right now? Boy's got 7.9 kilograms on him. We could make 1 million steaks out of this guy. So now we need to talk about things. I'll look at our cooking skill, but we rolled over 2 pretty recently, and we'll be getting up to 3 in no time. This music for the micro harvest. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Do we have our maple on us? That might dictate it because we can't cure it right next to this deer. No, maple's in the basement. All right, nerds, we have to unite. Think about this. I'll see what Bezos is doing. He probably needs us to do something too. Yeah, we got to do something for Bezos. All right, during our Bezos, we're going to deliberate. Might as well. Harvesting doesn't take that much time in the game. It sure doesn't. And each one of these steaks, if we cook it, if the bow is curing, go for it. It sure is, Neo. I'm thinking about it. Now, this is real inside nerd stuff here, what we're talking about. What we're trying to do is get our cooking level up so that it rolls over to cooking 3 right at the time we make our bow, and we can eat empanadas, of course, and roasted pies will keep you up all night. They'll give you the ability to eat for food and also reduce fatigue, which really helps you during the hunt too. Not only that, but they can even be a heating mechanism when they're straight off the skillet. Pretty much an unbeatable thing. Definitely the best recipe in the game. I'm in wolf. That was ridiculous.
That's done.
Nobody heard that though. That's the good news. Birch bark, you say? Roasted pies are overrated like Slater. Oh, Neo. Holy crap, man. Neo's gone full heel on us. Hey, Cleveland, your city stinks. My favorite heel speech was The Rock's. He came into Cleveland and he told them all they stink. All they do is drink beer. He said their ladies are pigs. He went crazy back in the day.
I'd drink almost anything.
And he drew the ire of everybody. The Rock actually started out as a heel. Then he became a hero afterward. Classic babyface turn once you become famous.
Turned out pretty well.
Say goodnight to the bad guy. Oh. So we're going to look at the cooking skill in a second, and you'll see what we're talking about here. Each one of these steaks will give us 1 kilogram when it's done being cooked. I might just blow through these lumps to get some of this cooked up here. We're getting more lumps on the way back. Here's what we got here for our cooking skill. Once this thing rolls over to 3, that's when we're real hunters. We have pies. There's a way, of course, to break this steak down even more and definitely get over the top. I'm not sure if my patience will allow me to break this one down fully. Probably just going to get a bunch of points so that we get close to rolling over. We have a bunch of birch teas that are going to be 1 XP per tea too. Pretty rad. Come on. Starting to realize that my believing that Ron Howard actually directed The Color of Purple, I'm pretty sure that was a bit. And it was a funny bit too. And I never in a million years should have assumed he was the actual director. There's no way he was. Fair birch bark? Let's go the other way with it. What do you say? Yeah, you're hilarious, Rossetti.
Getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
All right, we're getting things done here, baby. Getting that cooking skill up. These are the moments when you reflect about Astra the most. He is making tapas? What is he doing? See if he can make me a steakhouse salad since he's a chef now, apparently. Well, I think that was a multi-layered comment there, insulting me for cooking a lot during a hunting challenge. And also a nice raft bit. Think about maybe using another lump. We're kind of going lumpless, though. It's getting a bit risky here. Let's check our cooking skill. So in that time, we got it. We gave it a little boost there. Okay, you go always see the XP point when you got the can over there that's probably underneath the chat. That's how you can indicate that it was actually completed. All right, we ready? Quality cooking spam. Thank you, bud. I think that is going to be our haul for this situation here. Now my question is, if I'm stink walking, would I bring steaks anyways? Yo, what up, Odds? Oh my gosh. Odds didn't even call us nerds. He called us highly intellectuals. Nice, Odds. A supportive entrance today. Although labeling us as nerds would be about as appropriate as it gets. It's good to see you, Odds. How's it going, my friend? We just did some serious nerding out on a deer spam towards cooking.
I need to find a place to rest.
Let's go to the basement, grab our curables, and continue westward to Coastal Highway. This summer, just when you thought Arnold was the bad guy, he becomes the good guy. He has the derelict kid from American History X, and he's also got Oprah. Hey, this is 911. What's going on over there, Terminator? I imagine Oprah in our spinoff, she's kind of like Carl Winslow in Die Hard. She's like a 911 operator trying to help us through the problems. Yeah, I saw this guy turn into silver, Arnold. You're gonna want to watch out. He just slipped right through the prison bars. It was crazy. Coming soon. All right, let's get all these lumps. We're not coming back. Okay, so I would still love to communicate more about the bear we're thinking about. We've discovered that there's 4 cul-de-sac bear in Pleasant Valley. There's 1 cul-de-sac in Timberwolf Mountain, and then we thought we might go to Black Rock. If we land on the fact that Black Rock's bear, the one next to maybe the radio station, if that guy has a cul-de-sac cave, he could be an option. Also, Broken Railroad and our bear here in Desolation is also another option. We're trying to identify every bear that lives in a cul-de-sac cave so we can plan a responsible route once the hunting begins. No lump left behind. I think someone said no good caves in Black Rock. Okay, Black Rock is out. And that would mean we go back through Pleasant and we go to DP or Broken Railroad. Whichever one is closer to that location there once we're finished with Echo Ravine. There's, of course, another option. Raph gives us cul-de-sac bear RNG blessings, and 3 out of 4 of them show up instead of 1 out of 4. We just solve it in Pleasant. Live out our days. I love the scene where Oprah turns to Arnold Terminator and says, "What are we, some kind of purple squad?" Yeah, that part's good. This feels bad. I have stink lines right now. Oh, there we go. We do have a flare. Yeah, we got one in the lighthouse. Look at the moon. For real rafts gives us good cave bears. Yeah. Yeah, we've been having some tough RNG the last couple runs. But we're making up for it. Spazzed a bit and just ran inside. Boris said there was no good caves in Black Rock. Oh, did he now? He's defending himself. Thinking about getting cheeky at the car. Getting about 1 hour sleep. Then maybe we'll leave our stuff in here and come get it after an hour or two. Okay, now this is very serious. I can't forget this stuff. We'll be so messed up. Please help me. Be Tinder, huh?
I'm feeling so drained.
Rusty Brand. 60% flipping coins. Getting flip it. I just got off work 45 minutes ago. Now I can twitch and chill for the rest of the evening. Nice odds. That sounds pretty cool. Could always use your intellect around. Just want to remind you that we left some stuff in the basement of Crumbling Highway. Okay, keep that up, Pack and Play. That's what I'm talking about right there.
I could use a drink.
Oh, you could, huh? Alright. Anyway, Mario Lopez has been trying to get me to consolidate my debt like all the people in Hollywood do. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that, Pac. He just must have... He just wanted to keep up that lifestyle he expects for himself. So he took it. Took a crazy job working for some insurance place. It's a family, man. Pretty sure Mario Lopez got married one time, and then he broke it off within like a week of the marriage. Oh. I don't even know what he's trying to sell. I get distracted by his jawline. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Could have been an astronaut in another life. Man is so talented.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
I was thinking about that. My fire went out, of course, so I thought that was reason enough to be extremely reckless with something we've put so much effort into. I have so many trusty brand. I could easily light a fire again, just expend a lump or two while we wait out this aurora, huh? Get some rest in the car, hope the wind doesn't blow out our fire. And be responsible. Our stuff is all curing here. We don't have a problem there. For win out, can't have that. Yo, what's up, fire? Yeah, I hate to break it to you. It's true. I heard a rustling.
And I live in a van down by the river. Whoops-a-daisy.
Yo, what up, Goblin? How's it going? Will's new lifestyle. Yeah, he has been living by some rivers these days, hasn't he? It's good to see you, Goblin. Good to see Goblin and Fire in the mix. I always forget my stuff, so now I can just carry everything. Cold and slow. They must have been wandering around, though, so the fire went out. That's it, Peck. I'm going to go out on this side so I can keep an eye on him. Yep, there he is. See, I thought there was one on this side, too. Yeah, there's multiple wolves. Look at this guy skulking around. They were going to bite me if I tried to lit the fire. Hellhounds. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're scary, Goblin. They sound like they're hellhounds. This summer, the hounds are coming out of the ground. It's been 3 years since we lost Spot. We don't know if he'll ever come back. We know that there's some witches. They've been hanging around the graveyard. We're a bit worried. Spot comes home this summer. Okay.
That did it.
We'll see if the wind stays up. We can't afford any cheeky HP drips. That's for sure. Tough part about going to sleep with winds like this. Is there any kettle corn about me taking a cheeky 1 hour right now? I'm listening. I'm trying to pass the blame if the wind comes and makes our HP drip to like 50 onto you guys. When Mario Lopez tricked my parents into committing mortgage fraud, he did it sitting in a backwards chair, so we just thought it was cool. We weren't even mad about it. Well, that's very good of you, Versetti, to put up with his nonsense. Whether it's Fonzie telling us with reverse mortgages or Johnny from Cobra Kai telling us about something else, you know? Who knows? I checked the weather app. Should be mild. Okay, I'm doing it. Getting cheeky. Good work, Fire. Meteorologist Fire coming at you. He predicts scorching forest fires. All right, Meteorologist Fire. I'm going down for another cheek. No kettle corn. Didn't really give you much time. We're doing it. These are life lumps here. Normally I wouldn't like to just throw coal into the fire to just keep it going. Right now, we're in a bit of a situation. We can't sleep in that basement over there. Will has principles. Will has principal buildings, right? The cheek. Mo cheeks, as we like to say. Oh, Aurora's done. It's time to travel. Let's go get our gear. Maurice chinks at this point. Holy crap. I heard the skulk, man. Yikes. We're walking with a whole mess of stink right now. I think I'm going on the safe road route. We're going to Quincy's to grab our flour and tools. Then the fishing huts. And I think the responsible notes might have said that we left something at the Magic Blue trailer too. I think we're one rabbit pelt short. I think we have a total of 3, and then we have 2 extra guts. One more rabbit, and we'll have rabbit mittens. It'll be the first animal clothes we've ever crafted. I think one time we may have found maybe the rabbit hat or something from the barn in PB. The road sounds like a plan under the circumstances. Yeah. Conservative strat. Okay, got a minute to catch up with you, man.
My fingers feel numb.
The Timmy said to Hi, we must be cautious. Rooting for you. Thank you, buddy. See wolves troving around out there. Feel like our feather numbers leave a little to be desired. We'll make sure to prioritize feathers going through the ravine for sure. Let's try to reduce this wind factor. There we go. We're hugging the right wall here, keeping our temperature stable as long as possible. Spot fire is inevitable. Can't remember if I put anything in the thermos.
Can't feel my feet.
What are they running from?
Damn. Freezing.
Not good. Woo! There was a party out there. Yo, what up, Maria? How's it going with the crew? And what is shaking? And what's happening? Yo, what up, Big Fish? How's it going with the pros? And what is shaking? And what is baking? I heard you guys had some pretty amazing Chinese food the other night. Nice work. You got it.
Here you go. Nice segment. Yeah. Come on.
That bear got a Zagnut bar, courtesy of our boy JC, who we made our strat after. Yo, what up, Grandma? How's it going? Good day, everyone. Love that feeling when you make it to safety. Yeah, there was a moose going on, and I didn't even look at him. I pretended he was the bad guy in a dream, and I just ran. I got out of there. Yeah, how's it going, Maria and Fish? What is shaking? We've been trying to survive out here. We just made it back with our curables to the gas station, and we're planning on going through the ravine to make a scene. If you know what I'm saying. Grab some cattail dreams, go make ourselves a bow in Mystery Lake at the dam. Sounds like a plan. Stan. Kubrick.
I think I need to lay down.
All right, so we got this flare. It'll be lit for a while. Thinking maybe about getting some old-fashioned sleep. Maybe a couple hours sleep here. And then drop these curables till the morning. Let's bring this bed to the front room where we can get some serious stuff accomplished. Like sleeping. Running to safety looking like Mario Lopez in Pacific Blue. Wow, I didn't even know he was a cop in a show Pack and Play. I'm gonna have to do my research. Sounds exciting. And we're also not going to forget, in the other room, at our neighbor's house, is where we have some stuff we're going to pick up too, like flour and things. Alright, we're going to sleep till the warm part of the day, and we're going to be doing some traveling. We don't have a bedroll, so we won't be able to sleep anywhere between Coastal and the ravine. We have to get all the way to the trailer on the other side of everything. Let's get one more and go while the weather's nice. Have a great Loper run going. Tech backpack, tools made, bow and arrow, day 35. Gonna play soon, gonna cry when I lose this run. Well, just know, Grandma, you might not lose that run, because we're opening up the light. Look at how many Trusty Brand matches we got on this run. It's crazy over here. This is the run of lights. We're spreading that light. Grandpa Simpson. Nothing better than picking up all your stuff and just dropping it right back in the same spot. You get stuff done when you do that. Such a bounty of Trusty Brand. No, it's pretty insane. I hope one day you guys get to hear the audio version of that too. He makes the best sound effect when he sees him too. He just goes, whoop, and then just walks right back out. Good luck all. We'll be checking on, off, and on. You got it. You take it easy, Grandma. This is our moment. So much, Grandpa Simpson. All right, we're going to get our flour and our tools. Uh-oh. Ah! So I heard regular wind and I thought it was a wolf. The wolves got me on the run like crazy, man. Freaking out! Okay. This is for teas. Get everything nice and warmed up for our big travel. Going across, we're going westward. Looking for gold in them hills.
That did it.
Nuts and stuff. I'm gonna go grab the stuff from the front door. Our lump pile. Just chugging soup broth, baby. what we do. Probably didn't pull enough torches. The most, Grandpa. Okay. For all of us sleepy little cowpokes, heading west and feeling blessed is the motto. That's it. The cowpokes, huh? Alright, now we're heading west. We check if we left stuff at the Magic Blue trailers. You know, we're headed that way. I think we did. So we're just going to probably stop there. We have shown people how majestic and whimsical it can get in there, though. Don't you worry. Let's just say, Dunk, everybody paid full price for the whole seat, but they're only using the edge. Because they've seen whimsy and magic in that blue trailer with the log sort. Let's continue. Well, you really can't beat the weather when you have an up arrow walking around outside, I'd say. I'm lonesome but happy, rich but I'm broke, and the good Lord knows the reason. I'm just a cowpoke. Holy. Whimsy in a game this dark. It's true. It's true. It's possible. Beauty of a day here in Coastal. Anytime you're traveling and you have an up arrow outside with this type of beautiful clear weather, really makes you think. These are the days where you actually don't mind your life out here and you realize, you know, if this is just our lot in life, it could be worse. We're looking at majestic mountains of Canada. You know, we're storming the steeds, we're staying alive. The Bee Gees. It's pretty good. We can go get our curables. I got caught a little bit up in the wonder. I almost lost a trusty brand. Can't get flippant just because we have a surplus. Curable anxiety. I just wanted to show you guys the whimsy. Look at the whimsy over here. This was a regular shelf, then all of a sudden a plastic thing showed up when we moved it. Look at this guy. Oh, Jerry Seinfeld.
Working with gas.
Accelerate. What I came back there for. Yeah, for the big storm lantern, that's it. Log sort. More light for the light run. That's it, Cubit. We're doing it big, and we're lighting up the night. Hope you guys had a pretty good 4th of July as well. They were lighting up the night pretty late around my parts. It's kind of cool. Here in the States, we light fireworks when the sun goes down. Pretty much, it's just cool for you to do it at all times. They were even lighting off ones at night. Kind of makes you feel like, I don't know. That night at least will be calm. It's probably misplaced. There's a lot of Jason Pierre-Paul situations going on around there, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. I've been on Great Bear for a while, starting to lose it. Me and the two neighbors were putting on quite a show for the neighborhood. Nice fire. Listen, man. Living up to the fire name. Curables? Bear Creek Campgrounds, baby. We're traveling. Got a few of those parachute army men rockets. Oh, those are the best fire. Those are so cool. Fire's talking about a firework that turns into an army man with a parachute, and then you get to go chase him down and catch him before he lands on the ground. Pretty exciting. Looking for those high fidelity prints. Oh, nature. Triple stink. All right, quick pop over here to see if we see any birches in this clearing. Stink lines are attracting the entire wildlife. Got to keep our hand on the holster the whole time. Yeah, it's tough. think this is the bear cave here. I'm trying to pop over here to check for birch saplings. Not interested in visiting the bear. Old neighborhood, gotta make sure he doesn't live with that one down. Where's this bear cave? Son of a gun. Get turned around. Jerry.
That should help warm things up.
Yeah. This is a torch fire. Oh, we're rocking. We're rocking. Cattail Dream. Yo, what up, Sil? How's it going, bud? We're doing great. Alright, now I'm trying to look next to this bear cave here to see if we will actually see some sort of birch action. I feel like we're a little short on birches. Gotta make sure we have enough arrows for the big hunt. We want to go into the hunt with 10, 12 shots. I think we got skunked on the birch over here. Sometimes next to his cave you'll see a few saps. Any of you folks that don't have fire starting 3 yet, hang on to those cattail heads and you can use them as a tinder instead. Pretty useful. Resourceful. What are we hunting, man? We're going for bear. And we're trying to shoot him in the butt. We're going for the John Candy strat. From the movie The Great Outdoors. Starring Mr. Candy and Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd's got some range. He can play the heel, and he can play the good guy. He's one of the greats. Bear Creek Campgrounds. Alright, keep your eyes peeled for any bonus birches we'll see. There's going to be a rock formation I'm going to look around when we're going up the last part here of the river. Might be a birch over there. Haven't seen the Larone bear dance in a long while. Well, you might be waiting a little bit longer, bud. We're going for the in the cave John Candy pincushion strat. And there's a little less dancing and a little more shooting bears in the butt. That's exactly it, Sanders. The John Candy strat. So far, our greatest accomplishment was one of our recent runs with Butterfly Will. He was the 6th of his kind, and he got 15 shots in before he fell by a jerk wolf with low HP in Timberwolf Mountain. He gave it his all, and he would want every other Will after to do everything he can. We might be going to sleep here, resting a little bit to make sure we're strong like bull, because we have to travel all the way across the whole ravine to get to the trailer before we can sleep. So this is probably a good place to get to at about 3 o'clock minimum on fatigue. Last time I saw you strip down and charge the bear head on. What's that strat called? Well, that one's called you DQ'd because you missed a shot. Jabroni style. So now you're giving the bear payback because he's got like 5 arrows in his back right now, and he's looking to get one over on old Will. Now, I have a question. Are you guys interested in making rabbit mittens with this crazy Will so we can replace those boxcar Willy ones? Because that just might happen. There's our 4th belt. Maybe do a little micro harvest just for old time's sakes. It's been so long since we had fancy mittens. Kitten mittens. That's it, Yinzers. That's an It's Always Sunny reference right there. Charlie came up with kitten mittens for his kitty. So when his kitty was walking around in the wintertime in Philadelphia, kitty had mittens on. It's a great idea. He's up there with Wolf Cola. Shell operation. Just made me a pair yesterday. I highly recommend them. Nice. Right now, I want to make sure that our gut inventory is good. You say it's a little dark in here, huh? Well, it's about to get stormy. Alright, we got 4 guts. And the mittens take 2, right? Yep. I can't believe it's going to be maybe time to do that. Crap. Okay. They're nice and warm, like wearing a rabbit on your hands. Wow, Lurby, I don't know where you found the analogy there, but you really connected the dots. Tin of sardines. We won't eat too much. We're probably going to eat some of that rabbit in the morning. Make sure we cook it up and get those points. Cooking skill is sitting at about, 15 on this way. Whatever that means, right? 15 on this way, the scientific definition. I've been off the rails today, guys. Just maybe a little grace. the side of Will. That's a Long Dark reference and a 1990s sitcom reference. Reel it in, Larone, I'm trying. I need to read Ann Smith's The Frozen Angler. 4 days, 17 hours, 50 minutes. Getting a bunch of rest here, then we're going to try to travel when it's nice and good outside. When you're sleeping like this and you have options, it's pretty silly to go out there in a blizzard. Alright. Rabbit cooking time in about 1 hour. Thank you, Fire, for those hips! I'm going to be making empanadas all over the place. Right when we get that hunt going, if we can roll them over like we did for the butterfly, it really sets us in the right direction. The pie option becomes great. You know what? Little responsible reclaimed here. Start conserving these important lumps that we're going to need for the hunt. Let's get serious. Where's our... Oh, man, we just blew through that. Nope, it's got .07. You can't use it when it's a remainder like that. Is it still a giant heavy can to carry? That I have to go check and see what the weight is on that big old thing. .16. Not too bad. How about lighting these terrible fires?
Come on.
What do you say? What do you say? Let's get some rabbit.
That's done.
Fire starting too. Boom. 55% chance to start fires, and they last 10% longer. You're quite good at starting fires. Thank you. I appreciate your support, Dunk. Suppose I'll put the other one in here just as a heating mechanism.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yep. Minus 18, huh? Lump numbers, 22. Take the rabbit and go. Let's see some violin rabbit. Rabbit was sizzling out here.
Cold is making my head
We're
feel.
doing a lot of stuff right here. Moving inside and outside. Rabbit games. You know what?
So cold.
Enough games. Get off the drip. Okay, here's what's happening. I'm gonna pull torches. I'm gonna put these bad boys in the thermos. We're gonna leave once we're fully warm inside on the bed. We're going to the ravine. We won't leave our curables behind when we wake up, 'cause that would be tragic, hurtful. Oh, you can only put one. Okay. Sleep to warm, and we're out. Can't wait to make those rabbit mittens. It's gonna be so warm. All right, morning is here. We seek the birch. Nice morning to travel. Although that HP is looking great. Nothing is ever wrong with a little bonus birch, what we always say, huh? Little color of purple / Terminator 2 thermos full. Sounds windy out there. This might be Grandpa. Alright, I'm just checking out responsibilities here. It's like getting the rainbow slushie down at Dave's Cave, where you better not even ask me about late fees. I really appreciate all that, Don. It's a good video store. 34 minutes? I don't know what's going on over there. Okay. Man, the shadows. Morning shadows casted upon us as we ascend the river. I was having a bad day, but I watched Dave's Cave video rental store and everything got better. Wow. That's fire. When winter bites, ordinary gloves aren't enough. Rabbit mittens are the difference between simply enduring the cold and mastering it. Crafted from incredibly soft rabbit fur, they trap precious warmth while remaining surprisingly lightweight, creating a cozy pocket of heat that keeps your fingers comfortable even in the harshest of conditions. There it is. All right, birch check around this side.
Can't feel my hands.
Raph, man, put the hot stuff on the radial. All right, I don't see birch yet. Might be getting it at the ravine.
Fingers feel numb.
Negligent, taking a little bit of a drip here. Plus, we gotta flip a coin with Raph a couple times.
Are you serious?
Take it easy, bud. It's okay. You'll get it. 75, 3 out of 4. Watch out, when Will gets angry, you wouldn't like him when he's angry. Yeah, he starts swearing and cussing. Gets indignant. Let's do it. Does he still swear at the fire? He does. A lot of times when we're doing it, because we're usually starting the beginning of a run, and it involves the fire starting one. So throw in some GDs and just a, kind of a sour attitude. Here we are at the Raven Falls Trestle. The reason that middle name exists is because there's a hole in this railroad. If you went over here, of course, with a train, it would fall through. Even with a skinny Will, it's going to be tough. So we always take it off of auto walk, make sure we're doing our thing. Ooh, and then we look. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. What a world. I've managed to fall off this using auto walk. Yeah. So since I haven't made that mistake, Cubit, fortunately for us, we have yet to fall. But there are a lot of things that we call out to try to help other folks. So if you guys want Cubit's Will or Astrid not to have been in vain, you will remember to not have auto walk on when you're going across that little part right there. Just take it off leading up to it. Be right as rain. Have my travois vanish too. Holy. Raven Falls drama. Don't get distracted on the easy stretches. Went off that way? Yeah. I don't even auto walk down the regular part. I'll do it old school. I do like to look over the side though. That's one of my ways where I will get caught. The beauty catches me on a clear day. Let's continue. We're going to the town of the Ravine. Our HP definitely needs a little bit of recovery there. Looks like we're about 70% right now. Taking a few negligent drips more than we would like, but I'm pretty happy with our speed. Curable still in hand. We just need a couple birches here. I think we need to prioritize those birches early because we're only going to have 6 arrows with the amount we have. Let's hope the ravine provides. Birch takes 5 days to cure. Pretty long time. That might require us to do an arrow craft elsewhere. Maybe like the Timberwolf Mountaineer's Hut or something. So I keep touching on the cul-de-sac bear conversation. Have we kind of come up with any cool ideas about cul-de-sac bears yet that we've cemented? Forgive me for repeating myself, and if you guys have answered that. Just need that bear butt shot. Cul-de-sac Carlito. Holy.
Can't feel my feet.
Nuts and stuff. Pinnacle peaches. Need that PV RNG. Get them done there, right there. So that's what we're landing on, huh? Yeah, I might have to expand my knowledge of cul-de-sac bears elsewhere. I got the Broken Railroad one and the DP one. Those are my two loners on the corners, basically. Pretty sure Forlorn doesn't have any. Mystery Lake doesn't. Four opportunities, though, in Pleasant. And then, of course, the Echo Ravine one. Ooh, okay. So we have a total of 5 opportunities next to each other, and then 2 on each end of the east and west part of the map.
Right.
That's so intense, man. All right, heading into the warm part of the day. Beautiful time to go around collecting birch. It's a glitch, Dunk. We already soft-locked ourselves once trying to cook coffee earlier. It's a recycled can glitch, I believe. Now I'm hacking the Gibson to take down this jabroni. What's the Gibson? The guitar? Oh. So we don't have another T thanks to that weird recycled can glitch. We're just going to try to get through this place. I've gotten the food item thing, not sure what it triggered it. Yeah, it's a weird glitch, Goblin. I'm thinking that maybe it's related to recycled cans. It's happened twice. The problem is, last time we couldn't even get out of the screen, and I was worried to keep going. That was the big movie in The Hackers, starring Johnny Lee Miller and Angelina Jolie. Oh, wow. Nice movie knowledge. Gibson, huh? I love seeing that the vitals with all those colors. Oh my God, I used to love that movie. What's up, Quiet Storm? Yeah, our boy knows all the undercover movies right here. We're talking hackers in here. We're going deep. Johnny Lee Miller. Next, we're going to be bringing up Billy Zane or something. How's it going, Storm? You'll be happy to know that we have a Storm Lantern. And we were super cool getting that for Christmas this year. Yeah. Storm Lantern. I got the VHS of it sitting on my shelf right now. Holy crap. I hope you have a safe in that house so you can lock up that valuable. People are going to be coming. You know, speaking of which, I know a VHS store owner who would really love to rent that out. It would barely be on the shelves, probably flying off of it constantly. Better get the rewind tape machine fixed. That thing's going to be spinning. That's probably another thing at the Dave's Cave VHS store. They never fixed the rewind your movie tape thing. So you just rent a movie and it's in the middle spoiling it. My family had one of those dedicated rewinders. Sounds like you were pretty affluent. Hee, thanks for the light, pal. Oh, now he's got punchlines now. Trying to think of what I can get over here besides maybe a lump or two and some scrap metal. I feel like the lumps were incentive enough. And the hips. Beef jerky. I was just thinking the same. My dad also held on to a Betamax until it completely died. Betamax, huh? I'll tell you my antiquated technology thing. I remember when I went over to a babysitter, they had a collection of these things called laser discs. They were basically really good movies on gigantic CDs. But the CDs weren't CD sized. If you thought those were big, think again. They were record size, like vinyl record size. And they had movies on them. Absurd. But I remember watching Total Recall on one of those laser discs, and it looked like Arnold's eyes were popping out in crispy HD for back in the day. Oh, there we go. Birch sap. Total Recall was a pretty crazy movie to see back in the day, by the way. His eyes were going nuts. But I'm totally normal. Turned out okay, right? Yeah, everything's fine. All right, we're just getting the birch, baby. I'll put it on the watch list. Oh, fire. If you haven't seen 1990s Total Recall, it should move up the list like a rich person trying to get, you know, some organs or something during a tough time. I don't know where that reference was at. Yeah, put it on the list, baby.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, we're really close to stopping at the trailer, and that's always a nice take a deep breath moment for us where we can at least get our bearings under us a second. Let's continue. Yeah, I've been razzing that storm lantern the whole time. This is pretty awesome so far. I feel like we're making great time. I feel good about this. I'd say the only tricky part is going to be the lack of arrows we have once the hunt begins. I think we're going to be relegated to 6 arrows at the beginning. Sometimes you can get a John Candy Bear with about 7 or 8 in them. It would be a shame to have that circumstance. You're a birch bark millionaire. That's it. All right, we're going to continue. We're going to try to storm the steeds, and we're going to set up at the trailer in front of the dam. Bonus part about going over there is that you get to sleep on the moldy cardboard bed. It's one of the highlights. All these teas will be 1 point each once the things are crafted for our cooking skill too. Okay. Short stink walk to the trailer. All seriousness, got to make sure we're next to a wall just in case a wolf comes after us and we can pump fake him from there. It's a short little walk, but it's dangerous.
I might have to drop some gear. Someplace to escape this cold.
I got just a place, buddy. How about this trailer? Feels good. AC approves. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's about that time where I go and get a little refresh. I grab some Big Moose kicks, some throat quote tea, a little bit of food, and then bang, we're right back. in a matter of moments. And we're going to come up with a responsible plan on how we're going to take care of this bow here, finish this bad boy up, get refreshed and recharged and re-energized, if you will. Oh, Lee, listen, man. Don't spray the mouse around like that. I see something in the distance.
That'll come in handy.
Yes, it will. Big moose! Okay, now I'm gonna chill. It's exciting. Yeah, things are happening. It's truly coming together, baby. The run of the light. Okay. Bezos, T, back here in no time. Big time. I bet Gabe's Tave is fully stocked. I can't wait to check. Because we're not going to the forlorn one, so we need that one to hit. That's for sure. Okay. I'll be back very soon, and it's going down. Oh. There we go. Okay, here we go. So when he gets upset, it makes a verbal sound. That's when I'm going to shoot. How heavy am I? I'm pretty heavy. But I feel agile. We're our worst critics. I'm sure you'd be entertaining. Yes, I would love to see Sam. I think we're light enough, Duncan. I feel pretty agile to stay behind this tree and get this guy going. He's gonna grunt. We're gonna shoot him, dodge him, and hopefully we'll live to tell the tale. Woo! Man, it never gets less intense when you fight these guys. So we wait for the grunt.
My head feels thick.
And we shoot. We're on a hill here, so we got to account for the dip as well. Like a field goal kicker. Okay, he's upset. I don't think he would have took off like that unless we hit him. Let's see if we can see spots. Close on. Do we think we got him? Missed him, you think, huh? Rats. He takes off like that no matter what then, apparently. He take... If he doesn't know where the shot came from, he'll run away, yeah. Because specifically because you missed near him. And words. Takes off specifically because you missed him. Okay, look for the arrow. Yeah, it's really hard to see out there, Jeff. I was going to go out there and look for spots, and then he came after me. Okay, if I hold my clothes but take them off, do they still get destroyed? Or do I have to drop them all? How does that work? Is dropping them the activity that keeps them preserved? Because I'm worried that if I just take them off, he'll still maul them and destroy them. That I need to put them on the ground, actually. No, but they weigh more. This is getting sketchy. Yeah, it was infinite loop. It was too big, I guess. couldn't get my clothes off either. I thought it wasn't a fat enough tree. He got me. Dang it. Those rabbit skin mittens got torn up, man. I quartered my first cougar yesterday and the hide disappeared. I rage quit. Scrub bush.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
It's nice they named a bush after us. Okay, so here we are again in a blizzard. And we can go back to the red barn. I just went looking for a cave here around this rock formation to no avail. So if there's a close cave, I'm down with that. Otherwise, it's back to the old red barn.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Thank you, Sil. Appreciate that. Got the little self-deprecation on a Tuesday. It would be terrible if the hide disappeared. I'll be careful now. Yeah, that's been a big topic of debate, is hides disappearing today, Jeff. And yeah, PV can just get out of town. So the bear cave is like straight ahead, but it doesn't look like a regular cave. Okay, Duncan, but are we sure that straight ahead is where I'm facing right now? There is a cave, but barn is better, simpler, safer. Okay, if I can get back to that barn, I'm down. I think I just go straight out of the forest here. I think if I just go kind of that way, I'll get there after about 100 yards or so. But it's, you know, it's crazy, this weather. Once I commit to the direction I'm going, I'm going to have to be real certain, since I can't see about 2 feet in front of me. It's a feature, sadly. So you navigate. Okay, are we ready for this? Because I'm going to leave this forest. Not super sure where exactly you are, but I'm watching. Okay. Confidence is brimming over here. It's past the tree line and left, give or take. Yeah, that's kind of what I know too. All right. We could do a shielded lump fire if we're unsure. That's what we could do too, grown up. Yeah, is just do a fire here and try to wait out the blizzard. So I'm just going to take a quick Bezos break. And we're going to assess what to do and then figure out what's going on around here. But the stinky streamer girl might be able to help us. So let's talk to her and see if she can give us any advice on how her unshowered self could get us out of here. We need input from the stinky streamer girl. Yeah, all stinky hands on deck. One hand with Taco Bell, the other hand with some product to keep you from having to shower. That's what I picture her as. She's holding one of those gordita crunch things in her hand as a burrito, and she's eating that. And she ordered it using an app. So someone had to deliver that Taco Bell to her. She didn't move for that. She just stays there not showering with her greasy hair, just telling you about this product that she's got in her right hand. There it is. I imagine energy drinks are somewhere on that table as well for her. She's ambitious, though. She grinds. She's always on that stream. Hey, how's it going? I return. I ate a chicken leg. Wasn't anything too crazy. I also have other news to report. This is kind of a shameful situation here. A couple days ago, I ate one of the red airheads. We know what that means. I ate bugs! I'm a bug eater! I couldn't stop. I said I already have the thing, the big package of them. What am I going to do about these red ones? Am I just going to leave them and make other people eat them? I took the great sacrifice. And I ate a red airhead. And bugs, apparently, along with it. Well, sometimes, you know. So, everybody loves those bugs. I don't know. I was thinking about it for a while. I kept walking past the cherry. I would go to other flavors. At least these ones aren't bugs. Those ones are probably bugs too. Nobody knows. Regardless, I ate the cherry. Artificially flavored, huh? Here we go. We got a green cup here full of Big Moose kicks. That's going to help us storm the rest of these steeds. We have a few more steeds we need to storm here for a couple more hours. And this is hopefully going to help us. In addition to that, you guessed it. Throat quote tea in a Cougar Simba cup. This is throat quote tea. And this is what we use for talking a lot. It's supposed to throat or coat your throat with herbs and things that help you. If you've been talking a lot. Aretha, this has nothing to do with you. I want to say something else about Aretha. Was recording at Larone Jabroni the other day, and for the second time, only the second time in her career, she jumped up right here. And she got big for her britches. Imagine if she does that with this full cup of Big Moose kicks right here. It's going to be bedlam in here. There's going to be coffee strewn about everywhere. And it's going to be a nightmare on our street. Let's not do that, okay? She's the best. Okay, so with this throat quote tea comes a quote. It's usually hippie nonsense. And I wouldn't expect anything different today. Prepare yourself for, of course, the hippie quote of the day. Listen, man. Hippie quote time. Go. question of 1,000 forests is in one acorn. Ralph Waldo Emerson. One more time. The creation of 1,000 forests is in one acorn. All right, now a last time in hippie voice, of course. The creation of 1,000 forests is in one acorn, man. Ralph, where's Waldo Emerson, man? That's what we got. It's a repeat. It's another Ralph Waldo Emerson one talking about acorns, but maybe there's a message in that. Since this is the day of light, maybe we can think about this. Maybe, just maybe, we're supposed to get acorns or something. I don't know. Yeah, we got some reruns. Still good tea, though. We'll say that. So, here we are. We're at the dam. What we'll do is make sure we relocate our curables over to the dam, kind of get set up over there, and look at the timing of everything. Of course, once we're done with the bow, we're going to go from Mystery Lake there to Winding River to Pleasant Valley, and it's on. We got some more birch. We'll make a plan for how quickly we'll make the maple. We'll do a nice lap around Mystery Lake, getting a few of our bare necessities. We're going to want to look on our rare loot pool that we're on to find out where the bedroll is here, because it might be in a tricky spot. Obviously, we're going to go to the camp office for the skillet and everything, and we just got to locate where exactly everything is. Probably now's a good time to do that, right? Yeah, the bare necessities. Okay, here we are. Let's get it pulled up. So we have Mystery Lake here. Bedroll's going to be at the camp office, Allen's Cave, the cave, or the train loading area. We have 4 spots to look for the bedroll. Maglen's. Is... looks like a couple things are at Trapper's. One of these might be a fire striker. If that were the case, I'd go crazy. That'd be awesome. On this match loot pool. All right, I'm confused, so I'm just thinking about what we're going to do, and we're going to do it big. Let's get out there.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah. Train loading area is closest for bedroll, it seems. That's the yellow train car. For you to storm those steeds, for me to light up the grill. Nice. What's on the menu tonight, Fireman? Last time we checked in with Fire's grill session, he was cooking up shish kebabs. Haven't had a shish kebab in a long time. Cool word to say, too. Shish kebab. Wonder where that word originates from. Had ribs on the 4th. Tonight it's burgers. Oh! Your family's gonna be stoked, Fire. Oh! Alright, right, that thing's 55. That'll be 3 more days on that. We can start in on some arrows whenever we'd like. You can see our numbers of weak sauce. Yeah, I thought we had one more. Yeah, weak sauce numbers. Bear sweater time.
Too much stuff to carry.
All right, time of day check. It's the evening time. We got rabbit skin mittens on the way. I think we'll just plan a nice, responsible trip around the place. Maybe we'll leave a couple lumps here or something, shed some weight. Oh, big moose kicks for the road. Huh? Our lump numbers are kind of weak. We're going to get some when we go through the winding river area, but our lump numbers leave a little bit to be desired. No question. We get a few stray lumps if we go down to Trappers. I think I need to take a more close, less jabroni look at the loophole here in a minute. Might find something here at the dam. This is our life.
I can use this.
About time we get a Mackinac out of this safe, huh? Seven or 8. And 3. Eight, 4. Mm-hmm.
What have we here?
79%. I'll take it. That's it. Celsius improved. That was a pretty big win. Yeah. Now we look even more ridiculous. Just when you thought that wasn't possible, it became possible.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Okay, we got our bear sweater. So now we'll be rocking with a high condition thin wool and a bear sweater from 76%. I think that'll do well. And stepping into the ring, wearing jeans and Sadie Hawkins shoes, it's Boxcar Willie. He fights with his fists turned the opposite way. It seems crazy.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
Yeah, I'm just checking all these lockers before we take off.
I need to drop something.
Good. Let's continue. Our final thing we'll do in here is getting all this delicious toilet water. And you know, it's about time we get the secret toilet water too. Boom. Almost 2 liters in there. Yo, what's up, Lily? How's it going? Extra calories. What's going on, Kayla? How are you, Kayla and Lily? Thank you guys for showing up. We're just hanging out here. Just lumping around. We're over here at the dam making moves. I was thinking about maybe checking out the loot pool to make sure I don't leave anything here in the dam that I didn't check for. So I kind of went over the loot pool pretty quick there. We're on loot pool 2. We're seeking mag lenses, bed rolls, and maybe fire strikers if we're feeling good. We got at the train car a spot we can check for bedroll. And I think Alan's Cave is on the list too if you're looking for sophistication and strict dress codes. The one thing I need to make sure is that I don't have any mistakes with regards to which category it's in. And my screenshots over there don't let me scroll to the top. It's one of the beefs. Okay. Loot pool 2. We are looking for... in Mystery Lake, Fire Striker could be at Unnamed Pond, Derailment, and Logging Camp. Holy. Okay, that's huge. And we got mag lens at the Eastern Lake Cabins, the Forestry Lookout, and the Lake Overlook Cave. We're foregoing the mag lens because they put it in crazy spots. We're going for the Fire Striker and the bedroll. Okay, Trappers has a hacksaw and a lantern, and we won't be needing those. Got it? Get it? Do it. You know, I used to say Will was pulling the water from the tank, but those toilets don't have a tank. I think he just goes down in there swirly style. I don't know what he does. Okay, we've checked out the mag lens. We know what's up. Let's storm some more steeds. Weight check. 39 of 29, huh? Where's the extra weight? What is this thing? 0.0. Rats. Okay, now we're a nice 36 of 28.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
So, I think a responsible survivor would go back to the trailers until maybe there's an Aurora. If there's an Aurora, we could do arrow shaft related things over here.
Never been so hungry.
Make some arrows. 3 of them to be exact. Most of our stuff is just rest and travel tomorrow, pretty much, though. We're due for a big cook as well. We might wait till we get our porridge and our cooking skillet from the camp office and try to spam our cooking skill up. We're making moves there. Let's go to bed.
Too heavy.
Should have ate before I left. I feel like Grandpa Simpsoning at this point. We've gone too far. You guys ready to see the best bed? The most comfy? You ready? It's the moldy cardboard floor bed. There it is. I think we're going to be resting on it. Larone's favorite bed?
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay. Eat and sleep. I think it'd be great to cook up some big moose kicks and travel. Definitely not during an aurora, of course. You get caught out during an aurora with no bedroll. It could be your last time out of the house. All right, after slamming 30 cattails in a row, it's time for a slumber. Let's do it. You survived 5 days and 19 hours. We're going to have to check out that show, Pacific Blue, with Mario Lopez, aren't we? It's going to be on our list. Up there with The Edge. I imagine it being like whimsical crimes. Cat stuck in a tree. Maybe like something like that. Nope. Alright, wait for this wind to go and we move. Responsibilities. Here's what our warmth bonus is. 9 Celsius. We kind of look crazy, but we're getting warmer. Okay. We're going to take a lap. I'm probably going to go by Alan's cave and different things like that, and we're just going to kind of make a clockwise thing around the map there. We're traveling here at the warm part of the day. It's a good time to go get supplies. We're going to stop by Dave's cave, see if there's a stock bunker over there too. There's big hope. Grab cattail dreams, birch bark, reishi mushrooms, all kinds of goodies. And we might avoid the ptarmigans. If the ptarmigans happen, that's great. They can just keep on laughing.
Something behind.
Cattail dreams. Lovely cattails. That's it. They are pretty lovely. Parasalita. It's good to see you, bud. You have a very spicy name. What we're doing here is getting lovely cattail dreams. And we're headed to Alan's cave. We're seeking bedrolls, mag lenses, and all kinds of great gear here in Mystery Lake. I know that you're thinking that the action stops there, but we're even thinking of Fire Striker. One thing that might get left behind is the mag lens. Scarcely used, and it's only a 21-day run. With our trusty brand Affluence as well, I think we're going to be okay. Man, this is tough. I want to get these birch. I might have to get them on the way back. They're going to be a little heavy in our satchel. Okay, we have birch. All right, let's go to this sophisticated cave. Rose hips. Bushels of them.
Wait.
Go!
I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
Okay. I think I'm carrying around like 30 ridiculous books right now, too. That's probably adding to the weight surplus we have.
Come on.
95%. Raph's not playing any games with this one.
Well, thank goodness for that.
44 sticks. Okay, we got skunked at the old hunter's blind. Continue. Carrying too much? Hey, why don't you let me hold on to those? I don't know, Fire. I don't know about that. Share the load. Yeah, I'd be happy to hang on to you guys' hips, if that's the case. What I'll trade you is some recycled cans that might glitch your run. Banged up tomato soup. I might have to throw a few more sticks on there to expedite the warm-up. Yeah. This thing out of here. What about you? And you're gone. Ah! Well, I don't know what's going on with our recycled cans, but they're causing problems. Creating a tea issue. I pity the fool who can't use their recycled cans for teas. Alright, time to move. Since I can't throw the beans in the thermos, I'll use the tomato for the thermos. Let's go check in Alan's cave and see what's going on in there. See what kind of fish they're serving. What the wait time is to get a table. Don't even think about getting a booth. Now you're just getting crazy if you think you're going to get a booth seat in Alan's cave. Got to be realistic, you know? You're getting the two top next to the kitchen door. Trying to come in there without reservations. Alan's cave! In that outfit, Alan banned this jabroni from this fine establishment, eh? I can't remember what I was supposed to look for here at Alan's cave, but I don't think it's here. It's just a bunch of rocks and dignified people and martinis. Let's do it. We're gonna continue. Yeah, not at the Hunter Blind or at Alan's cave, that's for sure. I usually just go into Dave's wearing shorts, flip-flops, and a wife beater, but I think that's not gonna fly over there. Yeah. That's exactly right, Fire. You have that correct. It might get the cops caught in you wearing something like that, Fire. If you try to go into Alan's like that. Great Bear Police? Yeah, we have a serious derelict here. I could see his toes. He's way out of line. You know, we've been contributing to the force greatly, and we expect you to use light force on this derelict Fire. But please eradicate him from this cave. He's not dignified enough for this. Did you hear that, Fire? All right, we got the hips. Minutes left on our bean warmth. River South Access. Alright, eyes peeled for ninja wolves. I see a mountain in the distance. We're headed to the camp office for abundant supplies. Quiet day here on the lake. You know, I ought to be scouting random bears too, just in case we get RNG-ified by Raph in Pleasant Valley. When we go by Unnamed Pond, we'll check it out. Me too. All right, we're going to loot the camp office, baby.
I might have to drop some gear.
Boom. Why base in the dam, not camp office? Well, I'll tell you, it's not really even a base at either of the spots. What we're thinking about doing is making the bow over there, and we're just kind of doing a lap around Mystery Lake right now, getting all the loot, and then we're going through the dam to the Winding River and then over to Pleasant Valley. So we're pretty much nomads during the whole run, since we have a short calendar of 21 days to get this challenge done.
This stuff will come in handy.
But we're going to be taking cheeky sleeps on the go, baby. 27%. I see a bunch of cracks and patches on this thing. Patch Adams over here. That thing might disintegrate by the end of all this. We use it often. We're going to be using that bedroll down to the wire. Don't forget about the acorn wisdom from Where's Waldo over here. The creation of 1,000 forests is 1 acre. Something to think about.
Use this.
32%. Now we're living in a crazy world here where a Davy Crockett hat is warmer than my aviator cap. All right, we're going with the aviator because this thing will break down faster. And then once one of these things breaks down, we'll replace it with a fancy, fresh new Davy. I've never looked more ridiculous.
I think I can use this.
Trusty brand. We bring forth the light. The creation of 1,000 cheekies is in 1 bedroll. Well said. Seems like the wind died. Maybe it might be time for us to come on down. Yeah, we got some of your brand.
That'll come in handy.
I can't even tell you what I think this guy looks like. He just looks ridiculous. He looks like he wears a helmet to like the store is what he looks like.
With this much gear.
Yeah, he's a normal kid. He just falls over a lot, you know? All right. Frozen corpse inside a warm house. Literally unplayable. That's a good point. All right, let's look at our cloth numbers. 4. Excellent. All right, what do you guys think we go on down to the greatest of caves? Is of course Dave's cave. Loves paint chips. Yeah, he does. He's tasted them before too. Okay, let's do this. You're ready to go on down, you say, Duncan. Well, I think we should. They don't discriminate against flip-flops there. That's true.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
And maybe the front part of your flip-flops broke and you don't even have shoes. That's okay too. Just be prepared to be stepping on old peanut shells, because this is one of those gritty bars that allows you to eat the peanut shells and throw them on the floor. I don't really know what the appeal of that is, except for just to... I don't know. I really don't know. It's just like a redneck way to be powerful, I suppose. Yeah, I threw those shells on the ground instead of the little basket right here where they could have been easily thrown away. No, I just threw them on the floor. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like steakhouses? They have a big barrel of peanuts that you take out of the shell, and then the local rednecks will just throw all the shells all over the restaurant. And it's like, it makes them happy. They like that environment. That would definitely be allowed at Dave's Cave. Enjoying the culture. Roadhouse. Yeah, that's it. Texas Roadhouse. That's it. We talked about Oprah doing a collaboration with Arnold. That would be the type of, mainstream connection Dave's Cave might have. Dave's Cave and Texas Roadhouse crossover. I could see that. Similar clientele. You guys like Roadhouse? I kind of like it there. They usually have these really good biscuits, too, they bring out. Boy, Aretha would love those things. They're covered in butter. I need to go to the Roadhouse. Well, anyways, we're coming on down to Dave's Cave. This is a place where you can get half-off appetizers. Dave's famous margaritas are also served here. We got tandoori cougar strips, moose sliders, anything you could ask for, and the world-famous greasy onion ring tower. Don't forget about bottom shelf whiskey. And looking for local delivery? Well, don't worry. It's really expensive. Dave doesn't feel like leaving the cave. So if he does, it's going to cost you. Aretha, when there's unattended buttered biscuits. And she's been hooving lately, I'm telling you. Hanging out in that kitchen when I'm cooking. Here we are. This is it. This is the greatest place in the whole game. If you're new to the Long Dark, well, this is the greatest. Dave's Quiet Clearing. And we always like to leave a rose hip here for Dave, just in case he comes back and he needs one. It always makes our rose hip numbers completely nonsense and odd, but it's worth it. And then we leave it right here for him. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you for that rose hip bundle right there. Alright, now is when we do a reverse goat to get to the bunker. And this is where RNG has an opportunity to bless a negligent and pretty much all around unskilled player. This is where it takes no skill in this game and you just get great loot that changes everything. So let's see if we're blessed with that today. Flatten out, buddy. There you go. We had one kitty who would grab any buttered vegetable if he got a chance. Adorable weirdo. He would probably just lick the butter off of there. Even after responsibly resetting our ankle, we still blew it out. Chubby Will. Ever since we got all those jars of broth, he's been living the life of luxury. Is that our first ankle? He'd eat the veggies too, but mainly after butter. Bless us once more, Dave, with a bountiful harvest. Thank you, Fire, for those hips. All right, this is it. Neo, I don't know where you are. At this point, Neo's probably telling us to get dusty cardboards. He doesn't even want us to get the stock bunker. I can't stop getting hyped for Oprah and The Color of Purple 2 with the Terminator. Well, I wouldn't stop getting hyped for SETI because it's coming to a theater near you this summer. It's going to be sick. Oh, it's full. Oh, my gosh.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Well, it's dusty and moldy down here. And pretty abandoned looking.
Hurts.
Yeah, it's his emotions that really hurt. Not just the ankle.
All I can think about is food.
Full of dust. Alright, let's repair this ankle. I'll tell you, one of the things we should be doing is busting out a bunch of cups of Big Moose Kicks for our travels. Now that we have a cooking pot and a skillet, we don't have to worry about those darn recycled cans. Hopefully. No problem, Neo. You do know Kung Fu, of course. And that's going to come in handy when we go hunting. Have you found a bedroll yet?
A lot of gear.
It's raggedy, but we got it. So what's going on right now, Cubit, is actually a pretty solid start for us. In addition to pretty decent speed on getting all the bow stuff ready and down, we also have the rabbit mittens to be made too. So we're going to replace these boxing glove wraps here with pretty much the best gloves. And they'll be 100% for our whole hunt. That'll keep our bow shooting hands nice and loose and ready to fire accurately. Ron Howard back behind the lens. Oprah reprising her iconic lead role, Arnold. Well, just when you thought 27% was going to be what our bedroll is, think again.
Sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
86. Arnold is back and better than ever. It's gonna be huge. Only one down arrow is awesome. It sure is, Pete. You know what else is awesome? Upgrading your raggedy bedroll to an amazing one. Anybody needs an extra bedroll? It's right here. Double the bedroll. Alright, now we need to light up our coffees while we're warm in this cave. Can't stop doing the movie trailer voice. This summer, he became insane. He didn't know when the bit ended and when real life began. Hey guys, I'm losing it! He kept losing it more. It is the jabronis last summer. Holy, that's another good one, man. Looks like we're going to be buying a lot of movie tickets this summer. Everybody get ready. The Edge from 1997 is coming up. Movie night. It's big, and we got to start planning it. It's going to be like a drive-in. We all get snacks. I'm going to get all kinds of things. Maybe pizza, popcorn, every snack in the world. We're going to have a big movie night. Watch The Edge. Okay, so that glitch is happening with every cooking item. Do you guys think if I back out and load back in that the food item glitch will go away? Because it seems to be there for my recycled cans and also my pots. We're headed that direction, Cubit. We just have to get cooking level 3 and then roasted pies are on the menu. You bet. I'm thinking about do the old turn it off, turn it on trick. Yeah, that would be crazy, Christy. There's no way. Hopefully not. All right. Let's try backing out and pull it back up. It's good to see you, Christy. What's a cooking bug? Check this out, Cubit. When we go to cook, we just get food item over and over. It happens with all our stuff. All right, RIP Trusty Brand. I'm going to sleep to save and then back out and pull it back up, and the glitch should probably be gone. Turning it off and turning it on is one of the best tricks in the book. It's been done for generations. Lose an hour of daylight, but we'll live, right? When in doubt, a restart almost always solves issues like this. Well, Raph brought the fire, didn't he? Or the wind. Okay, so it's saved. I wasn't really paying attention. Did we save? Always save after 1 hour sleep? Can hit it with a heavy hammer. Yo, what up, Augustus? How's it going, buddy? Cheers to you as well. I'm going to be pouring up those rosehip teas in no time. Yeah, it's a tough one, Bean. It's been here pretty much the whole time. I'm pretty sure that it always saves after you sleep, so I'm almost certain we can back out now. You know what I would love here on the pause menu? Last save 30 seconds ago or 30 minutes ago, like a timer for it on the pause screen. That'd be nice. Could also validate the install through Steam. Alright, I'm sleeping again and I'm watching this time to make sure it says saved. Probably would only lose like traveling from the dusty bunker over there. Just want to be sure. No games. Okay, it's saving. So now we're going to back out and pull it back up and see what happens when we put it on there. Right now, this is what we get. Food item weird spam glitch. We'll even give it a second. What about that? And we'll say, hey, Raph, fix it. Let's do it. All right, Wild Bigfoot Will's going back on the town.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
All right, now this is getting creepy. Now we have a weird glitch that's staying here. Now this is where I have to close the game completely and pull it up again. Shenanigans! They're trying to hold us down. I had to completely shut it off and on. Yeah, so you've had this one before, Neo? I've kind of seen this before, so it does look familiar. I didn't end up having to get like soft locked out of my game until I restarted it, but it kind of solved itself when I pulled it off there. There's just obviously something that's weird within the code that breaks when you do something jabroni. And you have to be an expert jabroni to find it. We just happened to make that happen. All right, here we are. Raph's warnings. Don't you even do anything to the wonton. Oh, here's some nice inside info. On the startup, there's a scan through the game data for recipes. It looks like for some reason that scan isn't finding anything, or there's a problem with what it found. All right, this is the moment. Let's find out. This doesn't work, guys. Raph is truly out to get us.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Why don't you drop a recycled can on there, buddy? How about that? And then it not show food item a million times. On PS5, my cooking glitch just locks the screen. Holy. We've done it, Eanes.
Food.
Turn it on, turn it off. Let's cook it up. You guys think this is a cooking tournament? I would understand if you thought it was. Surprisingly, it's a hunting tournament.
Come on.
Did you also think that it was a mention Mario Lopez a lot tournament? You'd be right to think that as well. Nice that it sorted itself out. Yeah, thank you for the info, Christy. That was cool. When you're doing an intense nerd challenge, you want your go-through of it to be without nonsense like that, you know?
Turned out pretty well.
All right, double the XP for these pots of porridge, baby. Running River Oats. You get 1 point for the prep, 1 for the cook. You make 7 more cups of this stuff. Yikes, that's cool. Still no can opener. Was kind of optimistic about a can opener at the camp office, but I think I was going through there too quick and I probably passed it. All right, let's cook. Have to close the game. Once had to rewalk 2 regions. Yikes. Yeah, that's why we were doing the bedroll save right there. To try to get that, to make sure that was our most recent save before we backed out. This is probably one of the more insane things I've done since being here on Great Bear Island. New levels. Good.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Happened again. It has to do with, I think, the recycled cans. Maybe the pre-made recycled cans that aren't part of the coming one from a soup. I think some of them might have the glitch. I have to talk to the debug crew over at Hinterland about this one, I suppose. It's pretty intense. Definitely sketching me out. I'm trying to do my nerd cook over here. You know? This bug has been around a long time. All right. This is weird. All right, we're finding ways around this thing. If you just go through them. I don't think they've really fixed any survival bugs since the second patch after something was released. A lot of acronyms there. I don't know that one, Christy. That was like a year ago. The Far Territories.
Anything right about now.
Forage. What? This is absurd. Oh, so if you just start selecting recipes, they still work. Yeah, I was just going through them, and I found the one that was coffee, and it did it. There was still a glitch on the next screen, but if you escape, it'll get you away from it. So you just got to kind of cycle through them. Not optimal if you're in a sticky situation. Also, scrolling down sometimes makes them appear when you're glitched. Alright, I'm excited to go check our cooking skill because I think we're rising through the ranks. Aiming to roll over to cooking level 3. We're beefed up. Probably a bug when you're trying to cook with the cans. Don't cook with the cans. At this point, we kind of need to, huh? Water with the cans is probably fine. Just accept it for what it is and send a bug report to Hinterland. I don't think I've ever done a bug report on any game in the history of my life. Getting a little risky with that well-fed. I send like 20 a year. I've had a few fixed. Nice, Christy. Well, thank you for making this game better, man. I'll tell you, I talk about it often. But that's one of my big fears of Black Frost. Is that I feel like folks like yourself have contributed to this game being so unbelievably amazing. One of the best video games of all time. Very positive on Steam for this game is one of the most egregious things. It could not be more overwhelming. This game should be above overwhelmingly positive. It should be no one is even thinking about it. It might be the story mode people that are bringing the numbers down a little bit, and for that I really can't say. I have no idea about the story mode and the issues there. You guys probably have a point. Next time you and Raph are enjoying your steakhouse salads, bring it up to him. We got enough sticks.
I'm kind of thirsty.
I'm getting a little too big for my britches over here. Using this other bedroll like it's something to do. Just trying to waste some time here so we can travel when this wind's done. That's it. Get out of here, you glitched cans. Done with you. Causing problems. I kind of feel bad for the glitched cans after treating them like that. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. It is time to... Oh! This might be a Grandpa Simpson situation. We can go into the dusty bunker. We don't have to light a match or anything or sleep in there with fire. We could just go in there and sleep. Utilize it for something. Now, Chrisney, you wouldn't want me to get mauled by an Aurora wolf, would you? Because that's a possibility along those tracks, and that's the direction we're headed. Hide. Gosh, it's beautiful. You can see them from so far away, so they're easy to avoid. Yeah. Affliction, sprain, risk. Alright, so I officially don't know which direction the bunker's in at this point. See it? You crouch, throw a rock, it runs away, you carry on. You know, if only it were that easy. Maybe for yourself. I think you have to remember the jabroni tax that I always have to pay. Negligence. Stories of Lopez. Things like that. Okay, where's this bunker? If this isn't the most jabroni thing I've ever done, can't even find the bunker 10 feet from the cave. So is this Dave's cave right here? I think we're next to Dave's cave right there. Oh, there we go. Bunker spotted. Time to sleep on the dusty abandoned bunker mattress. What a thrill. Clean up in here a little bit. That bunker is good at hiding. It sure is, Goblin. I couldn't find anything out there. Alright, we're just going to rest up old school till we see the lights go out, and then we can do any traveling. It'll still be cold then. Six days and 22 hours. Let's go back and start to make our bow. What do you say? HP's going the other way. I think there was something for us at the unnamed pond. I can't remember if it was the fire striker or not, but it might be. We're, of course, on Loot Pool 2. The dreaded Storm Lantern Loot Pool. Moon's looking cool as always. Snowboarding Willie. 1080. Nintendo 64. Rail tunnel. So, I can't remember if I should go check at Unnamed Pond or not, but if it is, we're supposed to kind of skew leftwards. I think we have a few spots for the Fire Striker. They could be at the 3 blue trailers over there, kind of next to Cougar and Moose Town. Closer towards the dam, I think. And Unnamed Pond at the Hunter's Blind is one of the spots I should check. What's your goal on this run? So, I'm thinking about going to that unnamed pond. It's going to be just kind of a slight detour off of the road we're on right now. We kind of just gotta have to get off the rails and go over there next to the unnamed pond where the bear could be. So, we're essentially right here. We just left this cave and this prepper's cache, so we're kind of on the rails here. I'm thinking about going all the way off the rails and checking over here at this hunter's blind. It is, however, obviously very far from where we are. Maybe the other way around, too. I would say the accuracy, how short everything has to get done in, it's pretty insane. It does have aspects of a few of these other things, but I think takes it a step further. So, it's the unnamed pond diversion or not, which is what I'm thinking about right now. So, we'll see. Because we've been getting a lot of trusty brand, and just going all the way over here seems like kind of a big to-do right now. What I want to do is go along the rails and check here at the derailment for it, and just places that are kind of close. Because if we go back to the dam, we could easily pop over to the 3 trailers over here and check for the other spot too. So I think we'll forego going and checking here at unnamed pond at the hunter's blind for the fire striker. We'll stay along the rails on the way back here, starting here and going all the way down. Derailment, success, bring the light. Alright, that health is going to keep climbing as long as we can avoid the drip. We'll stay drinking birch teas till the cows come home. Yeah, things have been pretty decent here on this Storm Lantern loot pool. They've been providing trusty brand around every corner. And since we're staying so nomadic, we're hitting a lot of different spots to get more fresh match opportunities. Alright, we're gonna mine the moose as we pass this place, making sure there's no torn up trees here. The trees do look a little torn up. Got for the moose. You know, I almost did a thing in the Scary Movie where you're looking backwards for the bad guy and then you just back up right into him and then he takes you out. I almost did that. Okay, I think we have a fire striker opportunity right here at these train cars. Derailment.
This stuff will come in handy.
95. I think we made the right call on not going to unnamed pond.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
How you feeling about going 21 bow hits? Do you have a strategy? You'll be happy to know, Chrisney, that I do. It is the John Candy strat. We're going after the big boys, and we're trying to shoot them in the butt. Thought about a tea. Wasn't sure how much it was going to do. We had like 20 minutes left on our already warmth bonus. I think it was time to do a little pop-up. A little spot fire.
Wait. I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
Let's get off the drip.
That did it.
I would say our biggest obstacle at this point is lumps. Surprisingly, our lumps are pretty low. We got a pile back at the dam, and we got about like 15 or so on us. Yikes. Lump down. Another lump bites the dust. The bear dance butt strategy. Nice, but make sure you make way more arrows than you need. I've had to try pull arrows out of bears while slowly freezing. Yeah, we've come up with a strat I think accounts for that. Get that cooking skill up. We're about to go back and make some arrows and things. Whatever's cured. Prepare birch bark. was an exciting yet disappointing end to a run. Yeah. So our game plan is to get them, take them out, make sure we accrue all those arrows back. We're aiming to get about 10 to 11 arrows, maybe 12 for the big hunt. Saplings and lumps are the toughest things to come by so far this run. There's some birch we can go cut down over there right next to the dam. That might not be a bad thing to get this morning. And then we'll have to be traveling with a few of those saplings. Less than ideal going into the hunt with extra weight. Hoping that we can make them once we get to a place like Timberwolf Mountain if we're going to be short. My only problem is I don't want to go into that first bear hunt with 6 and then have all 6 in them and have to wait them out rather than being able to get a couple extra shots in. Let's do it. Pretty chill morning out here on Mystery Lake. You can see we still have 3 down arrows with a belly full of elegant porridge straight off the skillet. What about this guy?
Goodness. Made it through another night.
Morning time. Saplings and the dam. Hope you guys have had a brilliant Tuesday, I'll say that. I very much enjoyed spending it here on Great Bear. We got our boy Fire over there grilling up some burgers. Holy. Pretty envious of that. I mentioned this before. Big potato roll guy. I love a good potato roll for my burger. I think the roll cannot be overlooked. The roll's going to keep all that mess together. You got a greasy burger and a bunch of toppings. You need some, some order amongst that chaos. The way to do it is a potato roll. And I'll tell you one of my favorite cheeses on a burger. You won't believe it. It's pepper jack. Love a good pepper jack. Train loading area. You guys aren't finished with these super interesting facts about hamburgers and my selections on them? Well, get ready for more. I also like to throw sliced tomatoes and some lettuce on there as well. We have a rabbit named Pepperjack. Nice, Versetti. You guys have a rabbit thumping around. Excellent.
Can't feel my feet.
Yeah, rabbits are cool. The bun is what locks it down. There we go. Now we're getting some serious bun takes here. That's what I think too, Versetti.
Just need to close my eyes.
You gotta cook it all on the right skillet. It's been a crazy day today, Skillet. Everybody's had their catchphrase like they're walking in like a sitcom star. They're like, did somebody spill the milk? Everybody's got a line today. This is crazy. Sorry, I fell asleep for a while. Well, we missed all your punchlines and catchphrases, I'll say that. Did somebody leave the burner on? Back to the dam. Okay. As soon as we warm up enough to walk, we'll go grab our stuff and bring it over to the dam. I think there'll be some day crafting going on here. Let's hope more than just one sapling is done. Hydro Dam.
Place to rest.
We're living large and in charge. Fire Striker. Bedroll. Unbelievable. 83% on the maple. These guts over here are 90%. Rabbit pelts are getting there. It's happening. Boom. Gonna make a rabbit hat. I'm actually thinking about the gloves we're set. We're rocking a pretty solid hat game over here, at least for the time being. And these things leave a little bit of desire, though. Those things are kind of maybe not it. Oh my gosh, look at us being ridiculous. We just did a full price simple arrow over there. I never. That's the rumor out of Hollywood, anyone. Per my sources, my catchphrase today has just been PR mouthpiece comments in support of that new Color of Purple sequel project that Ron Howard is attached to. Man, that one's going to be a hit. Let me tell you. I smell an Oscar.
Something's making me feel tired.
Arrow shafts. So now what'll happen is this one will get done in about 2 days, 2.5 days, and that'll be the set that puts us to 9. So I'm hoping we do enough activities between now and then that birch is done so we can go into it with more than 6 arrows. 6 arrows is right on the verge of being enough. So the reason I'm using coffee instead of sleep right now is because we're optimizing our time with the sun lit. We'll go down for old-fashioned sleeps when the sun is gone. We're just getting jacked up on Big Moose kicks.
Horse.
Nice. Okay. So we're going to go down for a couple hours of sleep here. Maybe if there's an Aurora, we can do more activities. Right now, the activities are kind of the waiting game. This is our bow setup over here, of course. This one, 90% will be done in no time. These things are at 88% to go with these pelts over here. So it's going to be a few more saplings to craft into arrows to go with our 7 arrows right now. We got 5 more heads we'd like to make out of this guy. We'll make 3 more. We just gotta get a few old-fashioned sleeps and prepare for the big hunt, I'd say. It's coming up. It's getting exciting. Oh, also need to definitely boil some water. Well, here we go again with this storm lantern, huh? Just when you make fun of me, I come to the rescue. Here he is. He's rescuing us. Let's go get the fire barrel. Took a break here. Can't find bedroll here. How's it going here? Well, it's going pretty good here. We're just going down to get the bedroll, or I'm sorry, the fire barrel here, and we're gonna use it in the front room to light up some water and maybe get some teas and stuff. We're gonna be setting up there making a bow. Big time. Going pretty good, and we're putting this goofy storm lantern to use as well. Trying to save our matches. Can't complain. We've been regaling folks with tales of pepper jack cheese and bun importance on hamburgers. With topics like that, you never know what you're in store for. What a thrill ride. Always saving the matches right now. They are plentiful, but later sounds good. Yeah. We're in a little bit of a sprint on this one tier too, Grandma. It's like just trying to have enough for a big, like kind of a abbreviated month right now. We've lived for this many days. On the stat sheet it says 7. And the total is 21. So after 21, we're out of here. We have to get all of our hunting done in that time. And these are our matches currently. And we recently found this 91% Fire Striker. It's probably time we cast off this Storm Lantern and send him to the great storm in the sky so that we can use all these things and have no problem, because I don't think we need to get too stringent for much longer. Real close to rolling over to cooking level 3.
Surrounded by snow, nothing to drink. Turned out pretty well.
Looking good. Yeah. We're doing it big. This one here is to make sure we don't go thirsty throughout the evening. Stale beef jerky. Times 2. The stalest. New dog food. All right, this is our moment here. This is kind of where we're going to be chilling, just making the bow. As soon as this stuff gets done over here, it's time. 92% is what we're waiting on. One of these pelts gets to 97 and these things get to 100. We're making gloves as well. Right now, this guy's sitting at 9 Celsius. The most ridiculous aspect of his outfit is everything. He has double jeans, like 3 redonkulous looking hats here. He has a aviator cap with a wool toque and an ear wrap over all of it. Midlife crisis vest, festive sweater, thin wool, and boxing hand wraps from his days on the Hobo Highway. Dusty dog food. Cooking's gotta get close. Ooh, we're so close. Couple bowls of porridge and we're rolling over. 34 minutes, you say? Got a little close there with our birch. So, hey, what's up, Miss Maverick? How's it going? Isn't ML hunting blind guaranteed bedroll? That's where I go when I can't find one. Yeah, I think the tricky thing is that there's 4 different loot pools it could possibly be on if you're in like a survival situation. So once you find one thing, then you could do the process of elimination using the Excel sheet. And if anybody needs it, I'd be happy to send you guys the link to it. I could probably put it in one of these chats too. It's really helpful to know which loot pool you're on. And then there's the other side of it where maybe you don't want those things spoiled. And I would understand that too. Ooh, it's close. I like to freewheel it. Yeah, you do, Metal. You've never been about those loot pools. I have been Major Lurker today, just watching. Nice, Maverick. Lurking in the shadows, the Maverick. Holy crap. Part of the Top Gun duo. Also, part of the team Dirk Nowitzki played on. She is the Maverick. Also, get those maps out of my life. Metal wants to be a cartographer. Cooking 3, baby! Yes! And guess what's on the menu? Peach pies, rosehip pies, all of them. So much flour, a ton of cooking oil, and you guessed it, bushels and bundles of rose hips. This is again coming in right in time for us to be able to stay up all night during the hunt. So this will mean the last 2 weeks or so of this tournament, we have 14 more days. We're going to be able to stay up all night and party with our friends. Now we can definitely get rid of all these recycled cans now that we've spammed our cooking to the spot it needs to. And I do think we'll be getting a few hours of sleep here, old-fashioned sleep. Gotta wait for these other guts to be ready for the big situation. It's close. Man, this is all just working out. I love it. Seven days, 19 hours. All right, we're just getting the last few couple hours of regular sleep we're going to have for a while. Roasted empanadas are on the menu. It's time to live. What's the rules of this challenge? Yo, what up, Joe? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, how's it going, man? How are you, Joe? If you just do that exclamation 21, it'll pop up there. It's good to see you, Joe. Alright, old-fashioned sleeps waiting for the sun. $99% on the maple. It's happening. You guessed it. Ooh. Have you basically completed it? Not quite. It's actually been quite difficult so far, Joe. We fade into the long dark pretty often. I would say this is our 9th attempt here. And the first 8, a lot of wolf attacks. We've been pushing it to the limit, if you can imagine. And our greatest amount of shots that we got before we faded was 15. I believe. 15 or maybe 13. Might have been 13, Joe. Pretty close to due for that first batch of empanadas. Yeah, it sure is. But it's been the most fun thing in history, and it's pushed ourselves to the next level of something. I don't know what that is yet, but some sort of level. Maple's looking pretty cured over there. Now we just wait for the guts.
Come on. Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't. Trying to boil up some water here.
That did it.
Not excited about using a lump for this type of thing.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Clearing the junk was actually a crazy idea. What if it got rid of our curables or something wild? No! I was trying to get rid of these darn wires right here. Alright, trying to boil up some water. Then it's back to making bow and mittens. So I have a thing where I say the world record for misery has been beaten. Ah. Nice. Man, we are flying right now. Everything is just falling into the timing. This is sick. And of sardines. Even Dark was the world record with 1,000 days, but Lemmy H has beaten it with 2,900 days. Oh, nice.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Goddamn dreams. I don't have to worry about cooking these things too much anymore. Once we get a can opener, we won't lose any of the calories. You're the best, Metal. This 2 hours, we might take a 1% drip or something on our fatigue. Maybe I should drink a preventative coffee to keep that from happening. It's also likely we won't get done with the 2 hours. Here's to hoping we do. Oh, that was painful. Look at these gloves, man. I'm so stoked about that. It's happening. Alright, now I'm just planning out what I should do right now. I should be boiling water or sleeping right now for a little bit. Probably sleep. What do you have left to do? Well, probably the most daunting part of the whole thing, Joe. We have a giant, crazy hunt in front of us. We have 14 days to shoot 21 shots into bears' butts. Be nice to maybe hit an Aurora and finish that bow.
All I can think about is food.
Condition is up to 98%. So this will be the last birch right here for us, probably. Before we go over the 105 that we're allotted. Let's do it. After this, it's boil. That does not seem like a good idea in the butt. Pesos wasn't having it. Yeah, that's the move, Joe. We go with the John Candy strat. Alright, we're gonna enjoy this sleep. Nice condition rebuild. Thank you, Goblin. Oh, you one-shot the bears. Well, that's actually what we're trying to avoid, actually, Joe. We're trying to shoot him in the butt so that we can shoot him multiple times. No hips for you. What's up, Rocky? Hey, yo, Rocky. You come in here and you hold out on hips every single time, man. Don't you think that I need those hips? You know, I just got cooking 3, Rocky. I might as well want to try to stay up all night and party with my friends, you know? I got a big fight coming up, too. It's good to see you, Rocky.
I need some.
Nope, you have a problem. Yeah, I have a Rocky problem. Rocky not being generous with your hips. So when you come in here, why don't you give me some of those hips, Rocky?
All right.
All right, let's boil up some water. There we go. You got to do the water trick to get off the drip here, or we're drinking some birch. How about that? That sounds better.
Bad news, crew.
Oh, hey. Should be good. A lot more where that came from. That's good, Joe. Alright, now let's pop off this big 2-hour.
off of me.
All right, sometimes Bezos likes to take it away from us, so we can't have that, of course. Just when he thinks he's going to keep it from us, we say, oh yeah? Well, we're not having that.
It's all in here. It's all in here.
Get off of me.
Okay, 91% on this birch. I was kind of hoping...
Hungry in my life.
I'm that baby's daddy. Out of Pepe.
Okay, 92% birch sapling here. Well, would love to wait for that. That would make the appropriate amount of shots we can take. We'll probably have 10 arrows to make if we just wait for this one sapling to get ready for the big hunt. We can break down responsible wood if we'd like, shed some weight here.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
First batch of empanadas on the way out. Okay, I'm done with my taxes. Nice, Joe. Oh, I just realized something. It saves your progress. So I thought if I did the 2 hours and I didn't finish it, it wouldn't finish. But it actually saves your progress, so it only takes 9 minutes. Get ready, because we're about to be armed and dangerous. Here we go. Ooh-wee! We're ready. And we even look cool now because of our gloves. It kind of looks like we have a coat. Like the frill of this looks like we have a fancy coat on too, man. This is it here. This is the guy. This is the guy that's built for everything. He has himself a bow. He has 7 arrows to shoot from that bow. He's going to make 3 more, and then he'll have an additional 2 arrowheads to go with these extra birch saplings we may or may not lug with us. Probably should, just in case we run into an incident. Then we'll be carrying 36 of 35, getting pretty close there on the carrying capacity. Fire up some things like dusty potatoes. Well, we have a pretty, I think most of the stuff we have is good. These big bags of flour are pretty heavy. They're obviously a definite bare necessity.
Okay, who brought the dog?
Okay, so now we have to think about, okay, I'm poor now. No problem, buddy. They will come back to you. And the way you get more of those, I imagine, it would probably just work this way in life, is you, of course, hook me up with rose hips. But seriously, okay, let's think about our plan here. We might go through the winding river and things here. And we also might wait a few hours for this one sapling to finish and then make those arrows before we go too. I also would really like to break down reclaimed wood responsibly.
I need to drop something.
Dusty Pinnacle Peaches. I just realized something. He opened that pretty smooth. Didn't say smashing open. Maybe it's because we have cooking 3. He's less primitive. No calorie loss when smashing open cans. Cool. Thought I had a can opener for a second. I freaked out. I didn't think I would overlook such a monumental occasion. $95, baby. Serious moments before the serious times. Alright, I'm just planning for the big hunt. We're going to be taking off real soon and basically going through the mines and things to get over there. We're going to go through the winding river and make a scene. I'm in a bit of the dark about what the plan is. I get you have to kill some stuff, but what are we waiting for? Well, the one thing I'm waiting for right now, Joe, is this last sapling to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of arrows going into the battle. Right now we have 7, and that's right at the good amount. 10 would make me feel like we won't go over 10 with one bear. The goal is to be able to farm shots into a bear, so we don't want to go in with less than we could actually get. Cul-de-sac bears are rare, and we want the opportunity to be seized. So, we're going to light a fire and make some empanadas here. Probably close to the time we're thinking about leaving. Looking for economical things to break down. This one might not be too economical. Hour. Let's do it. We got plenty of reclaimed wood with us. 99%. This is our moment.
Too heavy.
Alright, Cattail Dreams. These are those moments when you think about turning back. You know, you say, I am about to go head first into a bunch of bear. It's not too late, you know? I could just go back to flying airplanes. Maybe that's the answer. Game time. Alright, we got 3 simple arrows to make, Yins. I took the drip. Oh boy, we're short on feathers. All right, let's see what we got. We got a total of 8, and we got 2 shafts to go with it. So 8's gonna have to cut it. I say, bring it. WTF, you're a pilot in real life. Unfortunately not, Joe. I would love to be, but this guy is. This ridiculous guy with Sadie Hawkins shoes and a helmet on when he goes out of the house. That's the pilot. Okay. We're lighting the fire. We're boiling the water. Skillet. Our first batch of roast-up empanadas is coming up. We'll get all our teas and everything warmed. Deniska is in touch. It's great to see you, Deniska. You're probably like the 5th person to come in with like a catchphrase today. I don't know what's going on or what memo I missed, but this is hilarious. Yenzers, I don't know if you've seen any of it, but it's been wild. It's good to see you, Deniska. I do feel like it's been a bit of a sitcom. Yeah, I wouldn't trust being in a plane with Will. Do you remember me? I do, Deniska. I think you're awesome. It's good to see you. Deniska is in touch, like E.T.
That's done.
All right, you know what time it is. Rose hip empanada time. I only got the memo about the TPS reports. Yeah. Okay, we couldn't ask for a better setup going into the fight. Our health is perfect. We are armed with its decent and sturdy 8 arrows. That's right at the limit of the amount of arrows you can probably get into a bear before he kills over. We got 2 shafts ready to be made into arrows as soon as we get the feathers. We're bringing our simple tools with us, and we have a couple birches here that we can lay down to get curing if we settle down. It's getting close, and this heroic music is getting me fired up. Only if there's some sun. Yeah, what's up, Cactus? Evening's my friend. Careful. Don't spill the hips. We got our first batch going, Cactus. We just rolled over to cooking level 3 at the perfect time. It's time to storm the steeds. And we're going to do everything to steed the storm. We're going on a bear hunt. That's it. Yeah, I'm going to need you to come in on Sunday. Looks like Metal is trying to get somebody to come in to work on Sunday. I don't know who that would be. Yeah, it's good to see you, Deniska. You're in the mix. And if you need translators, Mr. Google will help you. To be in touch. I am on a long road. I am part of the boy band of Russia. We are 45 degrees. We are performing live from the road to Vostok. It is going to be our hit live album. We sing My Grandma Spilled the Vodka. And we also sing Why do our fancy buildings look like the spinning red and white thing outside of a barber shop? Darn mods making us work. Is that 45 degrees Celsius or 45 degrees Fahrenheit? Well, I do not know the system of metrics in the great land of the joke I am making, but if I were a guessing man, it would be Celsius. It's way cooler if it's Fahrenheit. Okay. Well, it could be Fahrenheit. I just don't know. You guys would have to tell me what they measure things like in Russia. Man, it's getting to that moment, huh? Feeling loose and limber, and when these pies get in our veins, man.
too much stuff to carry.
Alright. I can't understand how they understand Celsius. Well, what I can tell you, Joe, is that we leave it on Celsius in this one to be in the spirit of the great Canadian brothers of ours. Thank you, Deniska. Practicing my Keanu in the Rain impression. Is that how he does it? Hunter Celsius is boiling. First buy, and not the last. We ready for this? Are we about to blast off? You have a challenge. I sure do. There it is, bud. It's the craziest, most difficult challenge in the history of the Long Dark. Okay, let's do this. Did we forget anything? Let's make sure we got our pots. We got everything we need. Sometimes you feel like you forget something when you leave the house. Leave the oven on, if you will. Those are some mighty fine cowboy rabbit gloves there, cowboy. I would say silver, Seti. Look at those frayed edges around our little hand in first person mode. It looks very warm and cozy. Your knife is effed. Holy crap.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Celsius is a good scale for water, not weather. Okay, so here's the thing about this. It could sound totally normal out there, and then you go out there and it's a complete blizzard. This place is well insulated, and I've been on the wrong end of that most times. So we'll find out what the weather's like only when we go out there. The weird thing is that you can't go back in right here either. It's a one-way door. So you'd have to go across Harrison Ford Bridge if you even wanted to go back inside. Fahrenheit is a good scale. I think they all have their merits, Joe. They're all pretty good, I'd say. And I would know nothing to speak on it as if I knew something. Nature's calling. I disagree. You went to get Vaughn's rifle. Well,
I might have to drop
we
some
actually
gear.
got something else, Deniska. We got ourselves a bow. And that bow is right here. We just finished it. I'm pretty proud of it. Alright, I gotta be ready for ninja wolf attacks. I've been attacked around this little rock formation down here. Hand on the holster around blind spots. Nice traveling weather. Okay, maybe Fahrenheit has more numbers, but how do you know what's hot and cold? You think someone would prop that dang door open? Especially someone who knows that it's going to shut and not let us back in. You could use anything. Maybe a book, perhaps. Okay, so we're gonna go through a cave up here, the Winding River Cave. We're gonna get a few lumps, maybe a little deer meat. And we're living off the land. We're trying to travel light. We're headed to the Pleasant Valley, and the name will fool you if you haven't been there before. It's a beautiful place, but the weather is non-stop onslaught. The reason we have to hunt there is because it's the location with the most bears. So if we wanted to hunt somewhere like Coastal, we'd only encounter maybe 2 bear. None of those bear would be in the appropriate cave that we're looking for. Unpleasant Valley. Sitcom.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, 50 miles an hour. Don't slow that bus down. And if you see Sandra, you tell her 50 miles an hour is how fast we have to go. You know that this bus will have problems if it slows down. Please. I'm saying it, please. Help me. Tell Sandra. This bus cannot slow down. If you want there to be things okay. Ghoulish, it's good to see you. Don't let Sandra slow down the bus. 50 miles an hour. Nothing less. Please. It's good to see you, Lehman. How's it going? You just got here during a speed reenactment. Keanu creates urgency with the shaved head. And everybody listens. It's very important. That's it. How's it going, Lehman? I genuinely have no clue what's going on. Yeah, then you're doing it right. If you knew what was going on, that'd be the frightening thing, Lehman. But just don't let Sandra go below 50, please. I'm begging you, man. That's valid, bro. Just become a mountain goat. It all ends well. Okay, we're getting into this cave. Alright, so we're warm and safe in here for a little bit.
Drop any of this gear. I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Lumps acquired. You came at the right time. He's going to kill some stuff and maybe die. Maybe not that second part. What's the challenge? I got you, Layman. It is exclamation 21. I don't have high hopes. Well, thank you, Joe. That's very nice of you to be so supportive. Alright, we're going through this thing. We're getting every stick and lump we see, and we'll be warm for the big battle No lump left behind. Look at this Will's condition at this point. How can you not be optimistic? This summer, we storm the steeds. Will the steeds storm us? Maybe. Good luck, though. Thank you, Joe. You know, if only I read the pinned comment, but who reads these days? Yeah, it's the mountain goat life, man. Mountain goats are focused on going down mountains without using mountain ropes. Don't have time to read. Alright, let's go get this ravaged and get to the other end. I go up, never down. Holy. It's a TLD thing. I'd be panicking at this point. Well, I'm definitely, you know, I still feel the intensity of the hunt, no matter how long I've played this one, Joe. And we played about 900 hours. So, the hunt is still pretty, I would say, invigorating, maybe. Adrenaline-inducing would be another way to describe. Mom spaghetti, palm sweaty every time as well.
Come on. That did it.
Yeah, you did it. Alright, we got a little bonus birch here for when we take the inevitable drip during the hunt. See, it's real easy to focus on your vitals when you're running around being passive and just making a bow. I usually run into problems when I'm focusing on Big Boris over there who's trying to come and take our lunch money. I'm trying to get a carton of milk today, Boris. Straight rapping now. Holy crap.
I need to find food.
All right, we're going in there with 7 and 10 for the cattail situation. Fire starting is still a bit of ways away from getting up to 3. We got 8 bowls of porridge there, 4 bowls of porridge there. And we're actually out of cattail dreams. We do have empanadas ready to order at any time. Thanks for looking out, bud. It's always good to be sure. Rather be sure than see it inedible burn stuff, you know? So now with these underpants, we would love to repair them, but we cannot. So we just basically have to wait till they disintegrate. Along with that aviator hat there. We'll see how long into the next 2 weeks left we have. We have 11 days left. And when that says 21 days survive, that's officially when it is done. Big crew coming in. Nice, Metal. Metal manages somehow to be here and there at the same time. He is one with the island. He is trained under the great Neo, and he knows Kung Fu. It's good to see you, Metal.
lower your eyes to an enemy.
There it is. He's got his eyes out and onward. Holy views. Holy views, huh? All right, we're getting ready, baby. I'm kind of freaking out over here. This is when I usually... Everything, I just blow it. I feel responsibility on the rise. We're about 9 kilograms over. We're definitely planning on shedding weight basically at each of the bear hunt locations. We're going to drop like a pile of lumps there, make sure we're nice and limber so we can move laterally and get away from this guy. All you need to know is you're better than me and I have 4,000 hours. Well, Joe, I will say that I don't know that there is a better. Because what if you're really good at long runs and I've never even done one of those? But I appreciate your attempt to make me feel good. I need all the compliments I can get. I'm freaking out, man. I even get more freaked out when I spot the bear and he does exist. There's no more fooling around there. Going on a Costco run. See you guys. Nice metal. Get yourself some Kirkland brand goods. Maybe you should get a big fat $10 pizza. Holy. Love that pizza. Okay. We definitely need a $1.50 hot dog combo. That's it, Metal. Nothing like a wiener in a bag, right? They just throw it in this bag and you just get stuck with this crazy hot dog. All right, I'm going down. Try to get sunlight for the big bear hunt. We definitely can't go blind in the back of that cave again because you're trying to run away from the bear and you're running into the wall if it's dark in there. Clutch or kick? Holy crap. Look for sunlight. I'll tell you guys what the problem is that you spend this whole time building up to something. And then if I go out there and biff the first shot, that's it. That's the crazy part. It seems so simple. The bear's humongous, and he's a walking target when he's in that cul-de-sac bear cave. All you gotta do is hit it. It's trickier than you think when it's serious. The reverberating recycled cans echo through the caverns. Will he blow it? Probably. New Pinnacle Peaches. I wonder if a sleeping bear takes more damage than a awake bear. I think it's probably equal, Cactus. I think when it changes would be if it was an Aurora bear. Then that guy could probably take some more damage. If we could get the right one, there's one specific bear in Mystery Lake that's there near the clear cut area. That's the bear who I think we could fight during an Aurora. There's a bunch of log piles you can stand up on, and they won't be able to get you. The wolves or the bear. That's when you take your shot. Dancing with the bear is not the play, in my opinion. Yeah. We're going to be doing some John Candy.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Grandpa Simpson. You can either forget everything and run or face everything and rise. Wow. Inspirational words from our boy Versetti. Still sounds windy. Abe Simpson. I still hear the wind, but we'll check. Sun's out. Yikes. So Pleasant Valley is greeting us in accordance with Pleasant Valley law. We're just staying ready. The second the weather gets to us, we're checking for the first bear here to the right. If you want to see kind of a little bit of a blueprint as to how we're going to attack this bear plan, it's actually pretty simple. We go for a counterclockwise tour around Pleasant Valley, basically. We're going to be starting here with this bear here next to the transition cave, basically. The Cascading Falls bear. Here's where we enter the Winding River cave system, right next to this guy, and we'll just use right wall strats to get to this cave right here. This bear lives in the specific cave we're looking for. I had to come over here to meet the famous Versetti. He's here. He's in the mix. All right. So we're going to go for this bear first. He's our first guy. Then we stay going counterclockwise around. Hopefully we get a bunch, maybe 7 shots in this guy. We stay responsible, no drip on our HP. We're going to follow this dashed road here and probably get some cool stuff at the bingo hall, like a guaranteed bear sweater, maybe even some work boots or dusty floor potatoes. There's some matches over here at the rural store. And then we're going to go across the bridge and behind this area to check out the Cinder Hills Mine bear. The second of the cul-de-sac bears. And that will lead us to, of course, it's going to take a while to do all this, of course, but after that guy's done, then we go up to the derelict cabins bear. This guy also lives in a cul-de-sac. The thing is that they all don't spawn. If there was an always active next to his cave, then it would work. Last time, only 1 out of 4 of these guys showed up. Less than optimal for our strategy. So, third one is derelict cabins, and then we finish with the guy here in the dead center. This guy next to the prepper's cache. We have an opportunity for a big stocked bunker here. We'll check that. Go past the broken airplane and then hit this guy. That'll be our 4th cul-de-sac bear opportunity. And then it's on to Timberwolf Mountain. By that point, you would hope to have the whole tournament done, and you could just rest knowing that you took 21 shots into more than one bear in this town. We're going to get here, go along this wall, and go up the rope to Timberwolf Mountain, and that's where the Echo Ravine, hopefully final boss of this whole thing, takes place. Let's do this. Alright, let's go see if the bear exists. First move is always to identify if the bear's there by seeing if there are bones in his cave. Good luck, Mr. Larone. Gotta be with you. Thank you, Skabura. I'm freaking out, man. It's too much pressure, man. I was laughing at the dusty floor potatoes. Hey, man, those things saved my life. Use them in fish cakes recipe. Nice. The weird part is that the only time ever that my fingertips become sweaty is during bear hunts. Like, who the heck sweats on their fingertips?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Alright, alright. Alright. See him over there? He's on the bridge. The Jeff Bridges. Alright, so here's the strat. I'm gonna go unshed some of this weight here in the back. But this is where the location of the fight goes down. We got the T thing to think about. And the temperature thing. Anyone doing the bear hunt? Yes, there is somebody. A jabroni. A dive bar owner. The one thing I will say, though, Layman, is we might fix that jukebox. We're going to make sure this thing doesn't even say embers. It says completely out before anything happens. Because you're not allowed to hunt next to a campfire, of course. Full heat before the battle. We still have plenty of time of daylight here. We're not going to mess this one up. This is a big opportunity here. A golden opportunity, if you will. Dude, fire, it's allowed? It is not allowed, Skabura. Like we just mentioned, you probably said that before I... Alright, let's shed some weight. Weight 29 of 35. Thanks. I will check in a bit. Headed to Bleak now. Gonna eat and then we'll see what happens. We'll probably watch here while eating. Nice, Grandma. Okay, so if anybody hasn't seen the John Candy strat yet, this is what it entails. We're gonna wait for that fire to go out, of course, but this is the cul-de-sac. This little weird rock formation right here gives you immunity from the bear. This is the big thing. If you go up on this thing, there's a weird situation with his aggros. So when we battle the bear here with this cave shelf, he gets disgruntled and he walks out. In that moment is the moment when we shoot him in the butt. The greatest thing about it is caves have a weird thing about the aggro situation. Animals will re-aggro on you the second they cross the cave threshold, it seems like sometimes. So that provides us with the ability to have a bear who doesn't run away. So when we shoot him in the butt and go out there, he's still ready to dance. And that's when we can get the whole strat implemented and do the pin cushion strat and get a ton of shots into his butt. Do you smell? Checking in to say we left stuff in the basement in Coastal Highway in case we didn't pick it up yet. Back and play, that's not bad. Would love to have you here today, but when you come back with bits like that, helps. Also, the back of the cave is not a safe space for wolves. Alright, we're gonna wait until I see absolutely burned out on this thing. No games. His feet. That's it, Pack. I'm just at the moment of spaghetti, and I'm trying to chill. It's not working. Alright, there's a wolf over there. Looks like we went for a stroll. Having trouble tracking him with his feet. Kind of feels like they disappeared. I don't think the cougar's in town yet. I feel a little less sketched out here doing that. Crackers. We sure do. High fidelity, baby. USAC. Cougar's out drinking. You're safe. Are they down at Dave's Cave, maybe, Scabura? On college night. That's usually when it's unofficial cougar night. No scandalous cougar. Fraternity bros, on the other hand, not safe at all. Yeah, those guys aren't safe. Those guys are enemy number one. They're in trouble. Alright, so I don't know exactly where the big boy's territory is based on his feet on the map. I haven't really checked those out too much. If you spot a big giant bear, he's got like 2 or 3 tons of them. Oh. Man, I wish I could improvise on the fly and shoot him from the fishing hut. I don't know exactly if it's good to mess with our formula that we have. But that fishing hut's available. Yeah. I'm just scared to improvise on the fly right now. Skipper, you don't understand. Yeah, I probably could, Scabura, but we can't do it with everything on the line. We gotta practice first. I've never done the fishing hunt exploit. Yeah, that's it, Pack. After all this preparation, we have to blow it in the most, jabroni style, Skabura's competitive, man. Why he's a champion. Back from dinner? Are we on the same will? Well, maybe, Melito. I can't remember if you saw the guy from this morning. It's our second will of the day. Yeah, number 9. So I really wish you go for big numbers. Dude, if you score big, you have more reason to try harder. I made a homemade pasta salad with some fresh stuff from the garden. Nice, Melito. I was just talking to some family members about nice pasta salad. You know, a thin layer of salad dressing. Get some rotini in there. We're taking him home. Our conditions at 105, I feel terrible drinking this birch. It's our only heating mechanism, though. Almost there. It was heavy on the B equals bacon. Nice. All right, so because he was so far away, we've been having a tough time stabilizing our temperature. We're heading into the warm part of the day, but we're a bit chilly. He's huffing and puffing, huh? Right back there is the cave. Almost home, buddy. Yeah. I would like that. You guys know the plan. Run back on those rocks like a chicken. Cave has a few blind spots. If I go out there and look, you might jump me. Ah! I went too far in the back of the cave. This guy's cave is weird. The back of the cave despawns his aggression in this one. Everybody else, when you run to the back of the cave, it's not enough. You got to get up on the rocks. This guy, the back of the cave despawns his aggression. It's weird.
Freezing.
I think this is my last shot. Yeah. I think I'm going for the head. Going critical damage. Trying to get my arrows back instead of him running off with them and bleeding out. Woo! Yeah, baby! Oh! Oh my gosh. I have spaghetti everywhere. I think we got 8. I'm gonna go check. I'm super excited to check too. I did a fire in the front of the cave like a jabroni. Okay, thank you guys so much. Yeah, we got a couple more here, Scabura. It's exciting. That was far and away the best implementation of the John Candy strat right there. That was everything we aimed to do, even down to running out of arrows and seeing what's happening. And making sure we take this guy out when it's the right time. Saving us just a little bit of time having to go and chase him if we shot it into his butt and he went and bled out somewhere while we were warming up. That was freaking wild. I'm not sure. I'm thinking one step at a time right now, Scabura. We're going one bear at a time. We have the plan mapped out. We just have to be responsible about it.
Too heavy.
Did you guys notice when he started almost coming up on there? He did some crazy thing, and he was doing it with such nonchalance. Yeah. I was freaking out. He started kind of sauntering over here, and he's like, hey, man, I'm no big deal. I'm just a multiple-ton bear feet from where you are, about to maul you. He was looking for new tech to come and battle us, it seemed. I think it had something to do with all this gear I had over here. It was kind of messing with him or something. I don't know. Your face said all. Yeah, I was freaking out. He'd never done that before. Raph was working on DLC. He was just working on bear mapping to track you down. Oh my gosh, he's breaking in the code. He was walking towards you like he had liquor in him. Yeah, he was, man. I didn't like it. HP sitting nice and pretty at 104, baby. Holy. All right, if this weather subsides, we're going to the Cinder Hills Mine Bear. Probably stop off at... We don't really have to stop at Thompson's if the weather's allowing us to keep going. We'll stop there if we need a spot fire. Grab a few extra gear, since we're probably not circling back there after him. Just as an update, I'm still freaking out, trying to chill out. Chill out, hopefully, by the time we get to the Cinder Hills Bear. We are on. We've survived 10 days. Maybe it's day 11. I still to this day don't understand the calendar. Okay, that was awesome. Coolest hunt ever initiated. Amaziated. Let's do it. Yeah, level 5 cooking. We have level 3. We actually do have some empanadas if we need to keep our carrying capacity at bay. Because we're kind of slow walking. I can't believe that. That was so great. So what I'm going to do is maintain any sort of joy or excitement inside and control the adrenaline so that the next bear I have my act together. Never in the history of the bear hunt in the cul-de-sac cave has it worked out as awesome as that did. Besides the liquor saunter that he did where he was kind of, you know, had designs on us and he was sauntering over. Besides that, it went smoothly and as we aimed to do. Make it home, bud. Ready for some long dark now, man. How's your run going? You just missed quite an event, I'd say, my friend. Weather permitting, bingo is tomorrow night, so we can skip Thompson's Crossing. Okay, yeah. That's responsible planning. Stable temperature in PV. Let's go down the bobsled road. Let's forget about this 5 seconds from now. Okay, Skipper, I'll try to make it, man. You keep kicking butt out there. You've been doing awesome, man. Alright, we kind of just took a tiny bit of a shortcut around this rock formation here. Now we're going to get back on that road and go that way. We seek the Cinder Hills mine there. I really wish to have a score to beat. You will. You'll be the first, Kabura. The Terminator. We have a Terminator thermos, by the way. Also an Oprah thermos. I made it back from dinner just in time to see the action. Belly full of pasta salad and a jabroni bear hunt. Y'all were dancing in the moonlight together for a second. Acceptable roasted pie. The pies are a trifecta. They help you with hunger, fatigue, and of course, reducing that fatigue does another thing. It helps your carrying capacity. So your ability to walk faster will increase. All right, no flare. Try to keep my blind spots to a minimum. Avoid all the ninjas. Pleasant Valley. Alright, wolves might be at Thompson's. There's also pork chops and applesauce there. You guys are gonna love it. Yo, what's up, Kehoe? How's it going, buddy? Alright, emotional support, regular torch. Yep. This blind spot I was scared of, man. Look at where he was hiding. He was chilling back here, trying to pull a ninja move. Hey, how's it going, Kehoe? What intuition for the emotional support torch? Thank you, Pack. All right, this is literally go to the fire, heat up, get out there while the weather's still allowing us. I think we might be able to spot over to the Cinder Hills mine and check him out. Thank you, Pack. Bear sweater.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
7 and 2.2. And then this one's 9. I think we're going to be dropping this extra bear sweater. We upgraded with the one we just found to a better condition. Let's get the teas warmed up. (2 a.m. 20 Celsius). Hot! Is this another bear butt shot? I missed the others. It is. My roasted coffee is wearing off from earlier. Oh, roasted coffee, huh? Oh, I got you. Yeah, that'd be good.
Turned out pretty well.
Alright. Gotta do this quick, and we gotta get out there. By the time we get there, we should be full heat again and give us enough time to scout the Cinder Hills mine bear. Getting down to the wire here. We rummage through our neighbors' cabinets.
That'll come in handy.
9 p.m., 80 Fahrenheit here. Hoping you stay comfortable. Alright, we're doing some proper rummaging over here. It's getting dark. I'm going to be pushing my luck. The brilliant part of the last hunt is that we had all the time for the shenanigans. Like dragging them back to the cave took a minute. And starting it when the sun rises rather than setting is what's going to help you have vision in that cave. So we might have to recover this evening and then get to the Cinder Hills mine bear tomorrow. We're doing the responsible strat here because we've never had things go this well for us. We do have time, yeah. Holy crap. Last time you wore 2 bear sweaters, the bear hugged you? He did, Maverick. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be responsible. So with our last few tasks of the day, we're just going to set ourselves up so that everything that happens on Friday goes exactly like that last bear hunt. And we're going to come in just ready to storm the steeds and set ourselves up to make some moves. So let's just figure some stuff out here at the bingo hall, the neighbor's house and stuff, and then set ourselves up. You know, the final looting, so that when we start on Friday, we just discuss very briefly how cool Mario Lopez is, and then we get right out there to the hunt. Okay, so we have a couple neighbors' houses that'd be nice to spot too before we wrap it up. There's the guy across with the Canada flag, and then the little rural mart where the matches are, and the Running River Oats as well. Thompson's Family Stew. Just making sure I don't make any mistakes going out there, losing my torch and getting mauled. Go. Thank you very much for supporting me through that bear hunt. I was obviously an emotional wreck. I'm not going to lose focus on the wolves that we could be surrounded by.
I wonder if I can drop any of this.
I'll stay ready with my hand on the holster. Okay, so when we get here Friday, we just go right down that road and across the way, and he might be back up in there. And that'll be our next one, the Cinder Hills Mine Bear. After him, it's on to the Derelict Cabins Bear, so we won't be going back to the bingo hall. So getting all this loot would be smart for us, since we won't be coming back. Let's go get some floor potatoes, huh? Oh, trusty brand. Raph is bringing the light, baby. Salads at a steakhouse is cool with me. Wow. We got some great shirts. Although I need to finish my job, as tomorrow is 35 Celsius and a couple of degrees between temps, where I work all day stemmed by my fan. Yikes. We found a matchbox.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Some torch goblin under there playing games. Dusty floor potatoes.
Never would have thought to look here.
I'm playing a little more conservative than even usual. when you're crafting a bow and it's the early stage, there's a big difference between what's on the line. Just getting ourselves fully rested and prepared. I'm getting to that point where sleeping is even, do I want to sleep or do I want to eat empanadas? When you get down to these last couple days,
Something's gotta go.
there's probably not too much more of the calendar we're interested in expending with old-fashioned sleep. "10 days, 19 hours. So we're going to be getting down to about 10 days left when we get here on Friday. And that's supposed to give us enough shots to get around this place and get the remaining amount of shots we need. 13, right? Let's go check. And on the holster. That was the greatest thrill ever, Pac. Probably my favorite hunt on a bear ever, or anything ever. It always goes completely different than it goes in your head, you know? And that was one of those times where it was going great, except for the drunk advances again. That was a bit, you know, I was like closing up my top button on my jacket, like, oh.
This pack is getting
Sir.
too heavy to carry.
That's it. And the reason why this strat has been such a cornerstone to our being able to get it done is because the other guys run away and you get one shot in them. They run all over the town. It's crazy trying to track them down, the time it spends, and you usually get 2 shots in on those regular bears. So these ones give us that unique ability to farm the tank bear.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great, man. You know what? This time you deserve to be slightly arrogant with your voice lines. You shot the bow great, man. Thank you. It was intense. There's a little indicator, like an archery green score, similar to the open can green
Wonder
score.
Who owns this stuff?
Oh, got the snowman shirt. Okay, so it's time to probably debrief. Let's pull some torches, get ourselves ready, and then write some notes So Friday guy has some sort of idea as to what he should do when he starts off this thing. Alright, it's time for some sleep. And we'll see what time it is. We got a couple hours to the daytime. We'll be starting the Cinder Hills mine situation right when it's the morning time, giving us plenty of time for the bear situation. Whew. No más. Okay, so look, when we start, we'll have an hour. That'll give us an hour to waste talking about whatever's going on, Aretha and, you know, her litter box, Mario Lopez and all that stuff. And then when it turns over, the sun will rise tomorrow. And that'll be the time when we go out there and check that bear. This is what we got, 10 Celsius. First time we ever made animal clothes. That's pretty great. We're super warm. And we're ridiculous. Though it looks like we grew up wearing a helmet as a young Mackenzie over here, we grew out of that and we became competent hunters. Maybe. And then we got all kinds of things going on over here. We got the well-fed. We're ready to storm all kinds of steeds. We got good things going on here, too. We got our color purple Terminator 2 thermos. All the gear we could need, too. Nice, tight loot, you know? Let's finish up with some responsible notes to anchor ourselves down. Chill out. Big time. 3. Warm teas. And plan to check Cinder Hills Mine Bear. Shed weight and battle. Holy crap. Okay, that's it. Will 9, Bigfoot Wild Willie. He's running amok. Loot Pool 2, the Storm Lantern for Christmas. Holy. We've already acquired all this stuff. That was part of our forge, so we'll go ahead and get rid of this. And tomorrow's Friday's big serious Rabbit Willie. All right, final thing. 10 days. We were able to get 8 shots on that first bear. The most we've ever got on one bear. Really exciting stuff. And we got our first points of the tournament. That's pretty rad. Over here, you'll see one of the big marks of shame. Can openers found. Goose egg. Could have been better a little bit in that category. No big deal. We'll get one next time. It is, of course, a can opener challenge, right? Our skills. Cooking 3, baby. Roasted empanadas are on the menu. Fire starting on the way up to 3. Once we get to level 3, no longer need the tinder or cattails or anything. You just start the fire with a stick and a dream, pretty much. So that's it. Holy crap. All right, blue outline mode to make sure we save. We're getting out of here. Do it twice. Let's do it. Let's go into our favorite room. Well, that was pretty wild. Didn't see that coming. I thought that was pretty awesome. It was definitely a spaghetti situation. And holy crap, thank you very much for your support. I was talking to Aretha, and she wants you to go to a specific website. You guys might have heard of it. It's pretty much the greatest website in the world. You know where it is. It's Larone.net, baby. We got it all up there. We got our links up there at Larone.net, and you can check out the Twitch or the YouTube. And if you go over to the YouTube, you might be able to find really cool things, like a playlist called Alone Jabroni, where I play various games like Retro Rewind and run a VHS store. It's pretty great. Hang out with Billy the Kitty, spill slushies all over the place. It's awesome. You can see our VODs up there forever, the ones that get deleted on Twitch after 2 weeks. And of course, you can see other stuff too. Highlight videos of our hunt. Maybe you didn't have time to go and check out the whole live. Well, I'll make sure to put the coolest times from that in videos throughout the week, so you can check it if you're short on time. We got it all, baby. Great progress today. Thank you, Bean. This might be the chosen one. Lover said, this is one of those times where I love to celebrate, but I also want to make sure that I get across that finish line before I get excited. I'm one of those. So I'm just going to stay as measured as I can. Not too excited, not too relaxed, just prepared, you know? We're going to come in on Friday and do our darndest. Man, I'm still freaked out about that first one. It was crazy. I'm very grateful to have spent this time with you. Well done today. Keep your eyes on the prize. Thank you, Pack and Play. Thank you very much for that vote of confidence. Man. Thank you, Augustus. Thank you very much. We're going to kind of come back. We're going to try. You're so charismatic, Larone. Oh, thank you, Gray.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, 50 miles an hour. If it slows down, please tell Sandra don't. It needs to go 50. LA Expressway is in jeopardy if it goes below that. Please. The bus needs to go fast. It can't slow down. And if it does, it'll blow. Thank you, Gray, for that. I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys on Friday for sure. We're going to do everything we can. I can tell you that. We will. Yeah, Sandra knows now, Neil. Sandra knows exactly what we need to do. You guys are the best. I'll see you very soon. And Friday is going to be the best, most responsible hunt you've ever seen. I'm very grateful to have spent today with you. I'm going to go take care of my gal. This venture into PP is a business trip, and business ain't done. All business, no pleasure. Yeah, we're not thinking like that nefarious bear who's drunk on God knows what. I'll see you guys soon. I'll see you guys. I'm going to go get food and pet Aretha. I'll see you Friday. You guys are the best. I'll see you soon. Dang, who said the over on YouTube? That was lit. Over on YouTube. I don't know. But I'll see you soon. Pack and Play. I'll see you guys. 50 miles an hour. Don't let the bus slow down. Liquor Bear. Oh, yeah. If you're talking about the comments, it's Rossetti. He's a legend. And so is Bean, Pack and Play. They're YouTube legends. Holding it down. I'll see you guys. See ya. See you guys. See ya.